Testing. 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 Why is this turned down so much? Testing? Okay. It reset my volume control. What? God, this computer sucks. Okay. Of course it doesn't work. Why would it work? Of course it doesn't work. Why would anything ever work? Ugh. God. Piece of shit. Okay, well, we're back. Great. Wonderful. Everything is superb. Mm-hmm. 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 So we haven't been doing Wordle lately. Oops. Hmm. Not a lot of UA words. What? Okay. Plod? Like applaud, but plod? Claude? Blod? What the hell is this supposed to be? Swad? I hear a wonderful willow. Love that voice. Thanks, Bloop. I'm trying to avoid the sunburn on my scalp with the headset, so it's kind of not a very good location. But at least the microphone's working now. Of course, the chat box wasn't working. So to fix that, everything breaks all the time on this thing. It's no wonder that this computer is idiotic, because I got it from an idiotic situation. Yep. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I have 3 letters in a row with very few letters remaining that make any sense. And these aren't words to me, so... Fuad. Potato PC, yeah, I suppose. Acuad, Apuad, Aluad. Upuad, Is there like a J somewhere? Like, is this some word that I've never heard of? Like a quad or something? Like, is a quad a word? Doesn't seem like it should be. Aswad, almost like a suede, but without the E and with one S. Avuad, Vuad, what the hell? What ends in UAD? In the English language, you tend to put the A before the U for most of these situations. Not a whole lot of UA ones. So I feel stupid. I have 3 greens in a row and I don't know what the word is. Okay. Squad. As in you, Morgan, me, coffee. Squad. Squad does work. Very well found. Well found, Bloop. I was like, a quad. I didn't see squad. Yeah, maybe I am stupid right now. Sweet. Good job. Impressive. Impressive. Okay. That's distracting. Not logged in. Oh, God. What email did I use for this? Do you remember? I don't think I would have used that. Is that the email? Is it Willow dot? I don't really remember. It might be that. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. And now you can see my password. It's a bunch of dots. And maybe you can just leave me logged in instead of being an asshole. And I still have an advertisement. Cool. Never, stupid Willow. I'd fight you on that hill forever. It's pretty stupid I didn't see squad. That's pretty stupid. Mm-hmm. 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 What a freck is a word? I'm kind of curious now. I was going to use the D and the G, but now I want to know if that's a word. Nope. Mm-hmm. 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 That's not where I want the A. I want the A somewhere else. Oh, there's an E. Huh. Ta-da. G fucking G's. G's, you guys. G's. Okay, I'm out of it. Very appropriate. Straw. Yeah, straw is very appropriate. I actually used a straw last night when I was drinking my lemonade. Highly appropriate. Clearly, that's the word you're talking about, Blue. Mm-hmm. 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 You know what I mean? Today's Monday. So it's been yesterday, 2 days ago, and 3 days ago. Probably, huh? Here's Pro League Phase 1. That probably has SEC and Pro League together. And that probably has them both together also, because those are long broadcasts. So, and she always comes before it, so this is probably the one. This might have advertisements though. You know what word I meant? It's what you were going to serve that lady friend yesterday. Yeah. I was going to serve her, point. I was going to serve her point. And then I was going to haul her over to, yep, whatever. Maybe I can find the shirt she was wearing. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Pretty little thing. And there's two. Is it the same website? It is. Let me see if I can find what she was wearing. I guess it would be considered a crop top of sorts. Sorta. Sure. Could have been a bralette. Nah, it's probably a crop top. The fuck out of here. God damn it. I hate accepting things that I don't want to accept. Ugh. Mm. Mm. It's gonna be too many tops here. Mm-mm. Look at that top. That doesn't cover very much. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's it? Oh. That's gonna take too long. How do I find what I'm looking for? How do I do this? It's not really a bando. It might have been denim. Probably not. It was kind of a vest. Let's look at vest. That might be easier. Kind of. These are not vests. Okay. This is not. These are not vests. Nope. Nope. Good luck with finding what you want. That's a vest. It's very cute. It's cookies though, Willow, aren't cookies. A sweet treat that we all love to eat. Yeah. Welcome back from the eye break. Some of these sales are pretty good looking. When they're not on sale, pretty not good looking. Like this one's like $8 though. Looks cute. Not a lot of options left for sizing. Probably why it's cute. Yeah. Mm. Hmm. Maybe it's just a shirt. I don't know. It wasn't really a cami, and it wasn't really a bralette, but maybe it was kind of a bralette. Maybe it's denim. Let's check denim. Yeah, those are denim. Is that a denim top? It doesn't look very denim-y to me. Okay. Mm-hmm. Kind of intriguing that they only have black girls for models. Maybe it's a blazer. It's not what I was expecting for denim tops. Yeah, kind of like that, but that was the same one that we already looked at. Yeah, that's great. That's great, guys. That's great. That's great. That's just great. Great. Great, Scott. I thought Jerry would have gotten pictures of the two of you. Just now the opportunity to take pictures of the two of you. Yeah, that would have been a little awkward, though, for her, probably. Because she was just on her phone next to the door for this building. And I went out of my way to, like, walk up to her. Like, I'd left that area. And then I turned around and I saw her. And I just walked right up to her and started talking to her. So it would have been a little awkward if she saw Jerry start taking pictures while I was talking to her. She would have been suspicious that something was going on, you know? Beach top? Not really. Blouse? Maybe. Bralette? Maybe. Gone. It's pretty cute, actually. That's very cute. Oh, yeah. I like that. I like that very much. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you. What? Okay. So I'm kind of like between extra small and small, sort of. I'm actually a bit smaller than extra small here. That's about right for extra small. And that's pretty close to extra small, but closer to small. I think I'm 24 point something. So that's confusing. Okay. Petite. Mm-hmm. So basically size 0 to 1, which there's no 1. Okay, great. Great. It's great. What are you doing? Get out of here. Go back. Thanks. That's pretty cool. She's very shiny. That's kind of cool too. Lots of cool tops. What does this do in the back? Out of curiosity. Ah, halter top. I see. Ah, not a great pose. Models. Silly models. That's cute, I think. Maybe. Yeah, that's cute. And they only have size 0 remaining. Two has $38. Shit. Shit, son. Cute though. It's the same girl modeling the same shirt. Let's see if she did the back better this time. There you go. Oh, it's a zipper one. It's adjustable though, so that's good. Looks cute. I want one. Also $38. Great. hell's going on with that shirt? Okay. Uh-huh. Nope. These are not bralettes, by the way. What are these categories? These are like the most ridiculous categories. Okay. Blouse, maybe? Be interesting to see what they consider to be a blouse. Yeah, that's what I figured. Not blouses. Oh, boy. Like, oh, it has long sleeves, it's a blouse. No, it's not the only qualifier. Okay, it's not gonna be in here. What is happening here? Huh. Okay. Okay, maybe I won't find it. I thought it might be easy. It's not. Bodysuit in crop tops? Sure. Let's see what you consider that to be. Yeah, okay. Like that's not a bodysuit. That might be. These two aren't either. What a bunch of idiots. They don't know how to categorize things. That's the only actual bodysuit in this category. None of the rest are bodysuits. Looks kind of crazy too. It'd be so much fun to take you shopping and have you try all the things. If only I was rich enough to spoil you like that. Well, you don't have to be rich to go try on things. Just because you try things on doesn't mean you have to buy things. It's a pretty cool outfit. I like these tops if the sleeves are loose, which it looks like the sleeves are loose on these. Big old booty. Yeah, it's cool. Pain in the ass to wash, but cool. This must be so difficult. Kind of cool. I don't usually wear bandeau tops. Maybe I should, though. I don't know. Helps when you find special things, though. What? Having money? Yeah. Having money does help a lot with basically everything in life. I mean, my entire life is ruined right now because of money. Everything in my life is totally destroyed over money. Much of which I didn't even have control over. So, yeah, money just ruined everything for me. It's a pretty cute little thing they got. I don't know how it stays up. Like, what is this made out of, you know? Elastane. Welcome back from the ad break. It's gonna be elastic, stretchy, and thin, exciting. Yep, they do have elastane in them. I looked it up. I don't tend to wear these because they slide down and stuff. Like how does this stay up? You know, like how's this girl's, like, you know, how's that stay up there? Wouldn't it slide down? So that's why I don't tend to wear tops like this very much. But it's just gonna slide down. Anyhow, I don't think it was that one. And I don't think it was a bandeau top she was wearing anyhow, so that's not a bandeau top. Neither's that. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Torso shape would make me think gravity's going to win in the nip slip war. Mm-hmm. Probably. Sports jacket. Show me cropped sports jacket. That's a sports jacket? You think so? Idiots. Yep, I said it. Idiots. There, look at shirt. I don't remember. I guess not. This feels a bit futile. All right. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to keep looking through thousands of items to see if I can find the top she was wearing.
So why didn't you call? So many years gone by, and I think about you all the time.
So first test for bandeau tops jumping jacks.
Why didn't you call?
If you have titties, that probably won't work. Even me with lack of titties would still not work.
you call. So many years has gone by, but I think about you all the time. Looks like you're changing and all, but why didn't you call? Something in the air, always something in the air.
I didn't do my chess games. Should I do my chess games? Ugh, fuck. You are missing, you know that? No, I don't know that. Thank you, though. Oh, shit. It's like a bunch of games. Look at this, I had like a whole bunch of games. I just fell asleep. Oh, man. I don't feel like dealing with this. How much time do I have? 2 days vacation time left. Ugh. I just don't feel like dealing with this. I'm gonna make you smile forever. Good luck with that. God damn it. This guy's too good at chess.
Happy Friday, Smite fans. Welcome back to the SCC. We're starting today off with some EU SCC action. We'll be over in the SPL a little bit later on. But we've got a fun one to round out this week in the EU Smite Challenger Circuit. Hex Mambo up against the Aru Scorpions. My name's Dolson. I can never do it alone, though. Mifflin's with me. For what should be a good matchup here, Miff. Yesterday we had a couple EU SCC sets. Both of them go 3 games on paper. This one maybe leaning one direction more so than the others.
Yeah, Hex Mambo is a dominant squad. I mean, you got guys like Johnny. You got guys like Zero, Trix Tank, E-Chrome, and actually, no longer Etori out of the Soul Lane. It's Deathwalker. That's crazy. Is that allowed?
Crazy. Apparently it is, because it's happening. And that's what the Hex Mambo are going to be playing with out of the Soul Lane. Gladiators and Wargs yesterday both find 2-1 wins over the Ferrymen and the Ravens, respectively. So the Scorpions will look to fend off the Hex Mambo here today prior to the SPL kicking off. Tomorrow we'll have a North American matchup prior to the SPL
SCC,
as well.
though.
In these early phase matchups,
I kind of want to, but
really where separations can start to build out and how different standings can start to look early on here. You know, when the teams are all within 1 or 2 wins of one another, a lot of moving and shaking can be done. For now, the Wargs and the Gladiators both find themselves up top at 2-0. Hex Mambo, Miff, surprised with the roster that they have, that they end up dropping a set in week number 1.
Okay.
But the ability to get back on
SPL
track, tie things up with the Ravens here today with the win over the Aru Scorpions. And the Scorpions, not a team that can be completely looked over either. Definitely some new talent here with this team. Definitely a team with some room to grow. but could be a trial by fire with some of the names that are already here in the EU SEC. Of course, the Scorpions, it's Ugly One, French Emperor, Picorino, Calvin, and Davey. So absolutely names, Miff, that I remember casting last year.
Motherfucker.
That she is like a first ban priority at this point.
Well, Daji is a very consistent CC bot, right? Think of her as a...
You motherfuckers. Game 1 up next. Hello, Jerry. Streaming. SPL, did I miss this weekend? Probably. Sure. I'm gonna be right back, guys.
We start to see some of those answers coming through, once we start to see maybe.
And I'm going to keep this one brief. The Valkyries still.
And I think that's a conversation you can have about just the SPL in general over the course of Season 9. A lot of very similar rosters from Season 8 to Season 9. Team synergy building up over the course of an extra year. A team that is new to the SPL, but a roster that is not new to one another, is the Valhalla Valkyries, who qualified into the SPL during that SPL qualifier tournament. Absolutely looked like the second best and one of the two deserving teams to qualify into the SPL. This Valhalla Valkyries roster: Aquarius, Kirmi, BenEQ, Gamma, Wowie, and then of course Coach Shark. So there's some SPL veteranship on this roster, combined with players who have played in the SEC together over the last couple of years. Team synergy seems to be at the forefront of the conversation with these guys. Trelly, talk to me a little bit, just in general, maybe about what end of year expectations are like for you for the Valkyries, because changing to an SPL level of play is always going to take some time.
Right.
By the time the Valkyries get used to that, do you think we could be looking at a very competitive squad?
Yeah, as you mentioned, they definitely have the talent, but it just seemed like maybe just a little bit playing scared. Not BenEQ this game one. Obviously, he popped off, went had 10 kills or something like that. He looked great, but I think the duo lane specifically, I think Wowie sort of just wasn't in his comfort zone at the moment. It just seemed like maybe they're still trying to get off to a solid start, but we've seen some of these players, we've seen what they're able to do, in Aquarius and Wowie, as we mentioned. So I think if they can, get this sort of scrim mentality out of the way and just say, hey, we are here, we made it to the league, and we deserve to be here. Yeah, they definitely have a middle of the pack to higher middle of the pack ceiling, I would say. But it just really depends if they can execute, because how they played game 2 and 3 versus the Scarabs, it wasn't up to par with what we would expect, I would say.
Right, a lot of what we heard, and I talked to the Titans just this past week during our media day, was that the Valkyries played one of the cleanest games of Smite all week long. They didn't win the set, but the game that the Valkyries did win was one of the cleanest games of Smite that we saw played all week long. And I asked this question to the Titans, Miff, and I'll ask it to you as well. It's very similar to what Trelly's talking about, but in past years, there's been a kind of standout team towards the bottom of the league that just can't get wins rolling for the life of them. And this Valhalla Valkyries roster, as a quote org, has some history in that. Do you think that this Valkyries team will be able to string some wins together throughout the year?
It's hard to say, right? I think that there is potential for them to take games, to be sure. I think specifically up against maybe the Oni Warriors, the Solar Scarabs, the teams that you would expect to find themselves a little bit more so towards the middle or lower middle. But I do not have very high faith in this Valkyries roster as a whole. I think individual players on this team will look good and will continue to look good, namely the mid laner and the soul laner. I love everything that we've seen from them so far. But I echo the sentiment of Trelly that this dual lane has yet to impress. We know that that's where the SPL tenure is coming from as well, so maybe some additional weight on Wowie over there to perform up to the level that we can expect from an SPL ADC. But so far, have not seen it. Can they take games? I think so. Will they take a whole lot of games? Personally, I don't think so.
A difficult weekend ahead for the Valhalla Valkyries. They will play the Oni Warriors on Saturday, and then a matchup against the Tartarus Titans on Sunday. So can the Valkyries get some wheels spinning this weekend? we will have to wait and see. Talking about those matchups and some of the other matchups that we've got is J-Mac. He'll be standing by on the telestrator in just a moment.
What's up, everybody? Normally, it's my job to recap the week and tell you guys all what happened, all last week. But this time, I'm going to tell you guys some of my predictions as we move into week number 2 of the SPL. Don't be alarmed by all the votes here onto the left-hand side. This just makes my job a little bit easier here. So our first set of the day is going to be the Solar Scarabs up against the Camelot Kings. Just giving kind of quick thoughts on it here. Solar Scarabs, they're still kind of going through some of the pains they had at the end of phase number 3. Camelot Kings, even with a loss over against the Atlantis Leviathans to start the week, have been looking better with every single game that they played. And with that, I'm going to give my initial vote over to the side of the Camelot Kings. Well, apparently I can't pick that one because it's already going to be thrown soon. So I hope you guys have already made your pick. Now I'm locked into the Scarabs, so now I'm going to have to eat my words with that one. Going into our second set, though. Oni Warriors up against the Jade Dragons. Jade Dragons still are having some of the problems that they had in phase number 3 and kind of all throughout last season of the SPL. Their hills are very high, but their valleys are also fairly low. Oni Warriors have been on a nice little rise up into here. And if you guys are putting your stock in Oni Warriors, don't worry. I'm going to be putting my stock in that same one too here. Oni Warriors are going to be my vote for the Jade Dragons this week. I just need to see a little bit more out of the Jade Dragons and to really put a lot of confidence in that kind of a vote for them so far. Next one up is going to be Atlantis Leviathans up against the Tartarus Titans for our third set of the week, our first set that's going to be going on tomorrow. And in all honesty, I'm going to be giving my vote over to the Tartarus Titans on this one, if I can actually tap that one there. The Atlantis Leviathans have finally shown that they can bleed, and if there was one team in the league that had the best chance of beating them last year and one of the best chances of beating them this year, outside of the Warriors who have already done it, it would be the Tartarus Titans. So I've got a lot of faith the Tartarus Titans can maybe bring another win over onto their side. Our next setup is going to be the Valhalla Valkyries up against the Oni Warriors. Oni Warriors, again, still a team that's a bit on the rise. We're still waiting to see if what we saw out of them last week against the Leviathans is going to hold true. Valkyries, still here in this first phase. I'm going to echo a lot of what I said on the waiting room last week. This is a team that's going to take at least a phase before they're able to really start taking big sets. Can they take games off of teams? Absolutely. We saw it last week with the Scarabs as a completely dominant game 1 out of them, but their games 2 and 3 were a little bit sloppier, kind of still working their way here into the SPL. With that, I'm giving my vote over to the Oni Warriors over the Valhalla Valkyries. Next up is going to be the Olympus Bolts and the Atlantis Leviathans. Bolts are still kind of struggling. Even their setup against the Oni Warriors, despite that one being a win, wasn't the cleanest of win. It was a little sloppy by both of these teams out here. Atlantis Leviathans are still coming off of the high from their season championship. They're still a great team out here. Olympus Bolts still need a little bit more to prove, though. I do believe that they are making some big strides over into the Soul Lane. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that matchup specifically between Haddix and Yarkor. But with this one, I am going to give my vote over to the Atlantis Leviathans, at least for now. We'll see how the season continues progressing. The next setup is going to be the Tartarus Titans up against the Valhalla Valkyries, and I'm going to keep this one brief. The Valkyries still, echoing what I mentioned just earlier, not the best team in the league as of yet. Tartarus Titans are still one of the top teams out in the league, a very clean win from them last week, and I expect it to be another clean win out of the Titans this week. But we still got one more set. Don't forget about that one if I can actually get it to go down. There we go. Jade Dragons and the Camelot Kings. I think this is going to be one that you really want to make sure to keep your eyes on here. I think the Jade Dragons have a lot to prove coming into this season with their new mid laner. And that mid lane matchup specifically is one I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. Pagon versus BMT is sure to be a bloodbath in that mid lane. Pagon with his more unorthodox style of picks. BMT with his more traditional picks. And then over in that solo lane matchup, Variety versus Final K is always a sparks flying matchup in that solo lane. It's going to be a very close one here, but I think I'm going to give my slight edge over to the side of the Camelot Kings. That's going to wrap up my predictions this week. If you guys want to echo the predictions I've gone with, go ahead. If you end up getting them wrong, don't blame me. Blame the man over there in your corner down there.
Whose arms were those?
I think Australia's inked up, bro. Yo, flash the camera.
I can see your arms from here.
Yeah.
I got the most tattooed arms on the team. I got the one little triangle on my arm. J-Mac there on the predictions for the week. I think Leviathans versus Titans on Saturday. Going to be a very exciting matchup between those two squads. I always like looking back at week 1 in the same way that J-Mac did there. And there's so much data to be gleaned, you know, from all the matches that we get. And the ability to, Nif, you You're loving life in the podcast room today, aren't you?
Dude, it's great. I love my job.
I remember, and we'll get to it here in just a moment. I remember one of my big takeaways from week 1 was looking at the Kings and two game sets for that squad. And a lot of the storylines that we put together about the Kings is their ability to control the map, control the objectives on the map. And Blues, who puts together these awesome weekly stats for us.
Blues Ultra.
Blues Ultra, right. Put together all these awesome weekly stats for us and for the entire community. You'll see in just a moment as we get to the graphics. I remember seeing the Kings had like just absurd like neutral objective control rates. And it feels like that's the style of game that this team is going to play this year.
Yeah, the Kings they do it better on the map. Totem a coup, obelisk control, early objectives. It's exactly how they establish their leads early on. A lot of teams have been really trying to slow that down. It seems to be identified by the majority of squads in the SPL. That is where the Camelot Kings get the majority of their wins. And once we start to see some of those answers coming through, once we start to see maybe some more objective-focused control from other squads when they line up against the Kings, we'll see how the Kings are able to adapt. As of now, I don't think the Camelot Kings have got a massive target on their back. Instead, I think most people looking towards the Titans and the Leviathans trying to counter out exactly what they're doing. So we might just see the Camelot Kings continue to get away with their style play.
You know who does have a big target on their back? Before we move on to Blues Ultra and his graphics, I want to talk a little bit about fantasy, our fantasy league from week 1. Miff, you have a target on your back after week number 1. You scored, in our scoring system, 328 points total. The next highest was 290, so a hefty margin between Mifflin and the next, which was Hindu.
Wasn't close.
And Miff, your team is Nika, Panatom, Big Man Tings, Gamma, Barracuda, and then Oxy, the head coach for the Leviathans. I mean, that is a solid squad you've got there. I still can't believe Variety, Sam, Shinto, Mike, Zapman, and Biggie, my squad, was second to last week.
Yeah.
I think I drafted a top tier squad. Yeah. No chance.
Well, second to last. It's not poor, but it could be better.
So Nico was your standout player, Miff.
Of course.
And I think this will be interesting for our fantasy this year. If the Warriors continue the trend that they've built here, and the Warriors are a team that's going to be very competitive week in and week out. As of right now, there's only 2 Warriors on our teams. Nika and Kivo Fred are the only 2 Warriors that are on any rosters right now, on any of our fantasy rosters. And so I'm curious if by the end of the year, those could end up being some sleeper pickups later on. But Miff, what do you attribute your success to here? Just smart game knowledge, better drafting?
Here we go.
I mean, week 1 in fantasy was yours.
Look, here's the thing about how fantasy drafts work. You're right. You get to take turns, so I can't really attribute all my success to me because you guys, had brains, would have been able to take the players that I wanted. But you didn't. So if I got to give credit to anybody for my win, it's everyone I stomped on the way up.
Yeah, fair enough. Trelly, you had a forgettable week. Final K, Layers, Pagon, Inbound, Cyclone, Spin, and Slaney gave you a caster low 181 points. The next lowest was me at 236. So at least the gap between the rest of us wasn't as wide as me to Trelly. And I'm just going to stomp on you and move right on. Trelly, hope for a better week for you here in fantasy.
I was going to say, you set up Miff to just dunk on us, and then you just put me down.
Yes, correct.
In the
and I have the ability to do that as the leader of this show. I did mention just a moment ago the Blues Ultra graphics and how much information we can gather from those. We'll see the stuff that we had just talked about with the Camelot Kings down the stretch a little bit. Pick ban, I think week 1 there's some information to be gathered from that, but it's now the established trends over the course of the next couple of weeks where that's where the trends will really be rather than what we gathered here in week 1. Did anything stand out to you, Trelly, picks and bans wise in week 1 that maybe surprised you, or was it pretty similar from what we had in SEC and qualifiers and things like that leading up?
I mean, if we're going to talk about the Camelot Kings and their picks, we have to mention the Bakasura that we saw Captain Twig whip out. And I think that has something to do with how well they were able to control the map, because Twig was not fighting. He was not trying to team fight in the slightest. He was running the farm, he was eating camps, and he was ignoring his team, more often than not just split pushing. So while their farm game was solid and they were trying to get ahead, they were still not winning team fights because it was always a 4v5. So I think, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you got a bunch of farm and you got Obelisk, and Genetics was dying to confirm those interceptors, but the team fight presence wasn't there. You're always fighting a man down. So the Bakasura did bring a
Yeah.
little bit of these flashy stats, but it just didn't bring that team fight presence.
Could work with the style of game that the Camelot Kings want to play. Camelot Kings will be in our first matchup of the week here in the SPL. They will be playing up against the Solar Scarabs to round out our day here. What last year might not have been all that crazy of a matchup, now apparently is going to be very, very fun to watch. The Oni Warriors up against the Jade Dragons will be our final match of the day, leading into tomorrow. That's the Atlantis Leviathans versus the Tartarus Titans to start off the day on Saturday. Valks and Warriors will end the day on Saturday. And then, of course, we've got 3 matches on Sunday as well. Only 1 week of SPL is played. Some teams have played 1 game. A couple of teams have played 2 games. So standings will look a little bit different depending on how many games have been played. Up top, though, Tartarus Titans, everyone else feeling a little bit more back and forth. So let's talk a little bit about this week, and I want to zone in on the match of the week before we move on to a break, just very briefly before the SPL starts today. Atlantis Leviathans versus Tartarus Titans. J-Mac goes Titans on this matchup. Trelly, who are you looking forward to our first match of the day on Saturday?
Man, if you would have asked me this a week ago, I would have said Leviathans, no question.
Of course.
No question asked. But coming off a loss like they are, it's going to be, you have to decide, can we bounce back from this? Obviously, the Titans still a very strong roster, but I just have to think at this point, the Leviathans, they still have what it takes, man. They're still in my head the best looking team out there. They just had a little bit of a fumble, and I feel like they're going to make the necessary adjustments. I'm gonna still give my vote to Leviathans on this one.
Miff, quick thoughts from you. Leviathans, Titans, who you picking?
Man, had you asked me a week ago, I would have very easily said the Leviathans, and I still will. Atlantis Leviathans.
Atlantis Leviathans to Miff. I'm the host, so I get to abstain my vote. I'll wait until Saturday. Actually, I think I might be casting that one, so I can't vote anyway. Solar Scarabs versus the Camelot Kings, our first match of the SPL week. Coming up next. Stick around.
Hello? Hello? Where's that sound coming from? It must be outside. I keep hearing voices, and I'm like, I hear voices in my head. They're from outside. Hello, Blue. Jerry found us on somebody's video, one of the racers from inside the vehicle. He found us on the sidelines. That's what he was showing me. I'm hearing a voice too. Oh wait, that's your voice. Haha. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, we're obviously not the focus, but like that's where we were, and you can see us. It's pretty neat. And my eyes hurt. I feel like I need to go back to sleep, but I shouldn't sleep anymore. I've slept too much. Yep. Luna!
This is the beginning of the end for you.
When I sleep, I'll sleep cuddled with you.
Bestowed upon you the power of the sun.
Because I've already slept a
Mighty
bunch.
sword! Strike while the iron's hot. For Camelot! For Avalon! Let the heavens rain! I am Ragnarok!
Howdy, Smite fans, and happy Friday, and welcome to the SPL. Our second week of play is now ready to go here for the Smite Pro League. My name is J Mac Tucker, formally introducing you here into week number 2. We got a lot of matchups to go through, 7 more sets this week between a lot of our big teams. We got to look at some very nice matchups last week, and now we're going to take a look forward and see everything that's going to be coming out today. Before we go into talking about our first set, let me introduce who I've got with me, because it's going to be hard for me to talk about all this stuff by myself. I got Mifflin here to kind of help alleviate a little bit of the pressure here on this job. But first set of the day, we're going to have the Kings versus the Scarabs, and going to be talking a lot about these two teams, especially talking about these mid laners really in depth.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this set, J-Mac. I feel like it really is going to come down to the battle of early game control, kill control for the Solar Scarabs, or maybe just objective control, macro play. That's what the Kings would like.
I guess you got a
to talk
point.
about here.
I can
Just
cuddle
looking at the
without
Blues
sleeping
Ultras
then.
graphic, we got to see a lot of what the Kings were able to do on the macro play. But before we go into that, let's show you guys everything that you can look forward to, at least for the remainder of today and tomorrow.
Meow.
Solar Scarabs and the Kings will be our first set of the day.
What?
Followed by that will be the Oni
I already
Warriors
fed you.
up against the Jade Dragons. And then tomorrow, 1 p.m., we'll kick it off with the Atlantis Leviathans and Tartarus Titans. And then the Valhalla Valkyries up against the Oni Warriors for the second match of Saturday. And then we'll still have 3 more matches to go over on Sunday. But Mifflin, going into this first matchup here, Camelot Kings and the Scarabs. Let's talk about the Kings first, because the Kings, much like the Scarabs, they're both sitting at a 1-1 record right now. Camelot Kings, with the standings here, were able to slightly edge up just because the Scarabs had the 0-2 defeat up against the Dragons. That's why Kings are just a little bit higher there. But the Kings went to all 3 games in both of their sets. They looked pretty darn good in pretty much every one of their games going through there. There was a lot of focus on the jungle last week. I think it's important that we dial in on the mid laners here, though, today. BMT has really kind of been one of those players. It took him a while before he was able to get over here. Last year was nearly into the year before we finally got to see what he could do on land. Now that he's had time on land, this is a player that's really been
Right,
able to
Kitty,
impress in
I'll
his
save
first couple of
Willow's
weeks.
nook for
Yeah,
you.
and I think mid lane is especially one of those roles where you need to be playing on local ping. You want to be able to land these massive abilities. It's not, like a Guardian where you miss your taunt, you're like, okay, I can just do it again in 10 seconds. You miss an ability on mid, you miss like your massive ultimate cooldown, all of a sudden you are largely mitigated in how effective you can be in some of these team fights. So now having Big Man Tings over across the pond and back with the rest of his team, not only is he going to have an easier time just straight up playing the game, hitting his buttons and landing them, but also he's going to be improved communication
Maybe
skills
take a
between him and his
caffeine pill or
team.
something.
He's got a more clear line of contact with what I can only assume is the life coach for the Camelot Kings. And now with that, we've already seen what it is, exactly what Big Man Tings wants to play. He's still playing Big Man Tings picks, the Agni, the Merlins of the world, the ability to just be that standard AoE mage, but also has been playing very aggressively on these picks. I mean, very often we'll see him at or at least near the front of some of these team fights, using that flicker aggressively, dashing forward on this Agni, just getting involved, almost acting as a pseudo roamer for his team at times. Keep in mind, level 11 on the screen right now, already in the duo lane. Not many mid laners in the league are making those levels of rotations. When I think of top of the league, when I think of like textbook mid laner, it's the
Sorry, I had
Pauls,
to pause
the
this for a
Shintos, it's
second.
the, hey, I'm going to clear my wave, and it
not
looks like there's
pause
a
it.
back camp up, so I'm going to
Does
go
this
ahead
pause?
and go
Is there a
grab
pause
that.
option? Jesus, fuck. Ah, I'm getting so frustrated today by everything. Yep. What hurts? I'll make it feel better if I can. My feet, my calves, my thighs, my back, my neck, my eyes. Those things. Oh wait, is this a coffee game? No. None of those things hurt right now. No. Coffee is not involved in this pain. Makes my shoulders hurt too. Everything hurts. Oh god. It's the end of the world as we know it. So this didn't count then, probably. Nope, go figure. What? Delete like the last message? Like, okay, sure. Fucking stupid. Jesus. Why is everything so stupid today? Oh my god. Nothing's working correctly. Everything's being like completely stupid. Like not working in really stupid ways. Like deleting one message. Like what? That refresh to get one message? Like you got the one before it, the one that happened 2 seconds before it, but not the one that happened after it? What? Okay. Oh my god. Losing my fucking mind here, Bloop. I'm really losing my mind. Painful. Meow. This cat's funny. You're funny. Exercising all over Willow with the lotion. Thanks. That'd be cool. Meow. What do you think of that? jasmine. Jasmine juice. All day jasmine. Okay, that's going. So I guess we'll just stay on this one then. Stupid. Shit. GG's. What? What? What are you looking at, son? What do you think this is? Meow. What are you doing? Okay. Should I eat something? Be right back. I'm gonna see if I can feed Tina again. Okay. I'm back. See what you have to eat. I had to feed Tina. I couldn't feed her earlier. I had a problem. So I fed Tina and looked for food. And I have some stale bread. So I might eat that. Yep. Should be great. Should be great.
That one. I'll race my jungler there. Big Man Tings
What are
in
they
some of
talking
these
about?
team fights. So now having Big Man Tings over across the pond and back with the rest of his team, not only is he going to have an easier time just straight up playing the game, hitting his buttons and landing them, but also he's going to be improved communication skills between him and his team. He's got a more clear line of contact with what I can only assume is the life coach for the Camelot Kings. And now with that, we've already seen what it is, exactly how Big Man Tings wants to play. He's still playing Big Man Tings picks, the Agni, the Merlins of the world, the ability to just be that standard AoE mage, but also has been playing very aggressively on these picks. I mean, very often we'll see him at or at least near the front of some of these team fights, using that flicker aggressively, dashing forward on this Agni, just getting involved, almost acting as a pseudo roamer for his team at times. Keep in mind, level 11 on the screen right now, already in the duo lane. Not many mid laners in the league are making those levels of rotations. When I think of top of the league, when I think of like textbook mid laner, it's the Pauls, it's the Shintos, it's the, hey, I'm going to clear my wave and it looks like there's a back camp up, so I'm going to go ahead and go grab that one. I'll race my jungler there. Big Man Ting's much more interested in getting involved in the fight, making sure that his team is operating. He is a selfless mid laner, almost reminiscent of what we saw from Hurrywind in years of past, just really there to put the team forward.
Well, here with the Solar Scarabs and really kind of diving here with BMT, yes, it's taken these guys quite some time to fully get themselves together. They've now had, I remember their very first week they were finally all grouped back together was during the World's Qualification Land, if I'm not mistaken. They had to go all 15 games of their set to make any kind of headway to getting into the World Championships to fight back in there. BMT, I think you're right to point out a little bit more aggressive now that he's over here on that local ping. He can finally match up with a lot of the mid laners who are already at this point. You know, yes, he's still playing his big man kind of picks. He's even still got those pocket ones. Things like the Hera, the Discordia are always things that he can kind of pop out there at any given time that he needs to note up there. On that. But going up against him is going to be Baronic on the side of the Scarabs, a player who goes for maybe a little bit less of the conventional style. We saw a lot of Hunter mids come out of Baronic last season. The Tiamat was something that he kind of went to. The Giannis is definitely one of those kind of sleeper picks that some players were even going so far as to banning away from him. Mivlin, how do you kind of feel about this matchup for Baronic?
I think it's going to be a good heat check. It's not often that you get to talk about mid laners in an actual 1v1. It's more so, what are you bringing to your team? If we see Baronic go back towards this Giannis, he plays a very facilitator role. We'll try and match some of those rotations that I think Big Man Tings will be going for himself. Otherwise, I think Baronic finds himself in an interesting position that I don't know exactly what it is that he wants to do. What is it that he wants to grow into? What is it that he wants to be his style in the mid lane? Baronic screams to me a player that is still trying to establish what is going to work consistently for him. Because, sure, the Giannis is something he's very mechanically capable of playing, but that is also a pick that your team has to be capable of playing around. And it doesn't really seem like the Scarabs want to play around that mobility that Giannis affords. Instead, they'd much prefer to play through their support, Bobby, choosing the majority of their fights, or Scream, just hyper-carrying some of these games. So, then he goes towards things like the Tiamat, which I've considered to be the standard patented plug-and-play mid laner in Smite right now, will fit the majority of your drafts. So I'm curious to see, maybe today or throughout the next couple of months or weeks, what it is that Baronic is trying to gear up as he lines himself up for a LAN event, as he starts to get ready for some of these playoffs. Because right now, Baronic does not scream to me a player that has a solidified identity.
So far, it seems he is kind of just following the trends. You know, oh, everybody else is doing this. I'll throw my hand in here. He's still got those couple of signature picks like there, like the Giannis that we talked about, and what a lot of his highlights were just from that last week of play. So always keep your eyes on what this mid laner is going to be able to do here for the Solar Scares. But I think you're right to talk about, Bobby kind of being the main facilitator for this team, and even Scream out there. I mean, Scream was Mr. 80% last year, the 80% kill participation for his team, one of the highest in the leagues.
Is that a real stat?
I believe it was. If I'm
Oh
not
my
mistaken,
God, I was memeing when I've been calling him
We know
80%.
that you were going the meme on there. At first, I thought you were kind of going off the original play there, but no, he was like 80% kill participation. I don't remember if it was the highest in the league at that time or one of the highest there, but I mean, Scream was active across the map everywhere here. But Coach Slaney is the one that we really want to kind of talk a little bit to, and luckily for us, we did have a nice little interview with Slaney. So we'll go ahead and throw to that interview, see what he had to say about the team.
Performance-wise, I think we obviously showed a lot of weaknesses. We made a lot of mistakes that even we wouldn't have last year. Even honestly, I think we had like the worst performance kind of in the past 2 years combined. It was kind of a mix of long breaks for us don't usually mix well. We didn't have the best practice going in. A lot of kind of wasted scrims. People like just kind of like figuring stuff out. And then personally as well, I think I had trouble reading the meta and figuring out draft order and draft timings for things. But I think after everything this week, we've kind of like learned a lot with that. So I think going forward, it should be a bit easier. I think the Kings had a pretty shaky performance. They definitely performed better than us, but I think there were a lot of like weak points that we could like look onto. I think Genetics didn't really have the best performance, and I think as a team, the Kings usually have to have Sam performing pretty well. But overall, we have a lot of history with the Kings. Obviously, we finished 3rd, 4th with them at Worlds, so it'd be nice to like play them again, and we're kind of all good friends and we scrim each other a lot, so it's always like fun playing those guys. Biggest threat on the Kings, probably Twig. I think the way that he thinks about the game is just really special in a good kind of way. It's really hard to think about what he thinks is good. It's hard to think about how he wants to play the map, because I don't know, it's just hard to get into Ben's head kind of thing. I think Netroid is always obviously super consistent. Other than that, I think the rest of it's kind of normal. I don't think there's like Harry's not exactly, Variety's not exactly a hard carry player, I would say. He's just kind of like a facilitator for the team. So I think as long as we keep Ben in line and we don't let him do something too crazy for us, it should be pretty good game. I mean, realistically, looking at our performance from the past, I think it would be realistic to say it should be a 2-1 going forward. But I'd like to say that we have a good week of scrims, we have good practice, that a 2-0 should be pretty realistic for us.
Coach Slaney here on the side of the Scarabs, really talking about the biggest threat kind of being Captain Twig over in that jungle, and then Netroid, a very consistent carry on the side of the Kings, which is kind of opposite of what some of the other teams have had to say. I believe when we had the interview with the Bolts, they were saying that Genetics was one of the biggest problems to deal with on that team because he's one of the bigger minds of the team. You never know what he's going to bring out here. But talking into the jungle, I think it's right to talk about maybe 2 to 3 roles in this entirely here. Is Midland, we forgot to mention that Shiva is going to be available for play this week for all of these guys. And Shiva, at least in maybe some in the casual scene, some of the ranked players have been talking about it, are really potent jungler, really strong soul laner, even seeing potential hints over into that support role. But I think talking about Captain Twig and his kind of play style, this setup-oriented style of jungler, I think Shiva could be a perfect pick for him.
I think he could be, but I'm very willing to eat my words here. I'm not sure that the relative strength of Shiva is enough to knock out any of the current meta picks, right? Like, he doesn't bring more setup than Twig's Hunbots. He doesn't bring more objective-focused play than a Kleena out of the jungle. So I think that although he is strong, I'm not sure if we're going to see a whole lot of priority towards him.
Well, we'll see if we see any priority of Shiva here, at least in game number 1. Picks and bans between the Solar Scarabs and the Camelot Kings. Our first set and first game of the day here in week 2 of the SPL. And right out the gate, it's going to be a Dodgy. And Myth, I'm going to throw this over to you as our resident jungler out here. Dodgy has been seeing an immense amount of bans and ban priority, maybe even towards specific teams here. What is just so strong about this Dodgy that she is like a first ban priority at this point?
Well, Dodgy is a very consistent CC bot, right? Think of her as essentially a very safe Ares pick at times, where she can just go up in the middle of a team fight, burn 3 sets of beads, and then rinse, repeat, do it again. This time you're burning lives instead of beads, or maybe you're getting the ultimate the second time around, third time around, maybe able to confirm some of those kills. But no matter what, Dodgy is going to consistently take away resources from her opposition. And then if you pull a lead with Dodgy, burst potential incredibly high, 1v1 potential incredibly high in that same right. She's seen some buffs roll her way essentially just through builds. Hydra's Lament, certainly an item that she prioritizes very highly and, well, makes very great use of as well, thanks to that 10% penetration added onto it.
Well, to stack the Dodgy as far as jungle bans are, it's a Gilgamesh and a Khepri now on the side of the Solar Scarabs. Kings will take away Cthulhu, Kali, and Kabrakan, so a couple of jungle shots thrown over there towards the way of Scream. The first bands come through, and now into first picks. We have Erlong Shen out of the jungle here for the Solar Scarabs, and the Camelot Kings will draft up Medusa Yamoja. So, making sure that they can get that dual lane priority. We've talked to the ends of the earth here about this Medusa and her strengths out there. Yamoja, though, still, even with all the nerfs that have come her way, she still seems to be crawling her way towards the top of the pick priority.
Look, man, heals always going to feel very good. The ability to displace an enemy without having to put your body at risk, always going to be very good. Riptide essentially acting as a hurt pool in some of these fights, but it also doesn't have a cooldown. So if you're real nice with it, do it twice. You're displacing somebody to the same extent of a Sobek block, but all without putting yourself at risk. Passive healing thanks to the auto attacks, HP shield, as well as just burst healing thanks to that second ability. And you are able to control the relics on the other side when you have a Yamoja on your team, at least a little bit. Generally, we'll see one Phantom Shell picked up in response to this pick. Otherwise, could have been a Fortifying Shell, which will give you HP shield and movement speed. Now, you're really picking it up just to deal with one guy. It's a very strong, very versatile pick for their team. And the Camelot Kings get to double dip on aggression in the duo lane, assuming that it is Medusa headed over towards the duo. Yamoja has got very strong clear for a Guardian, also has great lockdown potential, Lacerate plus Viper Shot, always going to do 50-60% of a Hunter's HP bar. There's a very scary duo lane for the Camelot Kings.
Well, one god that had an almost 100% pick rate, but had a 100% win rate, at least in the games that she did make it through Kleena, goes all the way to a 4th ban on the side of the Solar Scarabs here. Very surprising to see that god make it so far up the list here. But alongside the Erlong Shen, it's RDO Bacchus to match some of that aggression, at least in the dual lane with this Bacchus up against Yamoja. And then a Cerberus to round out the top 3 there of the Kings. And then a direct response over towards the mid laner of the Scarabs. We were talking about Baronic and his Giannis play that he was able to bring out last week. And the Kings don't want to deal with that. They'll go ahead and ban that one away here. And maybe wise to throw some bans towards Baronic. We've been seeing the ADC meta at this point. You can kind of not really play whatever you want, but you can kind of play whatever you want there. So not wanting to throw any bans, at least over towards Stewart.
No, not this time. Bastet going to round out the ban column here. The Solar Scarabs going to go ahead and remove yet another from Captain Twig's God Pool on the other side. The Camelot Kings are going to have their best decision so far. So, looking at the drafts already, the Solar Scarabs have picked up a triple frontline composition with their first 3 selections, and it is an incredibly strong one. RDO and Bacchus going to be able to establish lane dominance relatively easy. I've said that RDO essentially does not have any poor matchups in the soul lane. Nobody really directly counters this god. You can counter facets of her kit. Cerberus, if it is going to be over there in the lane with them, could potentially mitigate some of that healing, steal it for himself. You're not going to stop all that damage output. You're not going to be able to stop that clear. You're not going to be able to even channel your Ghastly Breath fully because of the stun in that bear stance. So RDO, although slightly mitigated, going to feel just fine in that lane. Otherwise, the only concern I have so far for the Solar Scarabs draft is likely this Erlong Shen. I've said it plenty of times. The win rate, not very convincing. Very feast or famine, more often famine in the last couple of months. So I've got high expectations for this pick, especially because it was a first pick selection.
Yeah, I mean, this Erlong Shen, across pretty much all levels of competitive, has been struggling to find some wins out here. Coming out of the bans, though, with that Giannis and the Zeus ban out of the Kings, it'll be a jungle pickup on the side of the Kings here. A Nemesis immediately after to maybe deal with some of this triple frontline. Bacchus always seen as one of the tankiest Guardians in the game. Nemesis should be able to make good work here. But now you're over here towards the Solar Scarabs. I mean, some of these top, flat pen mage abusers that we've seen out here, the Thoughts, Agnis, those are still out. So it feels that, maybe just a small little target there, at least onto the side of the Kings. But I'm losing Cobb. I mean, how do you feel about this guy coming back in here? I mean, we didn't see him for a little while when Season 9 turned around, but he seems to have been rearing his head back here in the SPL.
I'm a big AMC fan. He's got great laning phase, very easy to clear out these waves, maintain some semblance of safety, just throw out the swarm of bees, the honey, immediately reset yourself back to tower. Very often we'll see these teams when lined up against AMC say, oh, well, he doesn't have a dash, he doesn't have a leap, we should jump on him early game. But they kind of forget about how much damage output he's got in his own right. That Stinger is just a massive bit of burst, and if anybody's nearby, they get to benefit from additional defense shred. I believe it's 30% from Stinger on whoever he's able to connect that onto. And looking at the rest of the draft already built around this AMC, defense shred going to help out this Olarun a fair bit. Erlong Shen going to have a much easier time confirming some of these kills. The follow-up is there. The combo, incredibly scary. Erlong Shen pin from a distance, turtle form knockup. Stinger's probably already on you, but barring that, failing that, still got the 9 turns blessing to make sure that he's always landing that ability.
And Neath, a final pick here out of the Camelot Kings. And this one we've seen kind of flex between a couple of different spots here between that Hunter and that mid-roll. But typically, when we have seen this Neath go into the mid lane, it's been very heavily abused. I mean, Mifflin, when you're looking at the triple front line that the Solar Scarabs have, I mean, where do you even want to slot this need? Do you want to throw in a mid to deal with this Erlong Shen, 2v2 matchup with the AMC?
Of course, everything's
Yeah, I'd probably
annoying.
send her towards mid. You want to be able to farm the map consistently, and I think you're going to get a good deal of farm very early on in mid. You can go for this more ability-focused build. But I like this Neath selection, namely, to deal with AMC. What did I just say is the main issue that these teams have is closing gap onto AMC, and when they do, they're generally pretty far out of position. What if you start the fight by removing 80% of AMC's HP? Just immediately.
Pretty good.
Just a little bit more damage to finish off some of these kills, and you can trust that a Petrify in a team fight will probably find its way home. You can trust that Cerberus should be able to close that gap relatively easily. And barring all that, you still have great displacement from Umoja. You're able to move yourself or your teammates a little bit closer. Nemesis double dash, only really going to need the slice and dice to finish off some of these kills as well. But I do echo your concerns of, yes, Neath is very strong into this matchup, but has struggled historically in mid to just survive that laning phase. But if the answer of the Camelot Kings is to just play the macro farm, play a slow pace throughout the early game, well, that's what they'll do. They'll just sit in the mid tower and wait until that point in the game where that Neath ultimate is a threat in its own right.
Well, as we look at these teams holistically here, as we start getting towards these late game team fights, we've talked about how the Umoja, typically one of the answers is right now is you pick up a Phantom Shell. Now you don't have to deal with their ultimate. I'm looking over here at the side of the Camelot Kings. Who's going to be the one to really close in and try and close gap on this Oleron? We talked about how you can take down the AMC, but who's going to be the one jumping in the middle of these sanctified fields to deal with them, Mifflin?
Well, I'm hoping nobody jumping into a center of a sanctified
You
field,
hope so.
right? Like you
That's
don't
everything
really
annoying me.
want to do that. When you don't have the picks like Cthulhu that can just completely ignore a sanctified fields or the Camazots,
Just
generally
shit.
it's we're gonna play a virgin. We're
stupid
just gonna
shit.
say, okay,
Constantly.
sanctified
Oh,
fields
fucking
down, time to disengage. We'll wait it out. It's a long cooldown.
That's
Then
stale
you
bread for
re-engage,
breakfast
and
is good.
essentially it's just an immobile ADC
Yummy
mage,
stale
right? That
bread.
has the ability to crit.
Well, when we're talking about these two teams out here, both these teams sitting 1-1 currently on the standings. Solar Scarabs were able to find a win last week over the Valkyries. Had an unfortunate loss up to the Dragons and then the Camelot Kings. With a loss to the Leviathans, but a win over the Bolts. So both of them trying to fight to at least improve their ways in the standings here. Mifflin, looking at these two teams, where are you putting your favoritism here in Game 1 with these drafts?
I really like both drafts a lot. I think it comes down to where it is on the map that they decide to play, who's going to establish the leads
happened
throughout
to
the
you?
early game.
Did you
If
get
Erlong
squashed?
Shen gets the ball rolling early, the Solar Scarab's going to feel very good throughout the rest of the match because they've got some
Alright,
very,
put your
very
foot down.
strong scaling come mid to
Put your
late.
foot down.
So you need that Erlong Shen to act as your bridge pick to get you to that phase. If he famines, like we have seen from Erlong Shen, well, I'm going immediately to the Camelot Kings. In a dead even state or even from a lead, I think the Kings can certainly run away with the game. So with history as an indicator, I think I just favor the Kings overall.
Where'd you go?
So as far as coming down to it, late game, the Kings want to make sure that this Erlong Shen does go down. Meanwhile, for the Solar
Doesn't sound like
Scarabs,
nothing, but I'm
the
here
Erlong
for
Shen,
everyone.
should
Talk
it start to falter here, where is
this
kind of that
fantastic
bounce back point for them? Is it over
I'll
there in the
take it
dual
all.
lane with Bobby and Stewart? Is it through Baronic? I mean, where do they find their way through
Thanks,
if
Blue.
Scream should not be able to find any kind of success earlier on?
If Scream's struggling throughout the early, I think you just lean back and you say to yourselves, all right,
just stupid
well, we
little shit
scale.
things that piss
We've
me
got an
off.
AMC, we've got an Oleron. Let's similarly wait it out and get to that late game portion of the match. I would expect
Just a whole
Scream
bunch of 'em.
to
They just keep
likely
happening.
transition his build, pivot into more of a frontliner if he doesn't get the ball rolling early on, become that initiator for his team, and just act as another
dude's
piece
shirt.
of that front line for his squad. Because you do have so much damage
all
already coming
pineapples.
from AMC and Oleron.
Well, our first
Justin.
set of the day, our first game of the day, the Solar Scarabs and the Camelot Kings. Who is going to find their success? Let's throw it right over into Game 1 to find out.
Stop.
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Mifflin on the desk. Me and Trelly will be bringing you this game between the Scarabs and the Camelot Kings. And obviously, Trelly, we saw the picks and bans here. A couple of contested picks, but more importantly for me is where the battle around the obelisk is going to be today, because both these teams last week had a lot of pressure around their areas. Some successful, some not so much.
Yeah, I think Genetics probably the premier support right now that is fine with dying for that obelisk. As long as you're able to confirm that Indra Scepter for your team, I think Genetics has no problem saying, I'm going to put all my HP into this thing and then probably get 3 rotated on. I'll give them the kill, but at least we get that objective. So the Kings definitely value it a lot. It's going to be, will Bobby put that same amount of stock into it? I mean, we'll have to see.
Yeah, true. It's all depends what supports they're playing too, I guess. Umoja and Bacchus, though, too, that could technically
Don't have
get
the
there
fun
and
inside running
potentially
errands
get
with
away
the
from
TV
danger if they
things
need
inside.
to. But will we see the same sort of stock involved? Scarabs, though, in this first draft of the day, did draft a very tanky front line. RTO, Bacchus, and Erlang Shen with the top 3 picks.
That's nice of you, Blue. I don't really need anything. Except I'll need a drink. I'll be right back. Chaz, what are you doing? Are you stuck? See what happens? Ow. Hello. Ow. You don't have the funds until you run an errand? Like what, you have to go deposit a check? Just say the word. I'm here always. I best take care of you. Thanks. Ah! I'm losing my mind, okay? How much caffeine? 100 milligrams caffeine per 11 fluid ounces. Know what I mean? Shake, 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 shake. I like these Slim Fast shakes. They're good. Especially like that they have caffeine in them. Pretty helpful. Because then I don't have to take a caffeine pill. Kind of wish I still had my Adderall. That was a lot better. Actually, I don't know if that was better than caffeine or not. Maybe it's worse. Because it's amphetamine, right? So maybe that's not good. I don't know. I don't really care. Yeah, I mostly use cash except a specific account that's well protected. Interesting. Hard to use cash on the internet. But I don't blame you. Obviously, it's the word wood. I've had my identity stolen and some things got pretty messed up. Now I'm just extra cautious. Understandable. Identities are stupid. Like that? That's obviously the word were. I'm gonna shoot myself in the face with a squirt gun.
Kind of gave the game away of
This thing,
me is where the battle.
What are you guys talking about?
we've got an AMC, we've got an Oleron. Let's similarly wait it out and get to that late game portion of the match. I would expect Scream to likely transition his build, pivot into more of a frontliner if he doesn't get the ball rolling early on, become that initiator for his team, and just act as another piece of that front line for his squad, because you do have so much damage already coming from AMC and Oleron.
Well, our first set of the day, our first game of the day, the Solar Scarabs and the Camelot Kings. Who is going to find their success? Let's throw it right over into game one to find out.
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Mifflin on the desk. Me and Trelly will be bringing you this game between the Scarabs and the Camelot Kings. And obviously, Trelly, we saw the
darker
picks and
for some
bans
reason.
here, a couple of contested picks, but more importantly for me is where the battle around the obelisk is going to
You
be
see
today.
Hindu Man
Because
there?
both
Like,
the
look how much
Scarabs
younger,
and
or
the
look how much older
Camelot
he looks.
Kings. And obviously, Trelly, we saw the picks and
Right over into game one to
Is
find
it the
out.
beard?
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Mifflin on the desk. Me and Trelly will be bringing you this game between the
Lost a lot of
Scarabs
weight.
and the Camelot Kings. And obviously, Trelly, we saw the picks and bans here, a couple of contested picks,
Crazy.
but more importantly for me is where the battle around the obelisk is
The
going to be
battle?
today, because both these teams last week had a lot of pressure around their areas, some successful, some not so much.
Yeah, I think Genetics probably the premier support right now that is fine with dying for that obelisk. As long as you're able to confirm that Interceptor for your team, I think Genetics has no problem saying, I'm going to put all my HP into this thing and then probably get 3 rotated on. I'll give them the kill, but at least we get that objective. So the Kings definitely value it a lot. It's going to be, will Bobby put that same amount of stock into it? I mean, we'll have to see.
Yeah, true. It also depends what supports they're playing too, I guess.
just never
Umoja
get someone
and
to take over
Bacchus,
life
though,
is a
too,
bad
that
design.
could technically get there and potentially
Yep.
get away from danger if they need to. But will
I
we
hear
see
ya.
the same sort of stock involved? Scarabs, though, in this first draft of the day, did draft a very tanky front line. RTO, Bacchus, and Erlang Shen with the top 3 picks. Kind of gave the game away of like, okay, this is what you...
Funny story about that. My bank a couple years ago, no matter how much of my identity I verified, they would not accept it as my identity. They wouldn't accept that I was the person on the account that they were talking to. Even though I verified my date of birth, my social security number, my full name, my address, my previous address, my phone number on file, every single thing that they could possibly think of, like I verified all of the information, and they still wouldn't believe that I was who I was. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? What the hell else do you need? I've answered every question correctly, given you every single password and secret security code and social security number and password and birthday, and like you still don't believe I am who I am? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, how does anybody's identity getting stolen like ever work then? Like ever? Because even I can't use my own identity. That doesn't even work. I was like, it blew my mind. Like I had to go to the bank physically, which was not close by the way. There's none of those branches are close here because it was a bank that I opened on the East Coast. So I mean, it was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And then there's some places that you can just, oh, well, as long as you have a last name and a social security number, like that's it. That's all you need. Now you own somebody's life. But like, I couldn't do anything with my entire kit of information. It's just unbelievable to me. It's so inconsistent. That's what pisses me off so much about it. This identity shit. Anyways, that's all I want to say about that. Have fun.
You're going to have to deal with. Do you feel Kings have done a good job of answering that so far?
I would say that the Kings do have this sort of double ADC matchup as well. I think that's what the Scarabs were going for. We have triple tank and double ADC. That late game presence is what they're going for. But then the Kings answer back and say, hey, we have Neath, who's solid early as well, but still has that late game ADC shred on top of a Medusa. And then we also have Double Guardian to back it up here. And then Twig with the Nemesis can shred a good amount of the protections from this tank squad. So I think the Camelot Kings definitely did their homework here and knew what to draft to say, hey, we can deal with this tanky front line.
Well, last time round we saw the Kings. A lot of focus from Captain Twig was to the right-hand side of the map, but this time so far in the game, it's Scream over here on the right-hand side supporting Scary D and starting to put some abuse down on Variety early on. There is definitely kill potential over in that solo lane, Trelly, especially if you do, factor in the options of the amount of damage that can come out from those two.
Yeah, looking at Variety's relic choice, I think that might be why some stock is put into this lane. A teleport is the option. There's no beads available. So much lockdown. Variety can't even go to the tower.
Yeah, first blood for Scary D over on this right-hand side, thanks to the support from Scream. And obviously Variety now back to base. Good news, I guess, if you're a Kings fan. He does have that teleport, as you were just mentioning, relics. But you can already see where the focus is from Scarabs early. Delete or remove some of the threat that Cerberus is going to bring later.
Oh yeah, Variety on this pick can be super oppressive, so just making sure to shut down that Cerberus early is going to be a solid look. But as you mentioned, that teleport, he's not going to miss a full wave. Just that first blood bounty going the way of Scary D. RDO in the lane can be very annoying from a lead, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Scream come back. Until level 12, Variety really has no way of immuning any of this stuns until his ult as well, so it's going to be difficult to live in this lane right now.
I think it's one thing for the Scarabs to focus on that lane as well, just because it's magical damage coming out of that solo lane too. When you've got Neath and Medusa in the carry roles for the Kings this game. Reducing the amount of magical damage means you can just focus on that physical defense a little bit more, not worry about the threat of Cerberus popping off too much, but also just limiting what Variety can do in these team fights. Because when you look at the composition, realistically, it's probably a Cerberus that's going to be doing these engages for the squad.
Yeah, definitely looking like the go button. Probably a blink late game for Variety, just making sure to hit that Stygian Torment and set up for the squad. But now I'm looking towards Big Man Ting's build, going for the Mannequin Scepter, not opting to go for that Bluestone start, trying to get that late game Hidden Blade Neath one-shot build going. It's going to be super annoying if you are the carries on the Scarab, just getting 50, 60, 70% of your HP gone just with that World Weaver.
Well, take into account the shred from Captain Twig as well coming into play if they can get some damage off from that Nemesis. Speaking of the Nemesis a little bit more, right-hand side, you did see the blue buff invade on from Scream towards Variety's buff, but as an answer back, Twig did the same thing and took away the blue buff from Scary D, so at least the farm is relatively even, just not going to the right individuals. And now Variety finds himself here in the solo lane, no mana, no teleport available, and pinned under his tower with a bit of a lead against him.
Yeah, this is the issue with that teleport. When you do have it, you're feeling pretty solid in lane, but when you don't have it and you are getting out pressure because you don't have a safe relic, now you don't have the mana to clear the wave. Are you going to back and lose a full wave? It looks like Variety is going to choose to do that, so now back in base, Scary D gets to push that full wave under tower. You're going to lose some gold and XP.
Gank in mid lane, Big Man Tings backflips away, pulled back in by Scream, but immediately beads out by Tings. Now Twig turns up to the fray, but only at level 4 here, not a whole ton he can
some gold because you don't have a safe relic. Now you don't have the mana to clear the wave. Are you going to back and lose a full wave? It looks like Variety is going to choose to do that. So now back in base, Scary D gets to push that full wave under tower. You're going to lose some gold and XP.
Gank in mid lane, Big Man Tings backflips away, pulled back in by Scream, but immediately beads out by Tings. Now Twig turns up to the fray, but only at level 4 here, not a whole ton he can do. Does ding 5. Pressure relieved in mid lane, but it does cost Big Man Tings his beads.
Yeah, there's no way that Twig's going to try to aggress onto Baronic right now. With the Stinger available, you can pretty much shut down all of the aggression from Twig. So I think AMC very safe in this mid lane. Solid amount of clear. Obviously, you're just throwing your honey and your swarm at the wave, and then you can back up. You have the movement speed from the hives as well. So Twig has his work cut out for him here if he's trying to relieve some of that pressure. Obviously, Tings had to use his beads there, so it's going to be difficult to try to live right now in that mid lane.
1,000 gold lead just under for the Scarabs so far in this game, and some of that will come from the first blood, obviously, but as well, they're just doing a better job of farming the map. The good news is, though, if you're a Kings fan, still the experience is relatively even between the two. as Variety continues to battle over in the solo lane here. And now Captain Twig on the rotation for blue buff for Variety to make sure he can secure
Kinda
this
sucks
one
that
for
the US
himself.
elections no
It
longer
will
have
relieve some of that
integrity.
pressure we saw early now in this solo lane.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Scary D's even going to post up there because he doesn't have his backup right now. Scream still doing his back camps at the
It was
moment.
like
As we
one
see
of
an
the
engage
only
open
countries that
duo.
did.
And already Stuart's dead, and you saw the World Weaver was channeled there by Big Man Tings, but wasn't even needed. Netroid and Genetics catching Stu out of position is going to put some pressure now for the Kings towards this duo lane.
Oh,
and
just
now
didn't
it's the
even get the
question is,
assist
do
for
we
that.
see Scream start to position
Wasted
himself
the ults
towards
and everything.
duo to answer back, or do they still look for threats elsewhere?
I would say with Stewart's ult down and the beads down, it's going to be very difficult right now for Netroid to try to just pressure him out, but it looks like Scaredy might be getting pulled under tower here. Probably just fine, though. This RDO pick extremely tanky right now, and the amount of sustain it brings. Not going to worry about that ultimate, though. But as I was mentioning, I just don't think that right now Stewart can live in this lane.
Blinking from Scream knocks up Twig, and the follow-up.
The amount of sustain it brings. Not going to worry about that ultimate, though. But as I was mentioning, I just don't think that right now Stewart can live in this
Take it
lane.
with me if
Kid
you
from
want to
Scream
join.
knocks up Twig, and the follow-ups there from Baronic 2 to get the
what?
kill.
Oh, I'm going to get
Heal
naked
comes
and wet
through
now.
for Scream and
Alright.
tops him back up. Big Man Tings
Have
can't
fun.
do too much.
Sorry,
on
I'm
that
boring.
lead from that position. Great opportunity taken by the Scarabs there.
Yep, and we're seeing again, Genetics is sitting around in that duo lane, not wanting to let Netroid solo farm just yet. Inbound, gonna get the backflip down pretty early on, and there might be a chase, but it doesn't look Baronic can make it. So not having the stinger available, looks like Big Man Tings lives another day.
Good start for the Scarabs, though, looking at how this game began. Solo lane kill and then transitioning towards a pick in the jungle area. And here's Genetics now. We
Finally.
talked a little bit about the Obelisk plays, and this is one of them. We may see some more battles. These two supports have been the two in the league in week 1 that stood out looking to invade consistently. So it's a similar game plan. At the moment, though, rotations now coming in from junglers and mid laners here. As you can see, Baronic and Twig battling over those camps. And Inbound just making sure he doesn't lose too many more of those Obelisk charges. Both teams positioned to pick up the first one of the game.
Yeah, I think anytime you see Baronic rotating at the moment, he's got a level 2 stinger, just ticked over to level 9, so hardest hitting ability on the map by far. I don't think you want to really fight around this AMC, so right when they caught wind that, hey, maybe the AMC is leaving lane, they're going to have to back off there. They did, however, confirm the Obelisk, just stealing away that one offering and then getting the back camps was enough. So now the Camelot Kings continue to keep the pressure of this Obelisk, and I think Genetics might go over and grab that Interceptor soon, trying to just add a little bit of pressure to his damage that he already has.
About a 700 gold lead in the solo lane right now in favor of Scary D, and you can see that from the itemization too. Obviously, both of them Stone Abiding, something that's coming into the meta a little bit more as of late, Trilly. Is that mainly because of the buffs that it's had? I always felt like it was kind of tricky to fit into builds.
Yeah, it's difficult because late game it doesn't really do too much. You want to sell it, but it's such an early game power spike, especially for these tanky Guardians that have the CC. Obviously, Flat Pen is always going to be a nice stat that you want, so just sort of a bruiser first item that you can do to keep bullying out in lane. And then on top of that, a Wing Blade, so Scaredy has a fair bit of magical prot, but the speed, anytime that Ghastly Breath comes out, RDO is going to be either really fast or just really quick to disengage.
Scream heading into the jungle on the right-hand side. It just seen what's up and available. May look towards Big Man Tings in the mid lane again, but at the moment there's not a whole lot of pressure to speak of because Baronic and obviously Bobby heading towards that left-hand side. A lot of ward coverage across the map at the moment, specifically left-hand side is now Inbound turns up. And here's the key from what Genetics and Netroid are trying to do, trying to freeze Stuart off the wave a little bit and put him out of position like they did for that first kill.
Yeah, definitely recognizing that Oleron is going to come online very hard late game, but right now, not the best lane clear, not the best sustain, but it looks like Scream is recognizing this as well and trying to come out and help the duo lane here. But I don't think they're going to get too aggressive. Still hugging that tower line. The Camelot Kings are not trying to clear this wave too hard because they want Stewart to push up. They don't want him under tower.
Yeah,
Forces
boring
into
stuff, limited
share
time,
experience
like
too
errands
because you
before I
have
come
Bobby
home and
having to
crash.
come
I
over
need
there
to
to
make
support him as
this
well.
so I can just-
Now regrouping in
okay,
mid
no
lane from
problem.
Kings though. Twig just going to continue to farm up. Checking in with Bills. Transcendence now fully online for Baronic. Bit of cooldown reduction now in that kid as well that will come into play. And meanwhile, the junglers, we've got a bit of a difference there. Brawlers beat Stick versus the Jotuns. A couple more cooldown. Now, Stuart is in trouble, but Genetics could be the one getting ganked here because Scream and Inbound are on the way. All in on towards Netroid from Scream here as the ultimates drop down. Not enough to cover Netroid yet, who's buying as much time as he can. Still being whittled down in health, and the rest of his team nowhere to be seen in support. too late to the party and zoned away. Scarabs find another kill in the duo lane.
Yeah, this Neath pick, you're able to help your team from a distance with the World Weaver, but not having your body actually there in the fight, it's going to prove a little bit difficult. Tings just goes for the red buff instead of making that rotation, and even Captain Twig was a little bit late to the party, as you mentioned, so while there is a little bit of lead in support, now Stewart gets an answer kill back, and finally gets to sit a little bit safer in this lane. The Solar Scarabs have climbed to almost a 2k gold lead now.
Now the invade comes out from the Scarabs here, looking at the purple buff. Genetics low, and Omni right now has a stun, gets the beads out of Stewart, but look at this, Big Man Tings in the rotation, look for the pickup, will get the backflip off and manage to find the unravel. It's not enough for a kill, but that will be as the Spirit Arrow connects and brings him down. Great turnaround play from the Kings, but on the right-hand side, we got more action. Twig's gonna fall down.
It looks like Baronic will have the chase here. They're able to dive this. I don't think Variety has any safety and will be able to pick up the Stinger once again, so Baronic, huge rotation over to the solo lane, just answering back, realizing, hey, that my mid lane right now is making the duo lane's life miserable, so I'm gonna go help over here.
And that's one of the things about a mid laner at times, right? It's like, where do you go when your opposition has disappeared? Do I try and follow and find a turnaround kill? Or do I look for pressure elsewhere? And Scarabs are doing a good job of, when Kings do something, they're finding out answers elsewhere on the map. And that's pushing this gold lead up over 2,000 now, thanks to Doug showing us on screen. And Scarabs are in a pretty good position at the moment.
Yeah, and they do have this double ADC comp with the Erlong Shred. At any moment, this Gold Fury could be an afterthought. So making sure that vision, as we mentioned earlier, is going to be very key for the Camelot Kings. They have to keep this Gold Fury constantly warded because it could be shredded like that. So I think making sure to have that ward coverage on this left side of the map is going to be very key here for the Camelot Kings.
Starting to see the level discrepancies come through. Variety justing level 11 as Scaredy justings level 12 there. That second relic will be available. And same in the mid lane as Baronic has a bit of a lead there over Big Man Tings. Some of that will be based off experience sharing. But as you can see, checking in with Oloran real quick, Stuart's had a bit of a rough time in that lane so far, but he's still keeping pace for the most part with Netroid.
Yeah, it looks like the Gilded Arrow, the extra gold, is also going to help out. As we see, the Camelot Kings are just burning down the Pyromancer. Once you hear that tick sound, I can't believe that the Scarabs aren't immediately pulling the gold for you. You have to recognize everyone's on the right side of the map.
Yeah, well, it looks like there's going to be some pressure towards the solo lane here. Scary D going to get ulted from that World Weaver from Big Man Tings. Twig out of position to do anything. Instead, Scarabs can't look at that Fury they're after. Instead, it invades on the red buff that are successful here.
And it looks like, again, Netroid is still under that tower, so not going to be able to make a rotation here. Still, they have a good amount of burst onto this objective, but they really don't want to 50-50 it. Even with that River's Rebuke available, it's just going to be too much disruption. But finally, they are sort of posturing towards this left side of the map. There's no buffs up except the purple, so I think this could be a Gold Fury pull.
Well, taking into account, they did use a couple of ultimates with the Kings in that solo lane just now, so Variety's not his, and Big Man Tings doesn't have his for this Gold Fury contest. Scarabs could be in prime position. Scream going to blink in early, all in on Genetics, and Genetics is losing his health very, very quickly. Now he falls down, but so does Bobby at the tail end, or does he? He's got one hit from death. So has Netroid at the same time. Only Genetics falls down here, but I think the damage of the fight is just going to relieve pressure around the Fury for now, as neither side feels confident about going for it.
Yeah, just a little bit too late on that Gold Fury call. Once all the Camelot Kings did rotate over, it seemed like it was just an afterthought at that point. Still, Captain Twig able to stay pretty even in the farm game right now. I expected to look over, because you see Baronic, he's level 15, but Scream only level 11, focusing more on these ganks more than just running to farm camps. I think Baronic's been taking the brunt of these back camps at the moment, so both of these junglers a little bit under-leveled right now as far as the game goes, but matching each other pretty well as Scream finally ticks over to 12.
I definitely mentioned as well, the AMC versus Neath battle in mid. Sure, in the early game, I feel like Neath has a pretty good time of things, but as scalability as the game goes on, I'd definitely rather have an AMC in the later stages than a Neath option.
Yeah, the late game shred is going to be a lot better for this AMC, as well as just being able to put the Stinger on, shred some protections, and get a large ability crippled down on these targets. So I think Variety, Captain Twig, even BMT are going to really not want to get hit by that Stinger late game. So I think you're right. The AMC just brings a little bit more pressure. The World Weaver, if you're using it correctly and just trying to get these side lanes a little bit of help, is going to work out. But late game in a team fight setting, I think AMC brings more to the table.
Well, that last little skirmish around the Gold Fury, you did see Scream engage on Genetics, and he did go for that Toxic Blade that was up and available for him. I like the idea of this build, very auto-attack focused from Scream for the most part, but making sure it's a lot of anti-heal in this as well, just to limit what Genetics can do and try to reduce the sustain that the Camelot Kings have, because there's a few gods on that side there that have some hidden sustain as well, you know, the likes of the Cerberus and Neath as well. So limiting some of that anti-heal down is opening this window for another Gold Fury.
And it looks like Stewart is going to be pulling here. They have a lot of damage, but they're not going to 50-50. They're going for the engage here, and Twig's caught out.
Yeah, Twig's getting focused a little bit. Has to double dash back to safety. Genetics and Netroid on scene, though. Gold Fury taking a long time to go down. Given a chance for the Kings to try and get in position and defend. Genetics no ultimate just yet. It's going to be on Netroid with that Medusa ult to make a big play. And he gets the damage out, but it's not enough for a kill. He's got to skirt for his life and won't survive either. Scary D and Genetics fall. Gold Fury still being whittled down as Variety. Medusa ult back to safety. Genetics and Netroid on scene, though. Gold Fury taking a long time to go down. Given a chance for the Kings to try and get in position and defend. Genetics no ultimate just yet. It's going to be on Netroid with that Medusa ult to make a big play. And he gets the damage out, but it's not enough for a kill. He's got to skirt for his life and won't survive either. Scary D and Genetics fall. Gold Fury still being whittled down as Variety now into the pit looking for a steal away. And the Kings will steal away the Gold Fury as they get zoned away from the initial engagement after the Genetics fall. Gold Fury still being whittled down as Variety now into the pit looking for a steal away. And the Kings will steal away the Gold Fury as they get zoned away from the initial engagement after the fact. Variety falls down. It's 3 deaths on the side of the Kings, but they do steal away a Gold Fury.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, that Gold Fury steal is huge, but if the Scarabs are able to get some towers off this, but look at this, Captain Twig gets mid tower, and he's going to take all the farm on the right side of the map here. The Scarabs really need to try to get active, realizing that there's only 2 people on the map at the moment that can really engage. Obviously, Genetics is just coming back from base, but look at them, they're stealing away so much farm here.
And look at the team fight recap at the bottom there. Gold and experience. The gold at least going in favor of the Kings there, based on them getting that tier 1 tower. So, Gold Fury, tier 1 tower for 3 lives. It's not the worst trade in the world at all.
No, it definitely could have been worse if the Scarabs were able to confirm that, but props to Variety just hitting a huge spit at the end there to make sure to confirm that. Even an ult after the fact to just say, hey, I'm going to get some relics down. If you're looking at the Solar Scarabs relics, you're seeing most of them are down at the moment, so a team fight could benefit the Kings at the moment, but still, crazy amount of outplay for Variety there.
And here's a little replay of Variety going in at the tail end of that fight. That's one of the reasons Netroid and Genetics were so far forward in that engagement, giving vision to their teammates, making them aware of when the opportunity to maybe steal was. And if I'm honest, when they fell, that was the only real thing Variety could do. But hold this, as Scream, under a bit of pressure in the jungle, will resustain as the focus now from Netroid will connect with that ultimate. But it won't be enough to bring down the tanky body that is Bacchus there. And Erlang Shen slips away back to safety. 9-2 though. Scarabs in a control of this game still, even after the last couple of skirmishes.
Yeah, Inbound taking 2 ults there, and you really couldn't tell by that health bar. That's just the benefit of the Bacchus Chug. You just get so many extra protections and mitigations for this pick. So, despite being a level 11, even taking 2 damaging abilities from these late game hunters is not going to shake him too much at the moment. But still, the Pyromancer is up, and it looks like the Solar Scarabs have recognized that. Going to put at least some face checking here to make sure it's not being snuck away. But now that they're grouping here, we might see a pull.
I think we expected a little bit of craziness from the Scarabs, especially after Valkyrie's performance last week. A couple of concerns from fans. The Scarabs will take away that Pyromancer before Kings can get the damage over the wall. But Scarabs game 1 last week against Valks fell down game 1, and you're like, well, is this going to be a rough season for the Scarabs? Looking at how they're doing against the Kings here, they've come to play today. Only Stewart has fallen in this set. Everybody else, big old duck egg, no deaths so far. Looking good, in my opinion, of how the Scarabs are planning to transition towards this late-stage game.
Yeah, their team fight presence has been very solid. It's just that objective fight that they have to work on here. Obviously, 50-50ing with the Petrify available was a questionable play. They do get the picks after the fact, but just had to work on confirming that Gold Fury. Obviously, Variety doing a great job again of stealing it away. But looking at Big Man Tings' build, very different from what Baronix opted to build here. Again, he is going into that fail knot for some cooldown and crit chance. Going to give crit chance to the whole team when that ultimate is fired, obviously. So definitely a different style of build here that we're seeing from BMT, whereas Baronic has just gotten a Titan's Bane and saying, I'm going right into Heartseeker. I'm trying to do as much ability damage as I really can out of this AMC.
Interesting about that fail now, though, because it will allow, like you said, you know, the crit for the team, so Nemesis gets a little bit of crit there, but so does Medusa, who's not been building into it so far, more focus on the pen options, almost matching what we're seeing out of Baronic in mid lane on AMC. I do feel, though, that as we look at magical damages as this game goes on, Kings are limited a little bit by their options here. They will be relying on Variety. They will be relying on Genetics to really put some damage out where possible.
Yeah, we're only seeing the only hybrid item at the moment is that Stone of Binding from Variety. Obviously, maybe a Pridwin Explosion from Genetics as well, but still, not too much in that magical damage, as you mentioned. That's why we're seeing Scary D optimized this way with a Witchblade and a Nemean Lion. Lots of physical defense at the moment. we're also seeing Bobby with that wing blade as well. So really valuing the amount of slows that the Nemesis and the Cerberus can provide.
I was going to mention, do we see a heavenly agility this game to counter some of what Nemesis will bring? But the answer seems to be we'll lean on the wing blade potentially if we need to, and the relics alone. I think heavenly agility would have been an option though.
I'm looking at double horrific emblem out of the
yeah.
Solar Scarabs, and I was wondering, will Genetics say, hey, maybe we need a sprint to try to counter that? But no, just going for the shell, not really caring about that double horrific emblem. So lots of slows coming from the Scarabs in their own right.
And those double horrifics reduce an attack speed more than anything else. And guess what Camelot Kings need is attack speed, because you've got Nemesis, who does rely on some basic attacks, but so do both those hunters. You're reducing their actual damage output over a period of time in long sustained team fights. Gonna cause problems for the Kings, and they have to find answers back.
Yeah, it looks like right now I'm seeing a lot of anti-Captain Twig. That seems to be the case here. Obviously, you do have double hunters here, but you're looking at this assassin that has a big slow, and then you want to chase. Obviously, Wingblade on the tanks, that's going to be very difficult to deal with. Twig, 0-2, level 16, tied for the lowest level besides these supports here, so not looking too solid. Hasn't been able to get too active on the map just yet, but still, Nemesis comes online pretty hard late game, so it looks like if this game does go another 5-6 minutes, he'll have a full build anyways.
Well, I was expecting to be quiet for a moment or two until this Fury spawned, but straight away, action in, and the damage out from Baronix to try and put some towards it is going to cost him a lot of health. Still survives on the Scarabs, do steal that away from the Kings, who started early. Baronix still surrounded by Variety, Twig very low on the backside as well. Ultimate comes through from Stu there to just dissuade the Kings from continuing, as Variety slips the noose on the left-hand side. Genetics will be a casualty of war here at the tail end. Scream going to continue on looking for Variety as Big Man Tings and Netroid zoned away by Bobby, and it's 2 kills against, well, it's not 2 kills. Jeez, I spoke too soon.
There's
1
no
kill.
way.
But the Scarabs do get the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Baronix Bees, 22 damage was enough to steal that one away. I really think because Inbound was able to disrupt that backline with the Intoxicate, make everyone drunk, you really weren't able to confirm that Gold Fury, and just 22 damage from the Beast. That's all it really took to make sure that Fury goes down. And now you're looking at to this point where the builds are starting to get a little bit more in favor of the Scarabs, obviously. A little bit out of hand here. These power spikes. Only a 3.5 thousand gold lead for the Solar Scarabs, but still the team fight presence, as we've mentioned, that could have been very easily 2 dead. Variety gets out by the skin of his teeth, but besides that, I think the Scarabs are looking so solid. They should feel confident to pull this Fire Giant, and now they're posturing to do so.
Well, we've got ultimates down on both sides there. Could be a tricky one if they go for that. Ward coverage will be the first thing to answer, and there we go. Sentry Ward down from Scream. Genetics and Twig on scene as they see the Fire Giant pulled for the first time this game. Ultimate coming up for Variety soon. See if that makes an impact here. Taking a bit of time to whittle down this FG as a stun hits from Variety onto Inbound. Ultimate follow up on Scream forces him back as Twig has to double dash away. Inbound takes a ton of damage off that engagement, but nobody dead just yet. The sustain from Genetics could now come into play a little bit.
And now Netroid still has not shown face on this fight. Obviously was pushing left at the time, but the Scarabs are all backing off here, and it looks like the Kings are trying to sort of chase them out, just see where they can look for a pick if possible. But all 5 of the Camelot Kings have grouped up over here as well, so we might be looking for a repull or at least a re-engage as Scream farms up his speed buff, just trying to get some levels here.
Definitely a power spike for Kings in terms of relics available. I want to say Aegis and Beads and Aegis available for Netroid. Not the same from the Solar Scarabs there as Kings get that Pyromancer after the little skirmish once again. I'm not happy if I'm either team trying to pull the objective, if I'm honest, because every time we've kind of seen the big objectives taken over, it's the other team that's stolen it away by coming in late to the party.
Yeah, it seems like whoever's pulling right now is doing a better job here as they try to recognize that Captain Twig may be out of position, but double dashing away just shouldn't be a problem. Netroid still is sticking around, has not gone back to that duo lane to try to collect some farm. Again, the Scarabs, they haven't left. All 5 still here at the moment as Variety sort of lags behind, but I don't think they're going to go for the pull. They didn't like how that first one went. They're more so looking for a pick here.
Scream blinks in, looks at Genetics. Genetics being focused down, tries to get through the Riptide, does so, but still falls down to the damage from Baronic and the rest of the Scarabs. Now a 4v5 for the Kings to deal with. Scream going to fall back to base if he can, get regen back up, and Scarabs may just wait for him to return before engaging this FG.
Yeah, again, I don't think they were happy with how that pull, that bait really went. Again, that pick is what they're looking for. They're looking to try to say, hey, we're doing this objective, we swear. And then once you walk up, blink in. Obviously, Scream had to use the blink there to make sure that Genetics falls down. 4v5, still not too confident here on pulling. I think they're, again, going to try to look for a cripple of sorts to try to catch someone out.
So who's the next one? Well, it's no one at the moment. Inbound's going to be on zone duty. A Scary and Scream tank up the FG. Variety coming into the pit. Inbound jumps in, on towards Twig to try and buy some time. Trying to zone away the carries of the Kings. And the Scarabs get the Fire Giant. The Medusa ultimate did go through, but it wasn't timed well enough. Scary D now on a killing spree at 3-0 and 5 as Netroid falls down trying to support his team there. Beads consumed, and Scarabs have 4 members with the Fire Giant.
The Riptide is a good chase tool here. It looks like the Scarabs haven't caught on to this. The Camelot Kings are trying to get these Fire Giant buffs off.
Oh, he got him in the walls, and now he's trapped in. The Aegis won't keep him alive. On the backside, though, Stuart and Scary boxing, and now Stuart under pressure as all the damage dealers focusing on towards him. Scream trying to do what he can with the basic attack. Scary will pick up Twig at the tail end, but it cost Scream his life too. That was a Fire Giant team from the Scarabs, and the Kings have made them pay on the return towards their base. Can they find more, though? Tier 2 tower, maybe. Great fight from the Kings.
Yeah, they got 4 Fire Giants off. Scary D, the only one to stand here, and he's trying to defend this tower. It looks like just because BMT takes so much damage, I don't think this Tier 2 tower will fall. In fact, he might even try to chase here just because he can, but no one really available for the chase. Inbound is trying to get to that back line, but I don't think they're going to be able to kill Variety here. He's just so tanky.
Yeah, they're not going to find a kill here, but they are going to slow down what the Kings can really do with this man advantage or two. Pulled under the tier 1 tower is Scary D, but as we said, tanky enough to sustain that, especially with the amount of physical defense he's got on the board right now. Crazy engagement from the Kings, though, just catching Scarabs in an awkward spot, if I'm honest.
Yeah, the Camelot Kings didn't do a great job of stealing that Fire Giant, but they did a better job of just saying, hey, we're going to take the Fire Giant away from you at this point. You didn't realize we had the Riptide, the Genetics comes back, the chase ensues, and now they're trying to pull this gold for you, but the Camelot Kings are well aware of this.
They're going to have to give this one up, I feel. Scarabs are not going to have the damage output to bring down this Gold Fury before the Kings show up on scene. So there will be a reset for now until the Kings turn up here. And only Scary D with the FG buff this time round. As you can see by the gold, though, funny enough, with those last little skirmishes in that Fire Giant fight, the Kings have caught up. They're just about 1,000 gold behind, so the deficit is falling now, and we're almost back to an even game.
Yeah, I still think the late game is going to favor the Scarabs if they can get Stewart on the line. Enough damage from that Oleron is going to shred just about anyone. He does have that Diamond Arrow upgrade, so a lot of extra added damage into his auto attacks as BMT starts to charge up this War
Who are you looking for, Trelly? If you're doing that well, it's going to be Scream this time round. Didn't get a chance to say. Great Riptide back in from Genetics. Scream uses his ult to try and get himself some sustain and healing, but Captain Twig will make sure that does not happen at all. Bobby now in a bit of an awkward spot as Genetics tries to stop him getting towards Netroid, but all the while Scary D's going in to find it. Twig, meanwhile, on the backside gets taken down by the damage from the bees, and now the bees surround Variety too. Stuart pops him in the back of the head and brings down Variety, and Scarabs are on the chase for the remaining members. Great 3-man done into a knockup. Baronic finds a double kill, and now Genetics will fall down too, and this should at least be a Phoenix.
These double Guardians are doing a masterclass of how to disrupt the backline. Scary D has not stopped W-keying this whole time, giving the double ADCs chance to just hard carry these fights. Obviously, Twig did a great job as BMT finally falls down of trying to find that pick onto Scream. Besides that, these Guardians were too tanky. They set up everything, and now the siege begins.
Not sure if they can end. I'm not 100% just because of the amount of towers still up for the Kings on the right-hand side of the map here. Does
Double
make the
ADC.
Titan a little bit tankier, but as you said, double ADC and 18 seconds to play with. This could be the end of game 1 as Scarabs find wiggle room at the Gold Fury, taking a great fight that pays off, and it's mainly, as you were saying, down to that front line of the Scarabs being so good.
Yeah, Scary D had 3 members just by himself. Obviously, inbound goes to the back, tries to help peel Variety off, and at that point, when you just have 2 ADCs that are this late into the game, they're just able to shred through pretty much everything. As long as you have that setup and that peel, you're going to be able to hard carry those fights.
I didn't really feel worried for the Scarabs there. Honestly, throughout that entire game, there was nothing that really caused me concern. If you were a Scarabs fan going, oh, we've got to be careful of this, maybe the Gold Fury steal?
Yeah, besides the Gold Fury steal and maybe getting a little bit overconfident after the Fire Giant, not realizing they were being chased, besides that, their team fight looked very solid.
I will say Scream kind of led the charge throughout that game there, it felt like to me. We'll see what the desk has to say after this break. Throughout that game there.
Yeah, besides the Gold Fury steal and maybe getting a little bit overconfident after the Fire Giant, not realizing they were being chased, besides that, their team fight looked very solid.
I will say Scream kind of led the charge throughout that game there, it felt like to me. We'll see what the desk has to say after this break.
you call? So many years has gone by, but I think about you all the time. Looks like you're changing and all, but why didn't you call? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable.
Blocking the bishop though. That felt good. Now to figure out what clothes to wear. Welcome back, Blue. You should wear something super sexy and slutty. Because that's what you guys always want me to wear. Wear something slutty for me, Blue. Bishop g4. That's why. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
It's the Solar Scarabs who take game number
God.
1 here over the Camelot Kings. And going into kind of your talking points at the beginning of the desk here, Mifflin, it did come a lot out of this Erlong Shen in the jungle. You talk about need to be a feast or famine god. Well, in this game, Scream feasted on pretty much the entirety of the Camelot Kings, the rest of the team by his side.
I kind of
Mifflin
like
here
this night
on
move
the desk
now.
for game number 2. But game number 1, man, I mean, impressive play nonetheless here by the Scarabs, really rallying together as a full team fighting, and being able to out-macro one of the kings of the macro in the SPL in the Kings.
I'm not sure if it comes down to macro so much as it was that they were just murdering anybody that lined up against them, because it was a lot of kill pressure for the Solar Scarabs throughout the early portions of the game, and it's something we brought up during the first death segment, during those P's and B's. I thought had the Solar Scarabs been able to establish a
10.5.
lead for themselves,
Wow.
it'd be pretty easy for them around this Erlong Shen to maintain that lead. And that's exactly what they do. Scream is allowed to go for a little bit more damage in the build and still act as that front line to facilitate Baronic in the back line to make sure Stewart didn't have to contend with too much of that dive. The Camelot Kings didn't make it easy. Regardless of what the slash lines on the top of your screen might say, that game remains pretty close for the large portion of it, and a couple of stumbles towards those mid to late game team fights around objectives did keep the intrigue high. But at the end of the day, the Solar Scarabs picked an Erlong Shen, and he worked out well in the early game. And speaking of that Erlong Shen, we talked about Scream's kill participation throughout the early portions of last year. You were right. 78.86% of kills were affected by Scream in his first phase with the Solar Scarabs. And, well, he does the exact same thing here.
Yeah, able to reprise that here at the end. 3, 2, and 10 for his team here. 13 kills out of the 13. So 100%. Oh, no,
It's
no, that's
18.
not right. That's
Yeah,
not right.
it's
It's
18.
18.
It's all right.
I
It's all
missed
good.
I missed the 5 there, but it's okay.
Hey, we caught it.
That's
you know?
why I don't try and do math whenever we're on these. I just need to let the numbers 100%. Oh, no,
It's
no, that's
18.
not right. That's
Yeah,
not right.
it's
It's 18.
It's all right.
I
It's all
missed
good.
I missed the 5 there, but it's okay.
Hey, we caught it.
That's
you know?
why I don't try and do math whenever we're on these.
Okay, and I missed it.
I just
Okay.
need to let the number 100%.
Everything. Titan's Vein. Whoa, I don't know about that one. Can you find some slutty clothes, Blue? I never built Titan's variant, like ever. Ever.
Oh no,
It's
no, that's
18.
not right. That's
Yeah,
not right.
it's
It's
18.
18.
It's all right.
I
It's all
missed.
good.
I missed the 5 there, but it's okay.
Hey, we caught it.
That's
you know?
why. That's why I don't try and do math whenever we're on these. I just need to let the numbers speak for themselves. That are directly in front of me, and the number here is at least a 1 in front for the Solar Scarabs. They lead up this set in this best of 3 against the Camelot Kings. Stewart over here on this Ola run, we kind of saw the magical ADCs fall out a bit, but a couple of these players here, really Stewart and Netroid in particular, are 2 of these players who really still do like going to these magical hunters. And we talked a little bit about in the pregame, who's going to get to this Ola run, who's going to be able to want to stop this Ola run. Well, it seemed in the early game it was a pretty easy answer. He doesn't necessarily have his ult up, but once these late game team fights out, Stewart was dropping that ultimate even just preemptively, and his team was capitalizing big off it.
Yeah, often I even saw Stewart, and I thought to myself, what is he Sanctify fielding here? And he would just drop it into the offset of a team fight as a deterrent tool at times, just saying, hey, you could dive me, but here's the thing about how time's dilated in like a 100-meter radius around me. It is, so maybe don't dive me. And the Camelot Kings did not line up against that one. That said, I think the Camelot Kings gain a good deal of knowledge from Game 1, particularly around how the Solar Scarabs are going to try to establish their lead. The Scarabs were allowed a very, very strong front line to build their draft around. That's how they started off the draft in Game 1. I'd be surprised if the Camelot Kings let them do it again.
We'll see if the Kings let them go with similar picks here as the picks and bans for game number 2 are ready to go between these 2 teams out here. I think the Erlong Shin as a first pick, that's always the one that we question. When a team is willing to put all their eggs in their first pick basket here of this Erlong Shin, we question, is it worth it? Well, it was. It was definitely worth it here for Stream, at least in game number 1. Do you imagine that the Kings allow them to do it again here, though, in game number 2?
I'm not sure that the Erlong Shen on its own is the reason that draft for the Solar Scarabs work. If the Kings decide to ban it, it is taking away one successful piece of that front line, but you might be forcing Scream towards something that he's a little bit more apt to go towards. The Bastets of the world, the hyper carries. Are you really going to sacrifice one of your first phase bans to remove Erlong? If that's the case, are you letting Kali through? So curious to see how the Kings address it so far. And they have targeted some of that front line. Artio taken off the table, and that back line now going to take a significant hit. I would argue that AMC has been one of the highest performing picks for Baronic in recent months. And the Kings, they take notice.
Yeah, they'll take away the Artio, the AMC, and the Erlong Shen, so they are going to make sure to put Scream on something different. Most of the Scream Scares will have to play something different here in the second game. Similar bans, at least out of the Scares from game 1 here in game 2. Nothing has changed. Now the big difference is what's been locked in first. Kleena, with a 100% win rate here in the SPL in the 9 games that she's been allowed to make it through.
Tank tops
we'll see
and
if
stuff,
that can be win number 10
things
here
you
to
can
keep
see
that one
through.
consistent as it's a first pick by the Solar Scares. But to match up there, the Kings immediately go for a solo lane pick of their own. Bologna now picked up.
You know, I'm not 100% confident that it is going to be Kleena in the soul lane.
That's
does
fair.
bring a fair deal of flex potential, as does the ESET lock-in. Could go mid, could go support. So the Solar Scarabs really only showing that they've got this picks in their draft. You could even have potentially Ull in mid if Veronica wants to play that Hunter mid style. We do know that Stewart is very capable of playing Ull, though, and one of the gods that he really generally likes to go towards himself. So I'm still not confident allocating any of these picks to any certain role right now for the Solar Scarabs. Whereas, on the other hand, I think the Kings a little bit more direct in their approach.
I guess I don't
very
really know.
much likely headed
Yeah,
to the
guys
soul
don't really
lane,
have
does
slutty
some
clothes.
flex potential into the jungle.
I guess gay
But
guys
it is
do,
like
though.
80% of the time going to be in that short lane.
Because they can wear,
Medusa
like,
generally
short
just
shorts or,
one of
like,
the
really
best
tight, like-
aggressive hunter selections.
Like tight booty
will
shorts that
likely
like
find its
show off
home
their
in the
package and
dual
stuff,
lane.
or like
But what are they going to match it up with in
You
this
know,
third
like
pick slot?
a mesh
Considering the
crop
flex potential
top or
already from the
something.
Solar Scarabs, if the Kings want to, they can pick
like
a Guardian for
see-through
themselves,
clothing
and
and
they
stuff.
do so
I don't
with
know.
the
I
emoji
don't really know what
lock-in.
guys wear to be
And
slutty.
now they can dedicate a lot more bans towards Guardians and either force this ESET into the support role, or they can force some bans on a mid, and maybe have this ESET forced into mid. This is now where bans, the Kings can control the draft a little bit more so.
They're going to start by banning one of those Guardians you were talking about. Bacchus taken out here. So almost the entirety of the Scarabs are going to have to play something different out, as 4 out of the 5 gods from game number 1
That'd be up
have
to
been
what
removed
you
from the table here by
thought
the Camelot
looked slutty on
Kings.
me.
They could just make it an easy, nice and easy 5 for 5, take the Yolan
I bet
off if they want to
I
remove
would look
that.
pretty
But no,
slutty
it'll
on
be a
you.
Xing Chen
Haha.
as the second ban out of the
See what
Kings.
I did
Meanwhile,
there?
other side, Solar Scarabs, they're going to take away Bastet, who is still left open up until this point. Potent Jungler and Solo Laner, if you want to maybe throw the Bologna into the jungle here. But in this case, it will be the Bastet banned away. One more ban over for the Scarabs. They could just hold it true here, just keep slamming out that jungle, make sure to put the Kings behind and make sure to at least keep Captain Twig on the back foot. But no, it will actually be a Zeus as the next ban here by the Scarabs.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart ban. I was thinking that BMT would likely go towards the Zeus, especially considering the synergy it has with the walls spawned up by Yamoja. No Phantom Shell in the first game for the Solar Scarabs, they were pretty dominant throughout the majority of it, so not too worried about initiation from the Camelot Kings. Zeus will make you worried about initiation, and, well, they remove it from the table. Surprised about that Jing Shen ban, though. I had considered that maybe they would just try and force this E-set into the support role. I think now in limiting Bobby's God Pool have done a pretty good job of doing that. But do you really think Boronic is going to take this pick towards mid? Very easy to exploit, very easy to lock down with this Yemoja. Very dangerous in her own right. The Solar Scarab's not a team that I really associate with a whole lot of early objective play, which is exactly what E-set looks to do herself. But I don't want to talk about anything else. I want to talk about the Artemis lock-in, because this is a pick that we don't see too often, and it's got some pretty strong matchups here. Specifically, you're able to immune out that slow from E-set if you drop the Vengeful Assault early. Can't, do it to cleanse yourself, but if you've already got that slow immunity, all of a sudden you don't have to worry about the Dispel Magic from E-set. Kleina Ultimate, not going to be very good at locking down this Artemis. Has great turnaround potential into the Uhl, into the Kleina. It's very telegraphed when both of those two picks want to aggress. Generally, Kleina screaming at you, or Uhl lining up an axe. Either way, Caledonian Boar, a great answer.
That's true.
Okay, Kings have only one pick left. Solar Scarabs. Well, maybe give us a little bit of light shine here onto where these picks are going to be going out. E-set and Kleina and Uhl are all three still not a for sure stamp on the page here as to where these three gods are going to be rounding themselves out.
We'll get a look.
Hopefully so.
Yeah,
I mean,
second.
hopefully with these last two picks, we'll exactly get to see where these ones are going. Or maybe they'll still keep us guessing at the end of the day here. The Camelot Kings, pretty easy to tell where a lot of these ones are going. Now with the Artemis locked in, Medusa most likely slated over towards that mid lane. As I don't think, at least in my time watching Smite, I've seen very many Artemises go towards mid, or at least not very successful ones.
No, not a big Season 1 Boosh fan, I see.
Did Boosh play Artemis in Season 1 in the mid lane with?
I don't know.
I mostly think of Boosh as the Kukulkan and Ra, and even throw a Poseidon out there. Artemis is definitely not one that comes to mind whenever I think of Boosh.
Yeah, he might not have played it.
You're really trying to throw me for a loop over here, Mifflin. Oh, man. It's going to be a great start to the day with this one already out here. But Xingqian kind of, going back to that ban here out of the Camelot Kings, typically when I see a Xingqian, I think this is a team that's going to be going with a lot more auto-attack focus, because that first ability to Xingqian, great for really stopping a lot of that attack power that comes out of the Kings. So we'll see what that last pickup is going to be. And maybe looking towards a Habwa. But the ones that we have locked in now, Nox and Olarun, on the side of the Solar Scarabs, so maybe that does give us some light towards at least where these picks are going to be going. Nox has more often been going over to that support role, Olarun over there in the duo. So we get the double mage duo here out of the Scarabs.
Yeah, going to be very easy to itemize to limit some of that damage output. Magic defense, very, very potent, especially in the early portions of the game. Both these picks generally going to be lacking at damage in the early as well, so could see a very first item Heart Ward potentially for the support of the Camelot Kings, and then try to aggress onto that duo lane. E-set going to be very exposed in mid as well. It's one of the concerns I had. Yemoja, when she starts to rotate out, those Rivers Rebuke's going to be very, very strong at shutting down E-set. Similarly, going to be very difficult to lock down an Artemis. Shadow Lock, it's unmitigatable for Artemis. She's going to have to either dedicate her beads or her ultimate, but finding those abilities, difficult because of all that movement speed afforded to her. And speaking of movement speed afforded to the Camelot Kings, Habwa rounding out that draft. Atlas of the Yellow River going to be very strong as a disengage tool, specifically around this Kleina. She doesn't have the best ways to deal with that. Even the E-set won't be able to fully channel those Wing Gusts, and having E-set in mid means that Wing Gust is some of the bulk of your DPS in some of these late game team fights. I'm curious about this Solar Scarabs draft. This is a very, very high execution composition.
I mean, if you just look across their board to kind of echo that here, I mean, you're looking at basically no true frontliners, no Guardians, no Warriors to really get that extra natural mitigation out here. It's all mages, assassins, and hunters, all just DPS class out here. But this Nox, we've been seeing it kind of pop itself up here quite often. You're talking a lot about the matchup directly into the Artemis. How do you feel about the matchups that she has going up against some of these other gods like Bellona or even Habwa?
Bellona, never going to be allowed to bludgeon. I mean, that's just simply the case. She just won't be able to. You just have to tag her one time with that silence, and you've canceled out that ability. Medusa is very telegraphed. When she decides to fully engage a fight, almost always lacerate forward, almost always going to be met with a Shadow Lock as well. So, some decent matchups for the Nox, some great ways to mitigate damage output. I'm expecting Nox, through support very often, to just hunt down this Habwa, though. You want to connect that ultimate and make sure that his damage output has been mitigated, because what does Habwa do in a late game team fight? He blinks forward, he water spouts, he crushing waves. If he's not killing you off that, he's probably just dying.
Who's solo and jungle in this one? Because
For which team?
For the Scarabs, we have double ADC, and we've got double mage and a Kleena. Is this actually going to be an ESET jungle coming out of this team instead?
that's
And then
what I
we
was
throw the
thinking.
Uller over into the mid with the Ola run?
I think you nailed it there. I think you've
so.
got it. Yeah, that's what I do.
Maybe so. I mean, we see the ESET jungle come out of the SCC more often than not. That's usually off the back of Sino. It's usually also a case of we never, ever get to see that kind of pick. We'll see if maybe that can work out here for the Solar Scarabs in Game 2, trying to close this one out as a 2-0. Can they do it against the Camelot Kings?
Yeah, we're going to be straight into this one, nice and quick. And Trelly, that composition from Scarabs is intriguing, is the word I will use on that, just to
Oh,
see
it
how this
is.
plays out. It is going to be
I
scary
caught
in the
it.
solo lane on this Kleena. Last time we saw that, Trelly, he had a couple of issues of thinking he could go in the outer walls.
Yeah, he thought he could go into the outer walls. A few times he tried to. When he had his 1 HP, he was also trying to go into the walls. So I think ScareD hopefully got a little bit of practice on this Kleena ever since that launch tournament, obviously. But now, yeah, an interesting squad here. I do like the Nox. Inbound has shown me finally that I can trust this pick from him. The first time I saw it, I was like, very questionable. But this time, I think he's got a solid grasp on how to play this pick. On the other side, though, the ESET jungle. I mean, it's got a very high ban rate just against Sino, specifically in the SEC. Besides that, haven't seen the application too much, especially for the Scarabs roster, but we'll have to see. This pick has been highly contested in a lot of roles.
It has.
Some success, but a lot of question marks as well.
I will say this, I believe, is one of the first times I've ever seen a triple silence composition. With Kleena now in the mix as a newer god to the game. She's got a silence provided to it, along with Nox and Isis. There's going to be a lot of nopes for the Kings to deal with today. No, you can't use an ability. No, you can't survive.
Nope.
I'm excited to see how that plays out, but like you said, it's going to come down to how this Scream ESET in the jungle ends up playing off here. Bobby in the dual lane playing the Nox, though, alongside Stuart. The desk did touch on that's double magical in this area here, and we'll see how this plays out as the game continues of how the Kings end up itemizing to deal with the damage coming through.
I gotta say, Captain Twig on this Hebo pick, not opting to get the beads, does have the blink, so a lot of CC from the Scarabs roster. It's gonna be very difficult to try to engage on this pick unless you're just crushing wave immediately. You're gonna have to play with your CC immunity very limited until that level 12 spot, so I wouldn't doubt that Scream's trying to get very aggressive onto this Hebo, at least in the early portions of the game.
I will say, when we get to objectives and team fights, expect the Kings to technically W key at their opposition here, because as we mentioned, they're kind of squishier gods that they've got here. Running for the backline is going to be the name of the game to take away the damage dealers and avoid a lot of the CC options and control that the Scabs are going to try and bring here. But can they do it in the right vein is going to be the question. I think that's one of the reasons why you even see Gen X going for these purification beads early on, to make sure he can get away from some of that sustained control.
I would say so, and then looking at this solo lane again, we saw Variety go for that teleport as inbound gets very low in this duo. Going for the teleport, last game sort of put him to an early deficit because of that teleport. No beads available, obviously getting ganked. Still getting poked out a little bit in that lane, so Variety's going to have to be very careful about his CC immunity as well. Teleport is going to be a little bit better for when you're getting poked out here. You can join the fray of the fight a little bit easier, but that beads, it's going to be a clutch if Scream is able to get some ganks off.
Well, right-hand side now you can see Variety getting aggressive up against Kleena early on, looking for an invade on the blue buff, and Twig on the way as well. Blink is available for Captain Twig. On the left-hand side, Genetics under a bit of pressure there, but blue buff still available here for the Kings to look at. Genetics getting lower, out of mana, and Stuart looking for the chase, runs out of mana though, and on the right-hand side, Scary D brings down Twig as him and Variety were trying to get in here and steal away the blue buff. It ends up costing them first blood and giving the Kleena the first kill of the game.
Yeah, when I look at the ESET versus Hebo matchup in the jungle, I just think infinitely more pressure on the ESET. The Spirit Ball alone is going to provide so much damage and CC. As Stuart has another chance this time. Not going to pick up Genetics once again. Very low on this Yamoja, but still having the juke shoes with that Riptide able to keep him just alive here. But that pressure in the jungle, as I mentioned, I think that this ESET just brings a little bit more right now.
Yeah.
So I think Twig going to have to play on the back foot just a little bit here.
Especially at level 4 as well, right? When Hebo does hit that level 5, there's a big power spike there. Sure, ESET gets a similar one, but it's very situational.
Right.
Less so than what we see from that crushing wave that you get from a Hebo. As now Twig tries to pick up some from this right-hand side, looking for a gank on Scary D, who will use the beads and dash back to tower, but Variety still diving in, looking for the kill. Needs Twig to get in support, but a little bit discombobulated there by the solo laner, and the jungle is left-hand side. Scream makes a great rotation in and finds a kill on Genetics.
Yeah, Scream recognizing that, hey, at least Scary D has the
Kings are farming
survivability. I
better
don't
now.
have to help with that gank. I'm going to look towards the left side of the map where
Yeah.
they already had a good amount of pressure. Now, putting your duo lane ahead as well. At least Scream gets credit for the kill, so now he has a kill under his belt, can use that pressure elsewhere. But now I'm looking to see this E-set pretty much just roam at any point in the game and say, hey, I'm going to look for some pressure right now. You have the early lead.
An early silence, right, is what you're kind of looking for on that gank. The Dispel magic comes into play, trying to reduce the protections too, but also force the beads early in those skirmishes. Little unfortunate for your Kings, though. I mean, Variety and Twig were not on the same page exactly there, it felt like to me. If Twig would have kept on walking forward, they would have found that kill on Scary D under the tower, but the lack of communication between the two definitely shows a bit of a mismatch there in that solo lane and allowed Scary D to survive.
Yeah, credit to Variety for recognizing that they had the die potential there,
Yeah.
because I certainly thought once Scary D just dashed away
away
that
with the
that fight
beads?
was done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Variety knows this character. Variety knows how much damage Bologna can get off, so knowing how many tower shots to tank as well. Clutch play by Variety. Twig just not following here, but the blue buff once again. The crushing wave is available and has been started up.
Yeah, by the time they realize it, though, the blue buff's already taken down, and Variety and Twig just have to watch on and realize the blue is on the ground. But Variety's going to try and slow Scream back in if possible, and maybe even zone away Scary D from getting this blue buff if he can, as they don't exactly have eyes on Hebo just yet. But now that Twig shows his face in the mid lane, you'll probably see Scary D start to wander back towards his blue buff.
Yeah, I was going to say, Scary D could probably just ult the
Go
wave
for
from
the
a
wall.
distance and come back and say, are you going to miss this farmer, or are you going to, zone me off my blue? Either way, is able to pick that one up. Has the Soul Eater, 31 stacks on it already. Once we see that Soul Eater fully stacked, we'll probably see Scary D start to win this lane pretty heavily. The amount of sustain that Kleena has, you don't really want to box with the Bologna, but just poke from a distance, and then you're going to drop the Veils on the wave. That's sort of the style of play that Kleena has, just like this.
Yeah.
And then look at the HP bars. It's going to keep going in your favor as Stewart gets trapped.
In a bit of trouble here. Will avoid the stun though. Eat the damage from the ultimate from Genetics, but inbound now into the fray. Riptides away does Genetics, and Bobby will lock Netroid in place and force the beads. Scream giving chase with a wing gust with the movement speed bonus. Gets the silence off too. Spirit ball off the mark, and Netroid back to safety. No turnaround coming from the Kings here. No one in position to rotate over to keep the damage rolling and turn that fight around. If anything, pressure relieved, but it did cost Kings both sets of beads.
I mean, yeah, you do have the beads early. The re-engage
Still
is
going.
here. You're going to have to hit every shot of this wing gust, and one misses. So Netroid still is going to live underneath this tower. Getting the beats early and the Caledonian Boar, you'd think a kill would happen, but no, the CC was not good, and I think inbound just off the mark with those shadow locks. Captain Twig recognizing as well that the kill potential probably gone in that lane, so just going to go for the farm instead of helping out over here. But still, great play by Netroid and Genetics, able to juke out the full brunt of that CC. That could have been a double kill.
Really could have been, but at the end of the day, King surviving there makes this still a closer game than it once was. I will say I think the Scarabs are definitely looking to utilize this early game as much as they can before Hebo really gets into the fray here. And obviously the double carries of Medusa and Artemis as well. That's a lot of damage between those three alone. And you've still got great frontline tankiness with Variety on this Bologna, who's going to take on Scream again and force the beads thanks to the rally.
Yeah, the Eagles rally is down now. Scary D did have to use the bead, so the 1v1 potential is going down just a little bit. As
Oh,
I
hey,
mentioned, though,
Arthur.
that
Sorry.
Soul Eater finally fully stacked, so we're going to see some
I'm
big
totally involved in
sustain.
this game.
Not only out of Variety, who has the Death's Toll and the bludgeon, to just a lot of clear there, but from Scary D, a lot of abilities that are just going to be continually proccing on this wave. As Baronic may be in trouble here, doesn't realize Captain Twig's right around the corner, but still a lot of damage in his own right on this Uller.
Honestly, it could have gone either way between Big Man Tings and Baronic there. Whoever found the lucky point at first, and Inbon going to get the beads out of Tings again. All these silences, all these roots, they're really going to cause problems for Kings to consistently use these beads. And if they can keep them off rotation, it's hard for the Kings there to set up for a goal for a Pyromancer potentially. But Twig, looking for a Greater Scorpion, steal away, and does successfully do so. Eats the silence and Screaming Inbound, not happy about that. Twig going to try and use that wet paper to fall back to safety. Scary D's waiting for him again. Half health already. Big Twig has to use his ult, but where's he going to go? Still in the corridor, and Scary uses his ult to pick up the kill. Now they look for the invade on the blue buff, and Variety has his ultimate available. May need it if that Spirit Ball hits. Still knocked down to half health already. Blue buff is still a threat for them, but they're going to dive underneath here. Genetics is going to be a little bit late to the party. Great ultimate from Variety, buying time. Tiggs is here too, but they missed the ultimates on everybody. Scary D isolated and alone though, but Variety does fall down. Scary D slips inside the walls and escapes as well, and Kings are just too late to the party.
I will say, Scary D must have been practicing a lot of Kleena in the meantime. He looks like a completely different person on this character.
It was all jokes, bro. It was all jokes. That's what I was doing.
Yeah, now he's able to hit the ult, just predicting the crushing wave. Obviously, it's going to go in a pretty linear path, so you know where that's going. But then able to finish that kill on Variety, then dive back through the wall, knowing exactly how much HP needed to escape from that one. So completely different gameplay out of this Kleena from Scary D, looking a lot better. And again, the silence on inbound was off. He missed the Shadow Lock once again on this Nox, but it didn't matter that time. They had the damage.
I gotta give credit where it's due as well to how Scarabs dove that tower, because they avoided Genetics' ultimate and, for the most part, Big Man Tings. Losing both those ultimates in that engagement and not really catching anyone. Very unfortunate situation for the Kings, and find Scarabs again with about a 1,700 gold lead. I expected this to be a different tale of the tape, honestly, looking at how things have played out so far.
Twig has 0 player damage. He has not hit a single ability this game.
Wow. Has he needed to? Yes, he has, but he's not a chance to. Yeah. I mean, when you're silenced and running for your life most of the time, he has done a good job farming, though. If anything, he was slightly ahead before that last engagement over Scream, and still is now, I feel like. Actually, I think they're even pace, but look at this, left-hand side. Scarabs are going to pull the Gold Fury. They're taking the game by the scruff of the neck now with the control they've had, and are going to continue to extend their gold lead here. And you can see the Kings are just not in a position to contest this one now as we approach the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, it's a huge Gold Fury to start off this power spike that has already been in favor of the Scarabs. Even Stewart getting pressure. Artemis, not the best early game damage, but still has some great boxing potential into this Oleron matchup, at least early game. And it's just looking that, I mean, the Artemis has to sit under tower at the moment, which is a hard thing to do because your clear is not the best. Late game, though, hopefully a much different story for Netrioid. Hasn't really got to get active. The mid laners as well haven't been too aggressive, but...
Oh, Inbound taking a ton of damage in mid there. Will use his ult to try and buy time. Riptide free, but look at Twig just got deleted by Scream and Baronic on the backside of that fight. Meanwhile, Inbound still survived as the Kings have to fall back again. Variety and Scaredy rotating towards this mid lane here now. And Variety will just force back, but great little pickup again.
Arthur just comes in and says hi and then leaves immediately.
Yeah, 0-3 for the jungle of the Camelot Kings right now. This Hebo not online just yet. You really need some items. You have the one-shot potential, but can you survive when you have two members on top of you? Not at the moment. Twig still trying to get the farm game going as Baronic has climbed to a solid 1-level lead in the mid lane.
Do you like this Stone of Binding as he actually on E-set for Scream this game? Obviously, it's going to give him a bit of protection, but more importantly, continue the amount of damage because E-set brings so much CC control. And speaking of her, here she is in the solo lane again. Spirit Ball won't connect. The silence afterwards will, because the Eagles rally was there, but Scaredy can't find the angle with that Eye of Death coming through. Now Twig on the right-hand side tries to support for the blue buff, and the focus is on towards Scream and Baronic from Genex here, who's dropped to half health again. Kings are trying to be reactionary to what Scarabs put out here, but not finding much.
Yeah, we're seeing a 4v4 underneath the tier 1 tower. Pyromancer is still up. If you want to fight over an objective, you certainly can, but that is not the case right now. This started with a gank onto Variety, and then it's turned into a solid 8-man fight around this tier 2 tower, but unfortunately no one is going to fall here, just going to back off at the moment. But I think if Scream was able to just time his CC a little bit better, get those Stone of Binding procs, and actually do the damage that he needed to, that gank could have went a little bit differently, but great timed Eagles Rally by Variety to make sure to get out there. But as you were mentioning, I think this item just very solid as Genetics does not let this go down.
Inbound going to use his ultimate to avoid Tusky there coming through from Netroid, so ult for ult exchange definitely favors the side of Scarabs, I would say, in that. But good use from Bobby to realize what his situation was going to be in there.
Yeah, I think recognizing that he's trying to steal away just the last bit of that obelisk, not going to work. Of course, the Kings may not be ahead in farm, but they are still the Kings of confirming this objective. So once again, Genetics is going to pick up that Indra Scepter, just adding a little bit of his DPS here. But it still looks like Captain Twig is trying to get active. He does have that double flat pen built already. Divine Rune and Spear of Desolation.
Watching the SPL games from this weekend.
That dash being down, Variety would have told him that. Bead's already used by Scary D, and he's against the wrong wall to get away. Great Aegis, though, to avoid the damage out from the ultimate from Twig. But now the player damage is there, I would say, for Captain Twig. But inbound locks Variety inside, sets up Scream for an easy kill. And now Twig trapped in an awkward spot too, will be wing gusted down, tries to return some damage. But with Baronic on the way, he's going to fall anyway. 7-1 now, the Scarabs lead. And still, Cleaner looking like she should be on for a 100% win ratio in the Pro League.
Yeah, but Baronic is going to lose his red buff because of this
Thank you. Have
rotation
you
he's
seen
made.
anything
I'm sure he's going to
interesting
be
that we missed
pretty
over the
happy,
weekend?
though, because he does get the
this
Pyromancer as
first
his tier
game
1 tower is going to
with the
fall.
Solar
Tiggs
Scarabs was pretty
still
good.
trying to match some of that farm pressure. Level
way that they won.
15 on this Medusa. Given
good
how
job.
this game has gone, surprising that the highest XP in the game is this Medusa.
And also look at Variety, still a level lead over Cleaner here on the Scary D. So you can see the Kings are really
The Scarabs were like second
prioritising
to
a lot of
last
the
all
farm
last
more than anything
season,
else, realising
and they've
they
been
need
kicking
to get
ass
towards
lately.
the late game to
They started
really
doing really
start
well at the
showing
end of
this
the,
one.
the
I'm
end of
still
the
waiting for
season,
the Kings
and now they've
hidden
started off the
strategies
season
and,
looking pretty good.
pre-season to turn up because I've not seen any so far.
what they're doing.
And if it's going to be this Hebo, it's not paid off so far.
Yeah, they did say they had some secret strats in store right now. Maybe the option is let's try to,
Wait for week 3?
Yeah, maybe just get as much farm as we can. We're not going to come online until week 3, but right
Wait
now
for
I
week
think
3.
they are recognizing that. Number one, our comp probably has a better late game. We have double ADC and a Hebo. I mean, that alone should give you some room for just saying, hey, we're going to have a great time in about 20, 25 minutes. Let's just dial it back. But they haven't really been dialing it back. They've sort of still looked for these engages. Twig is still trying to find ganks, so I don't think they're really sitting on their hands, so to speak. They're
Nice, it
still
took them a
trying
while
to
to find
force
their
the issue.
footing
It's just not working
in
out.
those
I think they
Scarabs.
should continue to keep the
By the
pressure
swing
rolling
of
if they
things.
can, the Scarabs,
Yeah.
just because of the state of their composition. as the
There's some
game
team
goes on.
changes too.
However, if you're a Dragons fan right now, obviously they play a little bit later on today, but if the Dragons are watching, they'll be quite happy. They've got to face off against the Kings later on this weekend. And looking at how this one's gone, the Kings will be like, hey, sorry, the Dragons will be like, hey, I guess
Sure, it
we'll be
was
in
a
a good
rookie
spot
last
against
season.
the Kings. We've still got that one to look forward to. And Kings still need to bounce back here. Down 1-0 already in this best of 3. And find themselves with their back up against the wall. The gold isn't terrible just yet. But this Fury could spell a bigger impact.
Nice.
Silence and Spirit Ball hitting onto Genetics there. Primal
Oh,
Fury
still
dropping
up.
lower. And the
Got it.
Scarabs get the Primal Fury. But can they get away from danger? Inbound on the forefront.
Oops.
Going to get hit by the Riptide. Dashes away after the fact. Another Riptide connects. The Medusa
Dude.
used by Big Man Tings.
Chill.
Inbound still gets away. Twig does
the
step up and get
Riptides.
some water spout damage off. But it's not going to be enough to find a kill. Variety wants this, though. Look at him leading the team forward. Blinking in, looking towards Scream. That's the focal point. And Big Man Tings is there to secure the kill. They'll get a red buff as well. But it was still a Fury in favor of the Scarabs.
Yeah, just a little bit of sloppy play by the Scarabs. After the objective,
exit?
after you've
Yeah.
used so many ultimates on the Fury, you don't have to defend your red buff. It's one buff, but now you've lost your jungler, and Variety is still going to stop these backs here. You're probably going to lose a tower in left lane as well, all because you didn't just back up after the objective. So now there was a little bit of a gold spike, but the Camelot Kings are answering back.
Yeah, tier 1 tower on the left will fall down to those two, even that minion wave there. Stuart won't be able to do much about it, but it does allow the Kings to feel a little bit better about the state of play there. That little pick towards Scream, a big one in the tail of it, just to shut him down a little bit and give that gold over towards Big Man Tings, who's at level 17 in this mid lane now. So you can see where the majority of the Kings' focus will be is on what can Medusa get out in these engagements.
And Big Man Ting is not opting to go for that full red damage build that Moronic has on this Uller, the Transcendence
tired.
Crusher. Titan's Bane on one side, but Big Man Tings is essentially just building like an ADC. Crusher Transcendence and then into an auto-attack Shred build. That's why we saw Inbound get so poked out there. Not much physical defense right now, just a fully stacked Gauntlet of Thieves.
Nice
So
funny move today,
Big Man
Princess.
Tings is going to be shredding pretty much everyone on the
sure.
map right now. As
Nice
Scary
fight.
D is starting to get ganked here again.
Now Scary D still
That's
under
when to catch
pressure as
up
the
on some of
damage
these
from Ray
games
coming
I
through. And
missed.
remember the Frostbound Hammer just applying constant CC. Scream jumps on in here towards Variety, and Variety under some
Time to
pressure,
relax a
still
little
alive.
bit.
But Twig, who was there to support under pressure from Inbound.
And body's
now
so
Big Man
sore.
Tings and Genetics on scene. The Medusa
Oops.
ultimate skirted by the Scarabs there, away from the danger. Pressure relieved. But a couple of relics working.
Should have saved the ultimate.
Yeah, Variety does not have the beads. So if any of these Nox combos land, or if any of these Spirit Balls land from Scream, it would be a dangerous situation. Variety just able to juke out pretty much all of the CC on the map.
Raina
As Scary
rush,
D is going to
definitely
try to
rush
dive
along.
quick. You're going to have to hit
Yeah.
the ult.
Nailed it, but the great ultimate from Twig to avoid that damage there and immune himself from the danger. Still the chase is on. Inbound wants that kill, and he finds Variety in the jungle, but can't find the route. Thanks to the dash from the below.
Definitely a
net.
long weekend,
As you look
especially
at the
considering
comp,
I
though,
just
that Kings have got, it's
normally
starting
lay
to
around
get
bed
to that
and don't
late
do
game
anything.
stage. And the carries level 18
and my
and
muscles are
17.
all atrophied.
And with the Kasari being built by Variety here, you can see their focus is what can these carries do when we get there. At the moment, Netroid hasn't been able to get involved in the fight. But Fire Giant's starting to tingle in the back of my head now, where Scarabs should be looking.
Yeah, absolutely. They still have that circle of protection, the best confirm on the map at the moment. You still have a blink crushing wave, but if Scream is playing on point, there's no way he should be getting out confirmed. Variety's making the rotation over. Remember, there's no objectives over here except for a tier 2 tower, so I don't know why they're putting this much pressure. The Kings are getting aggressive.
Yeah, blinking from Variety, they're just pushing Scream back and keeping the pressure rolling on, but that blink didn't really come from naught. However, the Fury up in about a minute and a half's time here as they look to steal away more of these obelisks on the left hand
I think
side.
that's why Variety rotated over, just to make sure they could get that obelisk.
Maybe
Yeah,
Genetics
like
was just
it.
like, hey, dude, I need my obelisk, right? Like, I gotta go and get it. Like, you've got to come and help me out. And that's why we use Blink, just to secure it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to use both your teleport and your blink to confirm the obelisk, I mean, maybe the Kings have the right idea here. They are putting a lot of stock into this relic, this objective.
Now, the one thing that I'm going to see from the Scarabs, though, is, like, fight control of who they choose to focus, because at the moment they've done a great job on Hebo. If they keep getting distracted by the Hebo, though, these two carries will pop off. However, if they switch attention, Hebo could always come back into play. Variety, Spirit Ball, surrounded, silence, CC chain to hell, but will escape
got
with
out?
the Eagles rally for now. The rest
Oh
of the
my
Kings
God.
trying to support now and rally round. Genetics is here, gets a good Riptide up to Scream that forces him straight to Big Man Tings' ultimate. And now the ultimate used by Genetics will zone away the Scarabs. Unfortunately, Twig tries to wrap around the back, finds an
impressive that
avenue.
Variety lived.
Doesn't have Blink available here. The knock-up does connect, and the Kings are continuing chase here, but Scarabs are well away. Good Riptide again from Genetics, pulls Stuart back in. Stuart's on an island, does drop his ultimate and get as much damage off as he can,
Oh my
but
God.
will fall down to
Those
Captain
Riptides
Twig.
are
Next
just
one, this
killing
could
him.
be inbound. He'll dash away, but now one more Riptide could do it. Genetics waiting for that Omni to come through, looking for the Riptide, but the silence slows him down. Instead, he'll speed up his team, and that's 3 quick kills in the way of the Kings that could now turn into an FG.
Gold is
Yeah, the
even.
crushing wave is still available, and it looks like no one from the Scarabs is sticking around here. Only maybe Scary D could make it in time, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So this
Veronica tries to
Fire
go over
Giant
the
will
wall.
go down for the Camelot Kings. I was looking because obviously Scream got hit by that Petrify. He
Looking
opted
for
to
the
go for
win.
Blink Shell.
Yep.
So no form of CC immunity on this ESET. Maybe just didn't put a lot of stock into the CC of this team. But if you're going to look into a Petrify, you're going to
Oh,
get
man.
blown up there. So not a great turn for the Solar Scarabs. The Camelot Kings, however, finally got some gas under their feet.
Notice how they choose not to go for Pyromancer there because they realize they can go for this Oni Fury instead with the Fire Giant around with all 5 of them too. This is go time for the Kings now with these carries. We saw how that ended up playing out. Scarabs invest too much in Variety and don't find a kill. And then Kings are able to rally and punish them for their discretions. And now we're in a state where Kings now have a gold lead for the first time this game.
Yeah, and I think their team fight presence is a lot better too. Now that we're looking at these ADCs that are getting online, Netrulite already has Silver Branch, has that Wind Demon now. Looking over at BMT, got the Death's Embrace. These are huge upgrades for these 2 ADCs on the side of the Camelot Kings. If the Scarabs couldn't win fights then, it's going to be much harder to do it now.
Very going to be high execution for Scarabs from this point forward, though. They had the lead in this game in moments. They were ahead in the early game. They kept that ball ticking along quite nicely until a couple of bad mistakes in that solo lane have now cost them and given Kings a window. Oni minions now pouring left, middle, and right-hand side. Looks like the Kings are going to group up on the right, though, and look for this tier 2 tower, the easiest one. Keep an eye on Genetics, looking for those Riptides again. It's been a nuisance for the Scarabs to deal with.
Yeah, my eyes are also on Variety, who's wrapping around here. Doesn't really think...
He don't care.
Yeah, he's not worried about any sort of damage here. He's seen how much damage the Scarabs can do, and even 4v1, they were not able to kill this Bellona, so I don't think he's too worried, just showing some face so they can't defend this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Variety just being a distraction here in the jungle as Scaredy will meet him there. Opens up the window for that tier 2. Now the Kings transition towards the middle lane. Oni minions are down in that middle lane though, so it will be an auto endeavor, but somebody has to go to left-hand side soon from the Scarabs, otherwise that tier 2 tower will fall. And if the Kings sense that, they could take a 5-on-4 in the mid lane.
Yeah, looks like Genetics is trying to position to get a nice River's Rebuke here, but no one who can get caught is stepping too far up. Obviously, Inbound could just jump into Baronic and jump out if they need to, but the siege begins.
Big Riptide there onto Inbound as
Riptides are
well,
so
and now that
annoying.
tier 2 falls down. Obviously, 5v4, Scarabs can't
my
defend,
God.
as Stuart had to focus on that left-hand side. So Kings are using this Fire Giant here just to strip the map from right-hand side all the way to left. And we're going to be left with just Phoenixes and probably about a minute of FG to play with unless we see a fight at this tier 2.
Yeah, they're playing the game exactly how they need to, recognizing they don't have to do anything too risky. Just try to get as much gold on the map as this tier 2 tower is being looked at. The board gets dropped.
Oh, a lot used there. An Inbound caught and he's dash away. He's going to be bursting down after the fray. Now a 5-on-4 with the whole team chasing him from Kings. Blinking from Varieties. Genetics drops down the ultimate 2 to zone them away from the Phoenix. And the Kings with 2 ADCs strip it in seconds. Now now Stewart trapped in an awkward spot, gets hit by the big ult from Variety, and Relic's used as well. Still Stewart under pressure from the Riptide. No support from the Kings just yet, but once the carries get there with BMT and Netroid, another kill, and now a killing spree for the mid laner out of the Camelot Kings.
Looks like Genetics is just going to heal up the squad here, and the mid Phoenix is going to be next on the menu. I thought maybe they'd look to go for that end because of the double hunters, but still playing smart as usual. The Camelot Kings very methodical in their play style here.
Definitely a tale of two tapes here. The early game, all Scarabs, but once we got to that mid-late game and these carries came online and the grouping happened, the Kings have started to run away with it. Middle
And these
Phoenix
pro
now
players
down,
definitely
right
know how
hand
to use
being
it.
attempted. Oh, here come the Scarabs.
That's why Emoji's so
4 members
dangerous.
strong, trying to delay this. The Phoenix is still alive for now, but the front line is the one absorbing all this damage. Look at Variety's health bar. He ate a ton of damage there, and he's still over 60%.
Yeah, 3 Phoenixes down, double ADC late game. You have a Hebo as well. It's looking very solid for the Camelot Kings, and I will say, we haven't seen too many teams able to come back from a deficit like this, so the Solar Scarabs have their work cut out for them. I will say Scaredy finished that Mantle of Discord and upgraded that Bluestone Brooch. A little bit of damage and survivability. Stewart still level 18, looking at the ADC for the Scarabs, not able to pump out enough damage to really deal with Variety. We saw he just dives so freely in the backline, and Inbound's level 15 right now.
Taking into account that we saw the focus on Hebo early game, and he didn't get any damage off, as you said, for Captain Swig. He's 2 levels up on the E set. That's been a big factor in this early stage. It was a great bait in a way, but you look at it from a King's point of view. It made the Scabs go, hey, let's focus Hebo, make sure he's not in the game. Well, because of that, the rest of the team have been unchecked. The mid and left-hand side of this map wasn't really looked at from the Scarabs too much, but when they did, they weren't successful. They tried a couple of times in dual lane to find kills, but didn't manage to find one, and that's why we find ourselves with the Kings in a 10k gold lead now at 25 minutes in, and all 3 Phoenixes down. The Titans exposed.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think I've seen BMT under any sort of pressure this whole game. Both relics available, probably have been for the last 20 minutes or so. As you said, putting all your stock into this Hebo, not wanting to get that online, you accidentally let a Nitrioid and a Big Man Tings on these duo lane, or on these ADCs, both go undying towards the late game. These hunters are online.
Inbound still trying to step up and cause problems for the Kings, but the front line's a little bit tankier now. Genetics, for the most part, avoids using the heals, avoids using the stuns. It's very much Riptide, Riptide, Riptide. Reposition my team, reposition the enemy team, and try and force out some beads or catch some dashes away. The fight begins, though, as the Kings just dance at the FG, and Scarabs realize if they're going to contest, they have to do it soon, as the minions are going to start pushing down these lanes. All 3 are positioned about tier 2 towers now, and Kings are just trying to buy time. They're trying to wait for those minions to push in and force someone back to defend. And as soon as they do, as soon as Stewart gets spotted, it's going to be go time for the Kings once more.
Yeah, the Camelot Kings really don't want to try to 50-50 the objective again. He said ult is available at the moment, but the fight, they're going to have to push a 4v5, knowing that all of these Phoenixes are down. I wouldn't be surprised if the Kings just go for it now.
Inbound tries to use the ultimate here to steal away or at least reduce some damage and tankiness. Variety engagement with the Eagles rally on the backside. Twig, though, meanwhile, getting all in by Scream, but Scream does not survive the damage from Big Man Tings. And now it's a 4-on-5. Fire minions left, fire minions right, and Scaredy is stuck in the jungle with the Greater Scorpion.
Yeah, the Scarabs were so dominant at the beginning of this game.
Attacks. Veronic forced
they were
away,
5-0.
low, and Variety on
And
this
then
Bellona
just started
has
getting
caused
rolled
so many
over.
problems, I feel like, from the get-go. He was focused in the early game, but look at him just absorb the damage and keep marching on forward. I think you can't give him this guard. He's going to go into the Titan room on his own here as the rest of his team get the Fire Giant.
Yeah, Variety probably could 1v1 that Titan at the moment, just given his build. That Death's Embrace would be pretty clutch, but not worried at all against the members of the Solar Scarabs. These 3 are never going to kill this Bellona, and now all of the Kings are finally grouping up here for the push. Once again,
now,
double ADC onto this Titan. You still have Hebo damage. It's not going to look good.
Well, in comes Genetics now trying to absorb, and a lot of these autos and these abilities off the mark from the Scarabs at the tail end here. It was a high execution composition, and Kings punished them for it. The Kings find the win after being down for a considerable amount of that game. But more importantly, Cleaner is no longer 100% win ratio in the SPL. Well, at least in solo lane. In jungle, she's still 100%.
That's true. I mean, full damage Cleaner does do some things, but that game, as you said, they had a very high skill cap comp, and if they missed any sort of abilities, their team fight sort of went down the hole. And unfortunately, Inbound dropped a few CCs there, and then the fight just, they weren't able to find the picks.
What do you change for game 3 then for the Scarabs? Game 1 goes so well, bit more of a traditional composition.
Change your draft.
Them. Game 2, they get a bit spicy, let's put
That's
it
what I
that
would
way.
change. Change your draft.
What do you do game 3?
I would say probably try to draft a little bit more late game presence, because you had the early game, your team fight late wasn't as good.
He didn't want to be rude, though.
Back to the
He's like,
now.
maybe get a warrior or a tank somewhere. your draft.
We'll find out who wins after the break.
Oh god. That was a long stretch. All kinds of squeals in there. A squealy stretch. DJ Joe Bro. His name is Joe Bro. That's funny. That's some good deodorant. I haven't reapplied deodorant since I went out yesterday, and like my armpits still don't stink. That's pretty good. Oh, I gotta do my chess games. I do like this knight to d7 move because of this move later. I don't think they can counter it. Because you have to put this bishop here, which you can't do, because your pawn's in the way. Yep, looks good. I like knight b7, or knight d7 rather. Let's do that. I don't normally like blocking my bishop. This is the right time for it. Baller status. And now I'm off vacation time. No more vacation for Willow. This guy's too good. Now I can't take this because he took with the knight. Unfortunate. Do some extra vacation time? Yeah. So you can take a trip to LA. I'm gonna take a caffeine pill, I think. Or 12. Maybe I'll take 12 caffeine pills. Does that sound about right? I'll take 12. It's probably fine. This is fine, you guys. And a B vitamin. Not 6 of them though, just like 1 is fine. 12 caffeine pills and a B vitamin. A trip to LA is exactly what I need. I know. $12 is a bit much in my opinion. Oh. Oh wait, that's supposed to be LMAO? I don't know what that is. Whatever you're trying to say to me. I don't know who you are. Get some lotion on my sunburned arms. Wonderful. I was gonna put some aloe in my hair, but if I have to wear the headset, in my hair for my scalp, not in my hair, but on my scalp. But by wearing the headset, I can't really have aloe in my hair, so now I'm just suffering instead. Not really sure what to do in this game. I could attack that pawn. I think he knows better than to move the knight, though. guess it wouldn't really be checkmate. He would just move the pawn, so. But then I would pick up another pawn, so. And then probably the last pawn. Then I'd have 2 pawns that are passed pawns. But he has a rook on them. Ah! Chill, Broseph. Chill. I'm trying to do something here. That's check, so let's assume he does that and takes this. And not that he'd be stupid enough as a 1964 player to do this, but that'd be cool. Because his only recourse is to block, and then it's checkmate. I don't think he'd be dumb enough to do that. If I did do this, would he still do this? He could. If he were to take this, and I go here, he would be able to do that. But then... I was going to continue to take pawns. That's not at all what I was clicking on. Okay, so I just can't click anymore. I think there's something wrong with the mouse. Because it changes its speed or something. It's weird. Sensitivity. Changes sensitivity. There you go. They make aloe-based shampoo that could help if you had some. Okay. Yeah, the music's just a little loud. Oh, you didn't hear me before? Oops. But yeah, I did get a little bit loud there when it came back to the game. So I was going to take this pawn instead, but moving this might be good to save it. He might try to attack it? Question mark? I can see him moving here, though. I think it's a fake. I can treat you decently, and then the music just started being, blaring. Oh. Yep, that's not gonna work. Huh. Oh man, they all went to 4 hours. Ah! I guess we're gonna play chess for a minute. Alright. Well, give me a second to figure out what to do here. What if I... This is not gonna work. Could be cool. Like, okay. What if I just take the pawn anyhow? Right? It looks crazy, but hear me out. And he takes this. Clearly, that's why I moved it there. I attack it. If he does do something crazy like move this, God forbid, that's checkmate. Well, it will be shortly. Checkmate. Granted, upon moving, he doesn't have to move there. He can move here, or he can move here, which allows him to block and not get taken. In addition, he doesn't even have to move it. He could be like, what's up? Which is what I was looking at for this setup, to possibly fork both these pieces with a pawn. But yeah, you know what I mean? I think he's going to be smart enough as that high rated of a player to not be stupid with his moves. Probably. So, like, he probably would move his knight somewhere productive as opposed to not somewhere productive. So what I could do is protect this pawn. If he does happen to do this, this is not the pawn structure I want for the endgame. So it looks so bad. It's really bad. I don't like this. I don't like that at all. Nope. I could just attack the pawn. Maybe I'll just take this, and then I can go here. And he needs to move this pawn. If he does this, then that's checkmate. He also could move his king here instead. So. Oh my god. I think I got exposed to a lot of germs or something. My body feels fucked up. My throat's kind of sore. My nose has been runny. Eyes are itchy. Ah! Woo! Also could attack it. What if I attack it? What does he do if I attack? That's kind of a cool move. Gets my king off that line with the pawns that are undefended. That's kind of good. And then he'll probably be like, that's fine. I'll just move out of the way. And then I'll be like, oh. Or he'll take the pawn. You also could just do this. That'd be cool. Except for this pawn. You know what? I don't know what to do. I don't have any moves in the game. Okay, I'm just gonna go back on vacation time. Screw it. I don't feel like playing. I shouldn't have made that move, because now I'm off vacation time. Oh, man. Aw, jeez, guys. I went with that? Jeez, I don't usually do modern defense. I guess I was trying it out. So you're gonna checkmate me in one move. Gotcha. Guess I'll stop that. That's pretty bold as a 15-20 to go against 16-20 and try to checkmate them on the fourth move of the game. Pretty bold strategy. Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him. So you knew what I was gonna do, did ya? You knew that, did ya? Well, shit. That's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. Could attack both the bishop and the queen by moving here. We call that a fork. Which you're not going to leave your queen there, so you'll probably move it to here. And then I could just be like, oh, you... I heard you, baby. Good job. Love you. That's my clothes from yesterday. Probably smells like human. And burning rubber. Did you guys see this funny picture? Not that funny picture. This one. Jerry's like, squat down there behind that. And I'm wearing a skirt, right? He's like, squat down there behind that, behind the window. Let's see if I can get a picture of you inside the window. Makes it look like you're inside the car. I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm sure it will. I hadn't undone that button yet, this top button. Later on, I started getting too warm right here, so I decided to open up the cleavage a little bit. Because I was popping it open. Because my boobs are so big. Let's see, we're keeping her smiling? No. No, I don't think so. At least the glass is hiding my face pretty well. Thanks, so coffee. Maybe this is the wrong move, because it puts him in line for that if I move this. This is protected, granted. So that's good. Like I can't move this because I'll lose this. This is not a great strategy. I thought it was, but maybe it's not. All right. I could move the knight on the other side first. I was trying to find the crop top that girl was wearing, or top. It was kind of a crop top. I couldn't find it. There's too many stuff to look too many things to look through. Got some slutty clothes up in here though. Some pretty slutty clothes and like all minority models. They're like, we don't want any white girls modeling for us. It's actually a little offensive. But it's okay to be racist as long as you're a minority. As long as you're not white and racist, you know, that's a no-no. But as long as you're some other race other than white, you can be as racist as you want because, you know, you have that right. Idiots. Fucking stupid humans. Stupid fucks. Long top? No. It was kind of like none of these. They're really bad with their categories too. Like, they really are inaccurate. Was it a corset top? Not really. Kind of, maybe. A little bit. That's really cute. I like that. Chi-Chi's. Chi-Chi's on the top. Thanks. Thanks for sharing. It's only racist be racist if you're white, don't you know? Yeah. Idiot country. Idiot fucking country. The fuck is this? No me gusta that. Look at this. What? I should be a fashion designer so I can make better clothes than what I see. That's cute. I don't think it's in this section. It had to be like in that. I don't think it's a bralette. It probably isn't a cami either, but we can check cami. Their categories are just totally ridiculous, so like, these are probably not going to be camis. Like that is not a cami. Nope. Even these kind of don't qualify. I guess this one does, but nope. I don't think it's going to be in here. Not a cami. Like, obviously. No. Kind of cute, though. I don't think we're going to find it, ever. I don't want to search through all of them. This girl's not accidentally white, is she? She's like just a light-skinned black girl with like pink lighting. I suppose she could be Hispanic, maybe? Oh no, because we're not allowed to have white girls here, so I think she must be Hispanic. Okay. Crop top 2010. Great. Fashion face masks. Fashion face masks accessories. Can I see a fashion face mask, please? What? The fuck is this? Okay. Meow. What? What could you possibly want? What? Meow. These are terrible. Meow. Meow. Why am I looking at these? Okay. Meow. Meow. I don't know what the fuck these are. What the hell is shop Instagram? What the fuck? Maybe it's not considered a crop top. I thought it would be. It's kind of like a vest top. But cropped. So, a crop top. Damn it. Well, maybe we'll just get lucky and happen to see it. That's a confusing top. I like that I can see her ribs though. Is that girl white? I don't know. That's a lot of strings on this top. BRB, Willow. Okay, coffee. Back to the chess games then. Okay, anyways, I'll keep an eye out for that top. Maybe I'll see it later. What are we doing here? No games of position found, really? Interesting. Because it's supposed to be knight to c3. And then? Because then they can't put their queen there. So now knight d5 is a good move. D6 instead of taking the bishop for free? What? Why would you take the bishop? What am I missing? Because you'll lose the pawn? Like, that's why? Weird. Okay, well now you can't take it for free anymore. That's why. I don't think I agree with that move. Whoever chose that one. I could just do d6 right now. Gives them a chance to do that, though. Okay, how do I get that to move where I want to move? Meow! Weird move. I don't know where to move. I'm thinking It's not gonna work. There's no, I mean, he's... Probably could do d5. Or not. So he just this, I can do this. And I would take it. So I feel like this is a pretty natural move right here, bringing this knight out. So I think I'll go ahead and do the move with the pawn. Maybe not this. Okay. Well, I'm not sure. Let's see what'll happen if I do d6. I don't know. It feels okay. Hi, baby. What can I do for you? Oh yeah? You think so? Gotcha. What? Gotcha. Hey, Lucy. You guys are cute. Very, very cute. Animals. Good with that. If you do that, yeah, I said do. Still feels worth it. Oh shit. Well, there's that. Okay. Well, we'll think of something. Let's see what happens if we do this. I'm interested to see what happens. Okay. Moving on. Not that one. The next one on the list. I accuse this guy of cheating directly. Oh, I took the pawn. That's unfortunate. Yep. What an asshole. Wow, man. Just wow. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. Fuck you very much. Hope you listen to the stream. Go fuck yourself. No, the next one on the fucking list. Come on, man. Hmm. I hope he wouldn't do this. He might, though. Meow. Why are you doing that? Hey. What's wrong? You're fine. Everything's fine. You have a clean cat box. I'm here with you today. You have water and food. Doors open. What else could you possibly want? I love you. Wow. I see. She just stared at me. She's like, that's cool. Not that I'm talking to anybody. Okay. Well, if we were to trade this out, I suppose. I guess I don't have to. Well, I can't protect it, though. Yeah, I can. But he would, I mean, he'd still do it. That's not what I want to be. God damn it. Well, I guess I'd have 2 knights going into the endgame, which is cool. I'm pretty good with my knights, so, alright. We'll see what he does. Why does he keep skipping the fucking game that I want next? Oh man, this game. Okay, well, this game's a little more treacherous. I did like attacking the rook with the king, maybe. I like the double attack on that pawn, maybe. I like getting the king off this line with the pawn, because that could be a thing that the rook does. Me making this move right here will basically force that to happen. Wait, what is it? If I hold down control, if I make this alt, if I make this move, then this will happen. Haha. That's cool. Wasn't shift 1 also? Yeah. Which I guess is fine. I'm gonna lose that pawn anyhow, probably. I don't have a very good way to protect it. I could move here right now. But then that allows for this. And then I have to do something. So I think bringing the rook out's a smarter move. But if I do bring the rook out, and he just says this, I have to move. Which I guess is fine. He doesn't have to take it, he can ignore it and take that instead.
There's food for you. I'm sure I can see food.
Hi, Cherry.
Hi. The cat seems to be very...
She's very vocal today. I don't know what's going on with her.
Is she telling us everything that happened on the 3Ds?
I guess. I don't know what she wants. What do you want from me? Meow!
Meow.
Everybody's meowing. Even Cherry's meowing now. I'm dying. Yep, he already played it. She's gonna get knocked over again. What is that on you? What are you doing in here? What are you doing, crazy? Meow! I could just make this move now. He could still do... No, he can't do that. Disregard. So I guess we'll just take this pawn. I don't know. What's wrong, baby? Huh?
Did you tell him about starring in the video?
What?
Did you tell your fans about starring in the Cletus video?
I'm not starring. I told him that you found us in it.
We weren't starring?
I told Bloop
Oh.
anyways, because Bloop was the only one listening to me. And now I think Bloop might be away. And Coffee's away. Nobody's listening to me.
I'm listening to you.
Why claw my blanket? You holding on for dear life? Is it working? Is it working? Where'd you go? There she is. What? Why are you pointing at my phone?
Hasn't got there yet.
Then why are you pointing at it?
Why hasn't it got there yet? It's right there. Why hasn't it got it? Like it's only a few feet.
Because that's not how it works. That's not airdrop. Airdrop would work that way. This one has to go to the tower and then back from the tower to here. Do you use headbutt as crotch? Inappropriate, Jasmine. That's sexual assault. She's like, I know, that's why I did it. Hey. Stop trying to knock everything over. Please.
So I added a little circle,
Oh, cool.
and I just sent it to your phone.
Very cool. Thank you. I'll post that for people. Oh yeah, you mentioned doing that. It's kind of chilly today. I guess it's a good day for mowing the lawn.
Yeah, better than being hot.
I'm cold. I keep having to cover up.
You can come out. I know you need the sun.
I'm not wearing any clothing, ever.
No clothing?
Wearing a shirt and shorts, but you know, like small amounts of clothing, so like, I'm cold. See? Yeah. Seems like it's too warm to turn the heater on though, so I'm just sitting here being cold instead. Like a weirdo.
Alright, I'll be out front. Making noises.
Like which front? Like the actual front?
Maybe I should put my earplugs in.
The front by the door? Front door?
Yeah, front yard. Lawn.
Are you gonna be doing the back at all?
Maybe not today.
Alright.
It's not as critical.
Just because it'll be hard to hear if you do, so I'd have the door closed if you're gonna do the back, probably.
No, I won't be doing it today.
Okay. Cool, cool. Have fun. Sure he's gonna mow the lawn. I'm gonna yawn. I'm gonna yawn about it. Okay. Anyhow. I do want that king off the line with the pawns. I suppose I can move one of the pawns right now, and then I can move the other one. I don't have time to move both, though. But the one's protected. So I only have to move the B pawn. And then the other pawn's protected. I have to move my king to h6, though. Which, maybe that's a good place for it. Because if I move to f6, then the h7 pawn is under threat as well. Is there any validity in doing something like this? Sacrificing the bishop blatantly in order to take control of this file, knowing that this is checkmate. Because now the rook can't get here. The knight can't move here because I would take it. But I'm not actually threatening anything except for the checkmate, which they could just go like this. You know what I mean? Or just go like this, and now I'm in check. I move there instead of here because if I move here, they could put me in check again by doing that. I don't think it's a good move. We each only have 2 pieces left. Maybe sacrificing one of them for position is not a good idea. Because it's not a guaranteed checkmate. All they have to do is just do this, and they just get out of it, so... And that's not worth it. This does look worthwhile, but this is easily thwarted as well, and that's not what I want. I think forcing the rook to move first is helpful. Because if I do force the rook to move and take this, and then I move here, well, I have that position on him, right? You can't block. Because I'll take it, whatever he blocks with. He could put me in check, I suppose. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I see this fork, but I'm just like, I don't know. Because this is checkmate. But he knows that. He's in 1964. He knows it's checkmate. He used to be over 2000, so he's been losing apparently. He would just move this. But if I fork him... I think he would do this. Because I can't take this now. So I'd have to just settle for that. And then he can move. Probably there. And attack 2 pawns at once. Which I'll move here. Now he has to move here. And I can attack 2 pawns at once. Alright, let's move the king. I decided. Oh, not that anybody can hear me. Welcome back from the ad break. Family's listening to me. I decided I'm going to move the king. I waited for the ad break to end to do so. Good luck, king. Good luck. Now I have time. Thank goodness. Hey Siri, set a timer for 6 hours.
Okay, your timer is set for 6 hours.
Hey Siri. Thank you, doll.
Sure thing.
Siri's my best friend. That's why we hang out and talk so much. Fernando. Oh, so is. Welcome back, Coffee. No problem. I finished my chess games for now. I'm just replying to some messages on Instagram. A lot of them, apparently. Okay. I didn't click on video chat with somebody who I don't know, so that's cool. Uh-huh. Yeah, I bet you're very popular after the GP. Yeah, it's the GP that did it. Mm-hmm. I can stroke to this one. Wow. I don't know who this is. Somebody with really big arms. He must stroke a lot. Lean, clean, Doreen. Oh, what? What's your follower count after this last weekend? I think it went up by like 1 or something. Lots of people wanted to stroke to Dwayne the Cock Johnson, huh? Yeah. That's my nickname, too. Fernando. Which one was Fernando again? Oh, that guy. The truck driver guy, I think. It's hard to keep everybody straight. There's some people I met at the race who were like messaged me and stuff. This girl's hot. I met her on an airplane. And that's the end of that story. Oh, she lives in Arizona now. Cool. Follower count's at 2128, so I think I gained like 2. So, not that much. My followers are always around the same. Never go up. So, I guess we're ready to stroke it to, continue watching Smite. Yeah. Wait, is Easter coming up? When's Easter? I didn't know when that was. I forgot Easter was a thing. It sucks I've lost like $30. That sucks. Oh. Unfortunate. on this upcoming Sunday. Oh, I know what I'm giving up on Friday for Lent then. Wait, is it Friday? Is that when Lent is? Because, that's when we can start our plan, maybe. Easy to keep track of, you know? Welcome back from the ad break while I sing songs. Songs of torment and pleasure. I mean, or of sorrow. That's what I meant. Mm-hmm. Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, what you guys want to talk about? That's a hot picture. What you want to talk about, princess? Stuff and things? Mm. Mm. Just looking at, some stuff. some stuff and some things on the internet. Just seeing what's out there. It's pretty exciting. Pretty exciting stuff on the interwebs. Cool. Just jacking it. Cyril Figgis. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. That's a good one. Hashtag ruining your boner. Wow. Wow. Okay. The hell? What kind of hashtag is that? Yeah. It was something educational about rape or something. Or about consent. I don't know what it was. Mm-hmm. I didn't read it. It was long. Well, it's about that time. To do the thing that you said I don't need to do anymore. It was something about consent. I didn't read it. Yeah, that kind of thing. I didn't read it. It's whatever. It's all good. It's fine, guys. How do you get to the stories again? You have to like click on the profile or something? Oh, maybe it's gone. I don't know how it works. I don't use Instagram. Yep, 2128. That's all I got. Fernando. He's one of the people from the race that I talked to. It's a cool picture of that car. I like that car. Anyhow, so I could go do that thing, but he did say I didn't have to do it anymore. But I was planning on doing it, so now I don't know what to do. Or we can continue watching Smite. Do you feel bloated? Well, I did eat 3 of those bread things, and then had a Slim Fast shake thing. So, probably. And I had Cheez-Its last night, like, I guess that was 16 hours ago. But still, 16 hours ago I had some Cheez-Its. Well, 17 hours ago. It's fine. This is fine. That's a pretty gross thing to do. Okay. Stand by.
Game number 2 started off strong for the Solar Scarabs, but at the end of it, it's the Camelot Kings who come out on top to tie us and bring us to a game number 3 in our first set here in week number 2. And a lot of that Mifflin really felt like it came out of the solo lane there. Early focus on for the Scarabs was shutting down Variety, making sure to keep damage over there towards that solo lane. But as the game kept going on, the Scarabs never gave up that mentality. They still said, okay, let's keep dumping damage into Variety until the point where Variety didn't care about the damage they threw at him anymore.
No, eventually your tank is just going to be tanky enough to survive all that dive. The Solar Scarabs, I'd almost written off this game at that 10-minute mark because the lead was so dominant for the Scarabs yet again. But the Camelot Kings, ever the squad of macro farming and mental fortitude, were able to hang in there until the point where this draft really started to start working out for them. And as you said, a lot of focus on Variety in a lot of these engagements, namely this one. You see a 4-man dive on a Variety into a wombo combo turnaround, screen falls down, and then from there, Captain Twig essentially allowed to free cast for the rest of that team fight, and potentially even the rest of that game. Habois did not seem to be a focus for the Solar Scarabs, and when you allow Habois to do what Habois does, it's damage. He does damage. That's the whole thing. He does a lot of it, too.
Yeah, he does a lot of it. Big Man Tings does a lot of damage this game into the 6.0 KDA here in that mid. And this Medusa, as the game started out, was a little bit of focus. Big Man Tings is taking a lot of damage early on, but when we get into these late game team fights, I mean, you can see just from this clip alone, that's the only instance of damage that Big Man Tings was worried about at all. And for most of these fights, Tings end up going essentially untouched. A 4-0-4 for him to close out this game. Netroid 3-0-3 over on the Artemis over into the duo lane here. So the Camelot Kings are able to rally back here in game number 2, tie us up. and now send us over to game
Should
number
focus
3.
the hunters.
And with a loss like this, as you said, the Scarabs had a pretty nice lead to start things out, and then the Camelot Kings turned this one around. This has kind of been the tale of the Scarabs as of going all the way into even phase number 3 in Season 8, where they'd get this nice early game lead, then they don't things out, and then the Camelot Kings turn this one around. This has kind of been the tale of the Scarabs as of going all the way into even phase number 3 in Season 8, where they'd get this nice early game lead, then they don't quite know what to do with it, and then late game they're not able to close out some of these team fights here. But we have seen lights where the Scarabs are able to close these games out.
We have, and when they are able to, it's generally very fast games. I like to equate like modern-day Solar Scarabs, very similar to what we saw from the Jade Dragons at their peak, where it's, hey, we're either going to dominate a game, and it's going to get close at the 26-minute mark, or it's going to go a little bit past that, and things are going to start to struggle from there. The Solar Scarabs, I think, can still lean on their playstyle. This is 2 games in a row now where they dominate the early. It's just whether or not they can transition it into an actual dub.
We'll see if they can transition a dub here in game number 3. Picks and bans ready to go. And not much is going to change, at least on the side of the Scarabs, for their first ban, Dodgy. Still, that first one out, Camelot Kings will continue to keep the Artio out of the hands of the Solar Scarabs, and maybe just keep this Artio out of the hands in general here. I mean, this guy has been performing exceptionally well over in that solo lane since her rise back in season number 8. And it seems the Camelot Kings aren't going to change up much of their bans here. I mean, these were the problem 2 gods, really, for them in game number 1, this AMC and this Artio. They're going to look to reprise that and make sure to ban it away here in game number 3, just like they did in game 2.
Yeah, just keeping those hot pieces away from the Solar Scarabs, I think, a very good answer. But now the Solar Scarabs have had a game of practice of playing without those. I'm sure they'd have already made their adjustments. Slaney, ever the veteran coach, can likely try and shine some light on where the Solar Scarabs falter in Game 2, so not concerned too much for them. I think we're looking at a very good game from here on out. That said, the Camelot Kings will likely want to change some things up. They are a late-game focused team. They do like to take that slower pace, but this is twice now where they've fallen significantly behind in the early phases, and when you fall as far behind as they have, it almost feels as if at times your hands are no longer on the levers of power. You're no longer the one dictating the fate of this match, and I'm sure the Camelot Kings want to be the ones in the driver's seat. I'm expecting some shift-ups from them.
So far, the Scarabs will change up their momentum, their motto, their momentum. I tried to combine a couple of words there,
Yeah, it's all good,
but
man.
I got there, and Kleena will be banned away. Now, this is a first pick by the Scarabs in game number 2, one that worked really well to start this game out, but as the game started petering on later, the Kleena was starting to fall off there. And now a Bologna thrown here, so 2 new solo laners going to be popping themselves up here in game number 3, taking a shot at variety there against that Bologna ban.
Yeah, the Bologna ban makes sense if you really, really want to be prioritizing the soul laner in some of these late-game team fights. Bologna, very, very survivable. Has tons of block stats built into the kit, has great disarms to try and target out some of Scream's favorite gods, things like the Kali. Very hard time finishing off some of those kills when a Bologna's on the other side. Could be that the Kings decide to ban out the Kali themselves. They do not. Instead, it is the Kabrakan. So Solar Scarab Scream Unleashed can go towards one of his favorite picks, but does not. Instead, Erlong Shen, I believe likely slated for the jungle, will not have to contend with all those block stacks and disarms. And we've seen what this Erlong Shen can do in the early in Scream's hands.
Yeah, we saw what it could do in game number 1. We'll see if he can reprise that once again in game number 3. But this Kali, I mean, the Kali was banned away in game number 1. Since then, the Kings haven't really cared to ban that one away. They've been going for some of the other problems that have arisen from the Scarabs just in this set and in their last couple of sets there. So it's interesting to see that the Kali has just kind of gone to the wayside here. But that also leaves Gilgamesh open. That was the god that was being banned away from the Kings by the Scarabs in games 1 and 2. Same with the Kepri. So now there's an opportunity where the Kings can pick up one or both of those guys that were taken away from them.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they bypass the Gilgamesh, because I feel like Gilgamesh has a very strong matchup specifically into Erlong Shen, in that Erlong Shen telegraphs his engage. You could just drop kick him away, or if he starts winning out on some of these auto attack trades, you can just drop kick him away. Or if he's really struggling to stick to a target, wins the Shamash, acts as a very good peel tool. So no complaints from me. The Camelot Kings take one of the best in slot hunters in Medusa, the most aggressive hunter in the game. Also with a phenomenal bit of team fight presence, but also Gilgamesh, just a top pick all around. But it's a fun combo between Medusa and Gilgamesh, and it's something I talked about briefly in the past. It's called visual noise. And because Smite is a third-person MOBA, you're looking over the shoulder, essentially, it is very difficult when team fights get noisy to see some of these high-impact cooldowns. Specifically, the combo of Winds of Shamash spawning a literal sandstorm in the middle of a team fight makes it pretty difficult to see. Medusa channeling that Petrify could make it a little bit harder for the Solar Scarabs to deal with some of these cooldowns.
Well, on the side of the Scarabs, they're going to pick up a little bit of extra dive now with Kamazotz and Erlong Shin as their first two, and then a Zeus, a god that's been making his way at least to the second round of bans by both of these teams. He will not go that far this time. Third pick now out of Solar Scarabs, and a little bit of a different look from Boronic. He's been going more towards these hunters over in the mid lane now. He's been going towards a pseudo-magical hunter. I can't fully say that Zeus is a magical hunter, doesn't really build into the rings like the other ones do. With all that extra attack speed he gets from that shield, sometimes it does feel like he really does become one.
He really shreds down these objectives. Again, stacks up to 40% attack speed once you have that second ability fully maxed out, which means that objective's probably going to have a hard time when Zeus is around. But with all that said, generally when you have a Zeus in your composition, you want to go for King Protection style comps, where you can just have him act in the back line and make it very difficult for anyone to close gap towards him. You've got two great frontliners for the Solar Scarabs, but it's not a protection style frontline. This is a spearhead. Erlong Shen and Kamazot's going to act as dive for their team. Should be able to close gap to whoever it is the Camelot Kings decide to draft for mid lane, but not a whole lot of peels just yet for the Solar Scarabs mid laner.
There will be a Khepri for the final pick on that Camelot King. So Gilgamesh and Khepri that were banned in games 1 and 2 will end up making it now here onto the King's draft in game number 3. And their bans are going to be used over towards inbound. Yamoja and Sylvanas both targeted out here. The King's not going to allow inbound to get one of his better picks in the Sylvanas and one of his more rising good picks here in this Yamoja. Didn't have a whole lot of success in Season 8, but ever since the World Championship and then coming into Season 9, he's been able to make some great strides on this god. And instead, now the Solar Scarabs will use their couple of bans over towards the mid lane, taking away Hell and the Morrigan from the Camelot Kings. This Medusa, we did see it go into the mid lane in game number 2, I'm sorry. Could still be the same here in game number 3. The Kings holding on to their final pick.
Yeah, they are. So we will keep guessing on the Medusa going forward. ESET locked in for the Solar Scarabs. Could potentially be for support. Could potentially go into the jungle, have your Erlong Shen flex into support himself. So very curious. I think it is likely going to be ESET and Heimdall holding it down in the duo lane. And it is decent peel potential. The Dispel Magic going to give Zeus an HP shield in some of these team fights. You're able to drop damage mitigation in a massive circle as well as a burst of healing for your team. The objective control similarly going to be very strong. But it is generally just going to be ESET acting as that peel. And the Camelot Kings have got very strong dive between Gilgamesh and Cerberus together, and even ranged engagement potential from this Persephone. Could be a hard game for Boronic to get the ground running on this Zeus. But this is another Solar Scarabs draft that is fielded by an Erlong Shen. Another draft where if they are able to establish dominance in the early portions of the game, could very easily start to run away with it because of some of that objective control that we've already highlighted. Not only one of the best, if not bar none, the best confirmation tool in the game with Circle Protection, but also some phenomenal objective burn potential. I would like to call Erlong Shen essentially just another hunter. He just auto-attacks so much damage. Mannequin's generally going to act as an additional source of burn on these objectives, but similarly Zeus, very good in those scenarios, great space control thanks to the Lightning Storm, and even Heimdall going to have a lot of presence around these objectives and a lot of safety in his own right.
Yeah, it will be a Persephone as the last pick there by the Camelot Kings, as you mentioned earlier. A god hasn't seen a whole lot of success as far as the SPL is concerned, 0% win rate on the few games that she has been picked up at this point. But over in levels like the SCC, this god has been popping off. I mean, she's been going nuts out here. Just so far hasn't seen that same reprise in the top end of play. But how do you feel about that match? I mean, the Persephone versus the Zeus, especially when you throw Zeus Erlong as a combo versus that Persephone Gilgamesh. I mean, how does that 2v2 kind of pan out?
I don't think the Camelot Kings are going to try and take that 2v2 too often. Zeus should have the majority of pressure in the lane. That shield toss, just auto-attack combo to clear these waves, very consistent. You don't generally want to fight around these mid camps either because Chain Lightning is just going to apply damage regardless when there are those neutral camps that you're fighting over. So it's more so about whether or not, if they are taking fights in the mid, the Camelot Kings that is, if they can get the jump on this Zeus, if they can just throw out that Grasp of Death from a range and have Gilgamesh do the rest of it on his own. Because if Gilgamesh and Persephone are stacked on each other, well, that's just Chain Lightning.
I mean, that would be easy damage out there for that Zeus. But the Kings, with this Khepri that was taken away from them so often, this is a pick that Genetics really likes to go for, especially when BMT loves to play these very kind of dive-heavy style of mages, these less than mobile kinds of characters out here. And usually it's been finding a lot of success. We saw a lot of kind of Khepri-Hera combos in the past by these two. How do you kind of feel about this Khepri to round out this Kings draft?
I am never going to be against a Khepri. Never once will I say Khepri doesn't fit into this draft. Scarab's Blessing is just a ridiculous ability because it legitimately changes how you can address a team fight. It's similar to Odin when he's at his peak, or these other gods that have to force you to have a paradigm shift. You got to think differently when they're on the map. Do you want to commit to a dive and shut down a Persephone? Generally, yes. Can you do it if Kepri's around? Probably not.
Well, it's going to be a tall task here for the Scarabs to break through this front line of the Camelot Kings. Who's going to be the one to come out on top here in game number 3 and take the win in our first set of the day? We'll throw it over to Hinduman and Trelly to find out.
Thanks so much, J-Mac. Yeah, let's see how this one plays out, because game 1, well, felt like all Kings to me. Game 2, a little bit more, well, I guess it's the other way around, really. Game 1, all Scarabs. Game 2, all Scarabs to a point. Can Kings get off to a good start here?
Don't let stress show on your skin. Nivea Men's Sensitive Calm Moisturizer. Enriched with hemp seed oil and vitamin E.
Okay.
For healthy looking skin that stays with you. Nivea Men. Soothe dry, stress.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Nope. Mm-mm. Sure don't. Okay. All right. Well, I might need to switch accounts or something. One moment, please. Okay. And like I was saying before everybody left, I might need to switch accounts. So that's what I'm going to do now. Because I'm not on my main account, so I'm not subscribed to the channel, so I'm getting ads, and then you guys are getting ads from my channel. So now we're getting doubled ads, which is just not a cool thing. So we're not going to do that. Yep. So let me switch over back to my main account. We hadn't gotten any ads up to that point, though. I thought maybe they didn't have any, but they did. They really did. They really did, you guys. And I have 3 messages here. Yep, I knew that you're a salesperson. Thank you. Are you going to do the same thing? Okay, sorry. Let's respond to these stupid ass messages. Expecting me to sign up. Come on, dude. You serious right now? Okay, 1 second. I have to fuck around because that's what we do. Ay, ay, ay. I changed my Amazon linkage to a different account because I already had all the skins from the Amazon Prime promotions on my main. So I took the Amazon connection off of my main and put it on my different account, which then disconnects Amazon as my Twitch thing. So because it disconnected it from Twitch, I have to like do it again. It's because that's how I subscribe. That's just stupid. Everything's stupid. Yep. Now I have to relink my Prime Gaming account. Yep. Okay. This is super cool. Super cool, guys. All right. Now I have to refresh this page and then resubscribe. That's kind of annoying that it just disconnects everything and forces you to relog into everything. It is annoying. I agree. Everything's been annoying me today, and that's what we're doing. This is Annoy Willow Day. Clearly. And now I can use my Prime sub. It's my 18-month sub anniversary. I've been a sub for a lot longer than 18 months. You know what I mean? Okay. Now I can go back to the other tab. Okay. And we were at 420-ish. I made a note of it, so that way I would know to go back. Oh, okay. Around there, close to it. Ish.
Could still be the same here in game number 3. The Kings holding on to their final pick.
Sub for life.
Yeah, they are. So we will keep guessing on the Medusa
Maybe.
going forward. ESET locked in
Sometimes.
for the Solar Scarabs. Could pause, just auto attack combo to clear these waves. Very consistent. You don't generally want to fight around these mid camps either because
Until you
Chain
meet a bunch
Lightning
of
is just going to
fucking
apply
moron
damage
doms,
regardless
and you're like,
when
maybe I
there's
should just
neutral camps that
not
you're
do
fighting
this.
over. So it's more so about whether or not, if they are taking fights in the mid, the Camelot Kings that is, if they can get the jump on this Zeus, if they can just throw out that Grasp of Death from a range and have Gilgamesh do the rest of it on his own. Because if Gilgamesh and Persephone are stacked on each other, well, that's just Chain Lightning.
I mean, that would be easy damage out there for that Zeus. But the Kings, with this Khepri that was taken away from them so often, this is a pick that Genetics really likes to go for, especially when BMT loves to play these very kind of dive-heavy style of mages, these less than mobile kinds of characters out here. And usually it's been finding a lot of success. We saw a lot of kind of Khepri-Hera combos in the past by these two. How do you kind of feel about this Khepri to round out this Kings draft?
I am never going to be against a Khepri. Never once will I say Khepri doesn't fit into this draft. Scarab's Blessing is just a ridiculous ability because it legitimately changes how you can address a team fight. It's similar to Odin when he's at his peak, or these other gods that have to force you to have a paradigm shift. You got to think differently when they're on the map. Do you want to commit to a dive and shut down a Persephone? Generally, yes. Can you do it if Kepri's around? Probably not.
Well, it's going to be a tall task here for the Scarabs to break through this front line of the Camelot Kings. Who's going to be the one to come out on top here in game number 3 and take the win in our first set of the day? We'll throw it over to Hinduman and Trelly to find out.
Thanks so much, J-Mike. Yeah, let's see how this one plays out, because game 1, well, felt like all Kings to me. Game 2, a little bit more, well, I guess it's the other way around, really. Game 1, all Scarabs. Game 2, all Scarabs to a point. Can Kings get off to a good start here? Realistically, I'm expecting a lot of what Scarab's going to bring to the table, Trelly, to come through this Erlang Shen jungle.
Yeah, I like what they switched up with the draft coming from last game, but I think Genetics definitely took a shot at the Scarabs saying, hey, I'm picking your mascot. I'm taking this Khepri away from you. You guys are the Solar Scarabs. I'm going to beat you on this pick. So Genetics, a questionable move, you know, just saying.
Should that be illegal?
Yeah.
Do you reckon, like, should we have bans on teams being able to pick certain gods against teams? Like, you can't pick Khepri against Scarabs. You can't pick King Arthur against Kings.
I just think it's a flex. He's saying,
yeah,
I'm going to do it, and it is legal at the moment, so no fear from Genetics saying I'm taking that one away. But a good pick in its own right, obviously. With the Erlang, you have a lot of single target lockdown, so just being able to deny that pressure with the Scarab's Blessing, I think, is a pretty strong idea. But also, this time, ESET support from inbound. I have to harp on this whenever I see the ESET support.
Real quick, Coffee, I don't know if you noticed that in this Conquest map, I saw that the mid lane, the Hunter, and the Guardian all went to clear the green buff first, and then after they cleared the green buff, the Guardian took it and went to the purple buff to start working on it, while the Hunter and the mid went to the red buff and cleared the red buff, and then the mid took the red buff, and then the Hunter goes and joins the Guardian to finish off the purple buff. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the solo lane and the jungler started on the speed camp, the yellow buff, and did that, and then they both went over to the blue buff and got the solo lane's blue buff, the mana buff. And looked really efficient. So it's a little bit different than how some of these other teams have been doing it, but that worked pretty well, so it's something to keep in mind.
Because it's not as great as a confirm tool as when you do build it damage. When you have this ESET with these tank items, you're sort of going back to the 50-50 state on these objectives. It is still very solid, but you can still get outbursted by, say, a full damage Persephone, things of that nature. Damage when you pick it with the
point. See how this one plays out.
So just watch where they are on the map.
Well, felt like all Kings to me. Game 2, a little bit more. Well, I guess it's the other way around.
So Scary G and Screamer over there.
Game 2, all
That's the solo laner and the jungler.
Can Kings get off to a good start here? Realistically, I'm expecting a lot of what Scarab's going to bring to the table, Trelly, to come through this Erlang Shen.
Looks like both teams did it the same way.
They switched up with the draft coming from last game, but I think Genetics definitely
usually
took a
the
shot
mid laner is supposed to help with the yellow buff,
mascot.
but
I'm taking this Khepri away
they
from
did do
you.
it this time.
You guys are the Solar Scarabs. I'm going to beat you on this pick. So Genetics, a questionable move, you know, just saying.
Should that be illegal? Do you reckon, like, should we have bans on teams being able to pick certain gods against teams? Like, you can't pick
it looks like actually
Khepri against Scarabs. You can't pick King Arthur against Kings.
I just
the mage started on the red buff.
He's saying, I'm going to do it, and it is legal at the moment, so no fear from Genetics saying I'm taking that one away. But a good pick in its own right, obviously. With the Erlang, you have a lot of single target lockdown, so just being able to deny that pressure with the Scarab's
Pretty cool how you don't
Blessing,
get notifications, by the way.
Pretty strong idea, but also this time ESET support from inbound. I have to harp on this whenever I see the ESET support, because it's not as great as a confirm tool as when you do build it damage. When you have this ESET with these tank items, you're sort of going back to the 50-50 state on these objectives. It is still very solid, but you can still get outbursted by, say, a full damage Persephone, things of that nature.
Definitely a weird sort of god to play in the support role, Lisa, mainly because your style of play is to kind of sit back a little bit most of the time. Obviously, in the early game, you're poking. But as the game goes on, hold your Spirit's Ball, hold your silence, try and get the damage off and reduce their import. And as you can see, the turnaround there. But in mid lane, Scream gets aggressive on Twig early. Baronic can't thread the needle with those basic attacks, though, to find some follow-up damage and get a kill. So Blink consumed by Scream for a bit of pressure in that middle area.
Yeah, Captain Twig still does have the Blink available as Variety once again going for the teleport, not fearing the pressure of the Erlang. Game 1, Scream found some early kills onto Variety because of this relic choice, but still, he values the mobility on this relic, the fact that you can just go back to lane, even if you get poked out, come back. So we'll have to see if Scream decides to put some pressure there. Still looking at the mid lane at the moment, though. Able to kill BMT pretty easily if he doesn't hold on to that leap.
And Big Man Tings are just going to have to play around that quite consistently. In mid lane, though, Persephone versus Zeus. For the most part, I feel like Zeus has dominance of I will step up to the wave, and if you want to fight, I'll fight. But Persephone Persephone has the ability to sit back and still farm effectively and safely.
Yeah, especially with those flowers, you can sort of just throw out the Bone Rush, that first ability on Persephone, and then just, you know, poke out if you need to. But this time, Scream is opting to look towards this duo lane, recognizing that Genetics on this Khepri does have the beats of Scary D, taking a lot of damage towards Variety.
Yeah, Scary D doing a good work, but the problem is that Variety's setting a trap here for Scary D, who beads and avoids the drop kick, but with his dash being down, there's no follow-up damage available. Can Variety find the damage? No, is the answer there. So gank consumed, but beads were consumed by Scary D.
Yeah, now Variety's able to back and just teleport back to lane. The pressure will continue as the blue buffs are spawning, but inbound, trying to steal away this purple buff here as Stewart just clears the wave effectively. And great grab by Genetics, just saying, hey, you're not going to be able to throw any spirit balls towards this buff, but the wave is going under.
The big idea there, Bobby's just trying to reduce it, but now he might have paid for that by sticking around. Rooted in place at the tail end of the Wingus coming through. Inbound has to use his shell, and he gets punished for sticking around too long. And Genetics waving bye-bye in the play.
Did he wave?
Rooted in place at the tail end of the Wingus coming through. Inbound has to use his shell, and he gets punished for sticking around too long. And Genetics waving bye-bye in the player cam of the corner for the attempt at stealing away that purple buff.
What a nerd.
Just some friendly trash talk, man. As long as the players are enjoying themselves and just getting aggressive, it's all fun and games.
I've always had a way of like, it's not BM if it's true.
Exactly.
Right? So Genetics saying bye-bye there. He really did go bye-bye. So that's, you know, it's all fair. Back to the solo lane we go, though, and both of them now level 5. This battle will start to mix up a little bit. It'll be a lot harder for either to kill the other as that fight continues. I expect to see Variety maybe use that ultimate a little bit more often, trying to force that bad out of hell out of Scary D so it's not available, or at least the beads to allow some rotations to come through.
I will say, Scary D did opt to go for that Death's Toll start here, so trying to get a little bit of healing from those auto attacks. Obviously, the Cleave auto will give you a little bit more benefit there, but not going for the Warlocks. Oh, Baronic.
Oh, Big Man Tiggs didn't find the Grasp of Death. I like the combo, though. Drop kick the minion, set up the CC, and try and force it, but Baronic just skirts the border, gets away from danger, and ultimate down now for Big Man Tings in this middle area.
And Baronic held on to the beads there, no fear, realizing that, hey, this Grasping Death is it's a 50-50 shot. I juke left, he goes right, I go right, he goes left, or he just misses entirely. Baronic not really fearing that one as Captain Twig steals away a good portion of these offerings and Scream's farm.
Looking at that little play in the mid lane as well from Persephone's point of view, I think Big Man Tings was going for the damage by connecting. He could have hit the wall behind him and it would have guaranteed it would have rooted in place, but instead went for the damage to find the kill, and in the end didn't pay off. But now on this right hand side, Scary D and Scream battling against Variety and Captain Twig, and Variety going to pull Scream into a danger zone here. Scream's ultimate is on cooldown and he's got no health to regenerate there as Twig traps him inside. Good combo from the solo jungle from the Camelot Kings, but Big Man in mid, keeping the pressure rolling on Baronic.
Looks like a lot of damage coming the way of the Zeus. They know this red buff is spawning, and Genetics is going to sit here waiting. Question is, Baronic does have the beads available, but are you going to walk into a big burst damage here? Let's find out.
Well, they didn't even wait for him. They get the beads early on with that route over the corner from Genetics. Think they could have let him step forward a time or two early if they wanted the kill. Instead, they will at least get the red buff on the left-hand side and the blue buff on the right-hand side. Starting to look a little bit more like the Camelot Kings of last year now, this game.
Yeah, I will say, usually when the Erlong is banned, the Gilgamesh is banned, and if you're going to let one through, you don't let the other one through. You try to get them both this time around. And it looks like Gilgamesh is getting the better end of these trades at the moment. Scream is trying to be aggressive with this mannequin, and I think that fight where Captain Twig was able to get that kill on the Scream was started by him as well. That was a 1v1 he wanted to take.
Talking about Gilgamesh a little bit more, how do you feel about the randomness of the the passive kicking into play? He gets a Masters game. Do we see that get utilized, or just sits at tier 1? Does he sell it? What would you do?
I would argue that is the worst item that you can get in that slot. Yeah, the best being tier 1 and tier 1 Pridwin, right? Yeah. That you get 10% cooldown pretty much for free. That's, I would argue, the best option, unless you're going to build into maybe a Katana tree, something like that. But the mask, probably the worst, because no one ever wants to go into the mask right now, especially in jungle. And so it's pretty much just giving you 100 health, 100
I mean, 100 health's pretty good, for free.
Well, I mean, none of them are bad. That's just the worst.
True. If you had a choice, it wouldn't be that one. Scream trying to find an option on Genetics here. Root for root exchange there, but not a whole lot of damage. As Twig and Big Man Tings back to the half of the map. Red buff down for another while longer. The Obelisk could be a threat as Genetics walks into a danger zone here. Getting all in early and pops the ultimate early, but look at Baronic's health bar whittled down, and he does fall. So does Inbound as well. A crazy engage in the jungle from the Scarabs that look like a pick on Genetics. Pops damage as Twig and Big Man Tings back to defend their half of the map. Red buff down.
Was
for
it the
another
lightning?
while longer. The Obelisk
lightning
could
got
be a
him.
threat as Genetics walks into a danger zone here. Getting all in early and pops the ultimate early, but look at Baronic's health bar whittled down.
It's
And he
lightning.
does fall, so does Inbound as well. A
Wow.
crazy engage in the jungle from
Wow.
the Scarabs that
That
look like a pick
sucks.
on Genetics that ends up being 3 kills in favor of the Kings.
I will say, Baronic
That
had the right
sucks.
mindset. Maybe hold that detonate off until the Scarab's Blessing goes away, but in doing so, did not get the full brunt of that lightning storm damage off. Obviously, Genetics is able to beads and get away, and the detonate never came through
should've
because Baronic's
detonated.
dead. You can't do it from death. Unfortunate as Genetics steals away the offering and gets the Obelisk once again. Still the Kings of this neutral objective.
At least for now, we've had week 1 when Kings definitely in the lead. The rest of the week will play out and see if we see a bit more focus from other teams towards these Obelisks too. Stuart and Netroid going to battle in the jungle there a little bit, but Purple Buff still goes towards Netroid as Stuart was trying to get fancy and steal one away. 5-0 though for the Kings in this game, and it's the first time I want to mention Captain Twig's name in the series as being the forefront of these engagements. He's found 3 kills.
Yeah, I will say Twig usually one to stray away from these early ganks, trying to just get as much farm as possible, fight towards that late game. This time, been kind of forced into these engagements, mostly started by the Scarabs, where Twig says, all right, I'll fight if I have to, and they're clearly going his way. 3-0 on this Gilgamesh, already has the Brawler's beat stick, and going into what I believe is going to be that Shogun's trying to get some attack speed here, as Variety sort of getting ganked, but there's no way they have any kill potential onto a level 10 Cerberus right now.
Variety just smelt the danger a little bit too soon for Scream. Scary D just telegraphed it a little bit too early. Whenever you see the solo laner step up and start getting aggressive randomly, you should have an inkling of like, maybe I'm getting ganked here. Blinking from Scream though finds Variety with no leap available. We'll have the ultimate. Baronic trying to burst him down quick, but Baronic gets turned on by Twig and Genetics too. And Twig able to just leap away. Scary trying to give chase under the tower with the bat out of hell. If you can find some of these abilities, he'll find the kill and does so. And Genetics can only watch on. Genetics out of range of his jungler to be able to use the ultimate to revive.
He has
and
it.
now he finds himself in an awkward spot, trying to buy as much time as possible. But with Inbound being there to follow with his Spirit Ball too, Genetics is still going to fall down. Good juggle of aggro from the Scarabs
That was a good
to
juggle.
find themselves 3 kills for 1.
I really thought they were going to get baited by that Scarab's Blessing. It was not off cooldown yet for Variety's death or Twig's death, but of course, if you hold it on just long enough, it was able to bait
I
them
thought
out.
it was up, funny enough. I thought he had his ult available.
No, it was like 1 second off, and that's why they were like, hey, we can die this, his ult's down. But either way, Inbound does make the rotation over. You have the lockdown, and you had enough HP bars to juggle the tower aggro there, so 3 kills answered back for the Scarabs. Not rolling over just yet. It was 5-0, now it's 6-3.
Still a close game. First Gold Fury could come into play this game as well, especially when you look at like the compositions here of how the objectives go down. Kings don't have a ton of confirm on a Gold Fury, if I'm honest. I'd say Scarabs lean a little bit heavier with the Circle of Protection, with the Zeus having that
getting some
detonate
attention.
available. If they can find that window, Scarabs should be able to burst it down a bit quicker. But Genetics in mid, looking for a route on Baronic, finds it, doesn't have a dash charge available for that Abduct. Due to him using it to get in range, Baronic didn't use the beads, however, as now the red buff spawns on the left-hand side.
Yeah, just going to go get to the neutral farm game. I will say Twig did end up selling that mask to finish that Shogun's. Valued the power spike of getting that attack speed aura more than the 100 health and the 100 mana that it provides.
Hey, if we see him run out of 100 mana, he's 100 mana short of his ultimate, we can look back and go, hey, should have kept the mask.
Yep, I'll finally be a mask believer if Twig ever either dies because he didn't have 100 health or needs the mana. But again, looking at Big Man Tings, has the double flat pen build already online. Level 12 for the Persephone. So the farm game of the mid laner of the Camelot Kings has been pretty solid here as we're seeing a gank happen in the left lane.
I will say some of that layout left-hand side, though, Scream looking at an action-packed chance onto Netroid. He uses the beads to get under his tier 1 tower. Doesn't have mana for his ultimate available. Mid lane pressure relieved as Bobby does get dropped low. Not low enough to secure a kill, though, but beads exhumed there. Genetics using his and Netroid too for the Kings is definitely a favorable win for the Scarabs if they can find something off the back of it.
That was the second swing and a miss I've seen for Big Man Tings on this Grasp of Death, as finally a Pyromancer is getting pulled here. They have the Indraceptor extra damage onto this Pyromancer, and it looks like no one is going to be close. So the Camelot Kings will take it, but look at this, the Gold Fury's being answered back.
I was going to say, you're going to go one way, make sure your pants aren't down on the other side, and they are. Gold Fury going to go to Scarabs, and that's a better win for the Solar Scarabs in this scenario.
getting
Look at the
low.
health bars too. If
He's
just
good.
one member of the Kings was there, Netroid was able to step up, might have found himself a kill or two.
Yeah, Netroid with a kill and 3 assists still finds himself a little bit behind. Stewart has
Just
found
getting
a
attention.
fair bit of pressure in this lane, at least in the XP department. Has level 12 over Netroid, and Netroid pretty much has been sitting behind that tower, not really wanting to step up. So I think, at least in the dual lane portion of this game,
gross.
Stewart is feeling a little bit more confident than he has in the past couple of rounds. But Scary D is making the rotation to mid lane.
Yeah, I was going to mention Scary D as well. Went for Transcendence this game. He's starting to go a bit more damage focused on the solo laner. Does mean he'll put out a ton more damage, but at the same time be squishier because of that too. So just see how that plays out between the two. Baronic, I thought for a second there was a little bit too close to that little plant that was coming through, but survives. His tier 1 tower, however, will not. And the map is starting to open up now in King's favor on this right-hand side. Both tier 1 towers being down means they've got a better opportunity to get aggressive around the Fire Giant.
Yeah, and Bobby holding on to that wing gust there so he couldn't be knocked up by the Stingy and Torment from Cerberus. If the spit lands and you're stunned, easy opportunity for a kill there because Inbound did not go for the beats. Has the shell available, but saving that knock-up immunity just in case Variety got a little over-aggressive.
Just standing on
Smart
me.
play by the support.
Get
Now,
cut.
Scream looking over again, trying to kill this very tanky Cerberus.
But that blink just happens at the same time as Variety's ultimate, so he escapes the danger, really buys himself some time. Blink for his ult and Scream's ult, not the worst trade if you're Variety there. However, look at Scarabs, 4-5 men.
They
want
to kill Cerberus, just bring Veronica over.
Trying to
Bring
make sure the
Zeus over.
rotation, if it was coming through from Kings,
Cerberus
would
has all
be
physical
taken.
da-
Because everybody's a bit far forward in mid
protection.
lane, though, but luckily Genetics is
And they keep
around.
trying to gank him
Snowball
with two
connects
physical
early ult from
characters.
Veronic. Veronic's got to be careful, though, because Twig's wrapping around the back, but Scream
Bring a
senses
magic
the danger
character.
too. Drop kick into the grasp of death. Veronic's still alive
Right?
as he pulls the trucker horn. It's not enough for a kill, but Scary D now wraps around the back. Doesn't find the target he's after. Scream and Bobby pinned in an awkward spot. Gets a good
shit.
silence off of the shell to come through. He's going to need that shell soon and gets it on Scream
Yikes.
again. Drop kick hits onto Inbound from
Oh my
Twig.
God,
Twig
did you
will
seriously
die.
drop kick him?
Scream and Bobby pinned in an awkward
Into
spot.
him?
Gets a good silence off of the shell to come through. He's going to need that shell soon and gets it on Scream again. Drop kick hits onto Inbound
man.
from Twig. Twig will die. No,
That
he won't. The
sucks.
revive comes through to keep him topped up.
got the
And
Scarab's
Scary
blessing.
D at half health has to limp away. Great play from the Kings in mid, but Netroid who rotates in very low
Oh,
as he Scream,
shit.
but Scream's still alive with the turtle form on the back of the fight. Scary D now looking for the battle of hell to fight Netroid,
No,
who
just get out of
dashes
there.
away to safety, and all of that is just one kill.
That was a great team fight by the Camelot
was
Kings,
crazy.
making sure to get everyone involved. All 5 members did make the rotation over. Beautiful Scarab's blessing as well. That drop kick from Twig
yeah.
especially, that was the clutch that made sure that that kill was able to happen. I thought they were all out at that point, but again, Genetics recognizing, hey, we had the die potential because I can just revive you. If this tower is too much, there's no fear there. So Stewart making the nice rotation over, getting Variety's beads, but still no return kill for the Solar Scarabs. At the very least, you kept your tier 2 tower up, but Scream's only level 11
And
here.
Scream doesn't realize there was 3 members around
my
him here on this
God.
engagement. He uses
Run,
the ult
Scream,
early,
run.
escapes the route though,
Run.
which will keep him
Don't go
alive.
back.
He stays still this far though. This is kind of dangerous. Inbound and
good.
Veronica
Step
here. They're
back up.
trying to strip away this obelisk because they feel it's important, I guess. Now Stewart here too. As is Twig, the fight over the obelisk continues, and Inbound out of position and alone will be a casualty of war caused by Scream getting aggressive there. And Twig ain't done yet. He's going to go here too.
What?
As is Twig, the fight over the obelisk continues, and Inbound out of position and alone will be a casualty of war caused by Scream getting aggressive there. And Twig ain't done yet. He's going to go in the backline and find Zeus alone.
Detonate.
The rest of his team are just running for the hills, leaving
run.
him on his own.
Drop
And
the
Veronica
shield.
will fall down. It just depends on who it's going to be for. Variety credit for the kill.
Yeah, I can't figure out why a level 11 Erlung was trying to go for that obelisk there. Maybe they thought everyone was gone, and honestly, if the Grasping Death hits, Scream definitely dies too.
He's
He
so far
might still
behind now,
find a
it's
way
crazy.
to die here, as Variety is going to try to catch him out.
Catch
Does
it.
knock him up, no beads available.
No escape, more importantly here. So
Dude.
even though he's in the jungle and survive for now,
Just
the
leave.
rest of the team are going to collapse on him and find another pick. No Fury available.
God.
Tier 1 tower on the left-hand side could go down here now for the Kings with this opportunity. As they strip some of this damage away, Scary D does find a solo tier 1 tower. And the Scarabs are starting to fall further behind as the Kings are just finding every opportunity to pick apart the Scarabs.
Should have gone to
Still
turtle
have some
form.
gold
and
in
just
hand
left.
at the moment as the Oni Fury spawns. Inbound's going to die if the leap is available. It has the heal to live through it.
Yep.
Wow.
A few
Pop
seconds. That's about it, really. I mean,
He's
the
lived.
exchange in the mid lane, Bobby surviving is good there, but it does
That was a
cost
good
him his
heal.
ultimate. Relic's currently still down for Big Man 6. He did use his beads there, Big Man, funny enough, so in the end, it does probably play into Scarab's favor a little bit.
Yeah, I would say so. At least trading ults is one thing, but getting Persephone's beads down could be a huge avenue for them. I'm just looking at this gold deficit from the jungle, specifically Scream.
Yeah.
3 levels down, opted to go for the wing blade, so only real damage online at the moment is that stone cutting sword, so not too much burn from this jungle as well.
I'd argue the biggest issue Scarabs have got so far is getting to the damage dealers on the Kings. For the most part, it's the front line that have absorbed a lot of the damage, or the ones that have eaten the damage from Scary D rotating in. It's not been Baronic as much as they would have liked it to be. Baronic needs to survive as long as possible. Pick on Variety, though. He is burstable with a Zeus, too. Great little play. Trucker not enough. They need Scream to follow up with the ultimate, but still Variety alive.
Please,
Scream has
please.
to commit and continue to commit,
Scream,
but he's
please.
not going to get the kill. Scary D has to blink on it and secure it. Now the backup of Scarabs is here, but watch Netroid coming around the corner. He's got the ultimate available and find great damage onto Baronic, who gets drop kicked into a wall too. Scary D exit stage left, inbound 2, and now with Heimdall running away
At least he
blood,
lived.
the Kings can choose, do we want Gold Fury or do we want to look for the FG? It's probably going to be a Gold Fury at this point. As Bobby and Big Man continue trading, inbound won't be able to find this kill. He's just buying time.
That was just way too overcommitting to try to kill Variety. They think they have the damage for, but Oni Hunter's Garb, double Fizzdy, just way too much. And even so, I think Genetics accidentally Scarabs blessing the wrong target. That's the only reason they found 1 kill there. The Kings just showing how dominant they are right now in this match specifically.
What's the situation there in mid lane, though? Because you see the pick attempt towards Variety there. A lot of damage, but a lot consumed. Do you dive a Scream and Scary to secure that kill? Are you trying to make it worthwhile? But in doing so, you put yourselves overextended.
Yeah, I think you have to. You just put way too much damage into that
just
kill
give it
to
up?
let it drop. But at that point, yeah, if you give it up, you can't defend the Gold Fury anyways. You're so far behind. You use all these ults. So I think no matter what, you're going to lose that Gold Fury. So trying to get the kill and waste some ultimates was the play. But now Pyromancer and Fire Giant are up, and the Camelot Kings 5 strong. They don't even want the objective. They're looking for Scream.
Well, especially with the Oni minions now pushing too here, Charlie. It's just going to open the map up a little bit more for them to keep their focus around the FG. Pyromancer falls. And Kings on the hunt, trying to wait for these minions to maybe pressure down this right-hand side, that left-hand side too, and get vision on the Scarabs in the jungle. Some deep wards down as well from the side of the Kings, just to keep good vision of this and keep them turtled at this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, it seems like Inbound is trying to find some form of CC to set up something for his squad, but really no kill potential at the moment. If I'm, Scream is farming, and that's the idea right now. You're still have a level 14 jungle. Trying to position for this tier 2 tower, not the best option. Variety wrapping around from behind.
Yeah, these Oni minions coming in too is going to cause them more problems. Tier 2 will fall before an FG even contested here. Big ult from Variety though, catches Inbound and pulls him into danger. Great abduct after the fact. Good CC chain. And now we're twigged out for the dropkick. Gets beads out of Stu, tell a lie. Believe he slipped away from that just in time. But with a 1 member down, the Kings now are able to limp back towards the FG in pretty good standards here to look to assault it.
Yeah, they have a level 19 Persephone 4 confirm. 4 levels over Baronic, by the way, so I think this one will be pretty free. It looks like Scary D might try to make some magic happen with that stun. No, he's dead.
Didn't even get his ultimate off there, by the way, just to be clear, the amount of damage that came through. Now a 3
How did he die so
This one will be pretty free. It looks like Scary D might try to make some magic happen with that stun. No, he's dead.
Didn't even get his ultimate off there, by the way, just to be clear, the amount of damage that came through. Now a 3-on-5, FG going to go down. 3:20 minutes here. Kings are in good command of this game and have been since the early on. That first kill on towards Inbound in that dual lane just seems to have changed the pace and changed the pressure that we saw at our Scarabs in Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, I think recognizing that there's only 3 members on the map that can really defend at the moment, because you see Stuart on the left confirming, you see that Scream is farming as well. This Phoenix is going to be free here.
Yeah, nobody's back to defend at all. Minions are here too. Right-hand Phoenix falls down. And what do the Scarabs get by doing that? A purple buff and a tier 1 tower? Well, not the best case scenario if you're the Scarabs there. End of the day, could you have defended that Phoenix is the question.
Probably not. If Scaredy doesn't die, maybe you have a shot here. I mean, it is very early on for a Phoenix Siege, but given the numbers and the gold advantage, I would say the Camelot Kings aren't worried about too much at all. They had the Oni minion pressure from that Fire Giant anyway, so all the minions were pushed way far back. If the Scarabs do defend, they're losing farm in theory, so they just said, hey, we're going to go for some stuff on the left, but a tier 1 tower, not a great consolation prize.
Not really. Only 4 deaths on the side of the Kings so far. Majority, again, swinging towards that solo lane. But it's not the people you want to die. Honestly, look at the carries the Kings. Still undying in this game. Stuart just to mention him, has gone undying, but he's not been able to do much in this game. Player damage below the Erlang Shen with how this game's gone, but uninvolved in any of the plays so far on this Heimdall. With the build he's got, though, hopefully the next team fight, he can try and make something happen. Because if nothing happens soon, the Kings are just going to continue to mount the pressure, take down these tier 2s, and, well, be in a situation where Scarabs are right on the back foot.
Yeah, I just don't see Erlong being able to help this fight at all. Scream, 3 items online to Twig's 4.5, probably pretty close to getting that Bumba's Hammer as well. You have to worry about fire minions and right. The Kings may just wait for those to push in as the last tier 2 tower finally goes down. Camelot Kings in a very commanding position at the moment. Only Stewart really has the damage to try and back this up.
Very telegraphed composition from Kings, though. It's Variety jumping in more than anybody else here. Then with Twig following up maybe with a blink. But it's very telegraphed to know when the Kings are going to go this time round. What can they do? Well, Variety doesn't even have to leap in. He just walks in here, finds inbound, but a great wing gust will avoid the ultimate out of Variety there, thanks to the knock-up immunity. But the threat hasn't dwindled away just yet. In goes Scream, trying to cause an issue. Grasp of Death grabs him as Stewart looks to the backside to try and find a kill. Kings back away, though, just to make sure they've got wiggle room to absorb some damage. The health bar starting to dwindle now on the Scarabs as a lot of ultimates exhume to try and reduce the amount of damage the Phoenix is taken. But the Phoenix will fall, and now Inbound pulled in with the Abduct. No focus on him, though, as Netroid chose a different target on Scream. And now Netroid bit off more than he can chew, but gets a good amount of genetics to keep him topped up. Everybody's still alive, but it won't be for long, as both Twig and Netroid end up falling down there. Jump in from Twig, though, gets him a double. Should I say, gonna go the way of Big Man Things too. And that is gonna be the end of the game, because Stewart, on his own on the backside, cannot keep himself alive and stop the Kings from taking game 3. It's gonna go 2-1, 5-20 in just under 22 minutes. The Kings find the victory.
Well, not all the carries are going to go undying for the Camelot Kings, but BMT 6-0 on that Persephone with the triple kill to round that one out. Just superior team fight play, superior map play. Pretty much since the end of Game 2 to the end of Game 3. The Kings looked on fire since that point.
They're looking good in Game 1 for the Kings. They woke up a little bit, lazily out of bed this morning, I guess, but then they did bounce back in Game 2 and 3. I do look back at Game 2, though, and I look at Scarab's draft there and go, I felt they were trying to run away with it too much.
Yeah.
They put a lot of pressure on themselves there to close out and almost make a stamp onto Kings of like, hey, we can do you like this.
Right.
Didn't pay off, though, and now Kings are able to bounce back and find this victory.
Yeah, I think the comp in Game 2, as you said, just didn't work out. In this game, even though with a normal-sized comp, it wasn't able to work out. Superior map play and team play by the Camelot Kings.
We'll say Scarabs look better this season than they did last, and there's still room to grow for everybody in the SPL this year. That's it for this one, though. We'll be back to break down that series after this break.
Unfortunate.
Kings come out on top in Game 3 to win the set 2-1 here over the Solar Scarabs. But unlike Games 1 and 2, where the Scarabs had control for pretty much the entire start of the game, and maybe even up until the end in the case of Game number 1, Camelot Kings held control of the game here in Game number 3 for pretty much the entirety of it. Complete reversal of what we've seen out of them here in the third matchup. It's J-Mac and Mifflin here one more time on the desk to close out this set and time to talk about that one. But there's not much to talk about. I mean, Captain Twig got off to a tear early on into the game. I think like 8-1. Big Man Tings relatively unchecked in that mid lane as well.
Yeah, this whole set really felt like the Camelot Kings progressively completing their download of the Solar Scarabs. Game 1, you just connected to the server for the first time. You're like 2%. You don't really know exactly what's going on. Game 2, we were like 60% through. So some slight stumbles in the early. And then Game 3, download was already complete. They'd already read the playbook. They know everything that's going to happen. And we're able to control it from minute 1 to minute done. The Camelot Kings are a team that have been hailed as the best at macro farming in the league. But in Game 3, they seemed to get down in the dirt with them. They got involved on the map and still kept up that macro farm. It was just dominance the entire way through.
And Captain Twig on this Gilgamesh, a completely different look than what we saw out of the Nemesis and the Habwa earlier on to the set. And Big Man Tings, again, getting to kind of just free cast here in this mid lane on this Persephone, ending with an undefeated record, at least in game number 3 here. And a lot of that, and going back to genetics here, it's a stat I didn't get a chance to pull up right at the tail end of the pregame, or the pre-death segment for this one. But in Season 8, a 75% win rate on this Khepri here for the Camelot Kings. So it's no wonder that we're seeing this god consistently banned away from genetics.
I mean, it's just a straight-up good pick. If we want to just talk about Khepri in a vacuum, it's pretty good. Put it on a guy that can consistently find these like last frame revives. Probably going to make it a little bit better as well. Genetics certainly makes his stamp known on the Khepri, and wouldn't be surprised if it's a little while till we get to see it again.
I mean, 0-1 and 17. That's one of the higher assist columns that we've seen in quite some time
It's
here.
like 2 more than 15.
Over in the SPL. That is 2 more than 15. It's also 2 less than 19.
Sure
so
is.
Not quite there after that one. I don't know where we're going with that a little bit at all there. But
I was stating a fact.
I mean, I was stating one right back with you. So it's a nice little combo here. Big Man Tings 21 at nearly 22,000 damage here in game number 3. And only 6k damage taken compared to... That's half the damage taken that the next person on his team got there, and that was Netroid at that 12k mark. I mean, when you want to talk about a mid laner feeling safe, that is your picture-perfect definition.
And what happens when you feel that safe? You put up 21,000. Big Man Tings has a great performance. Looks pretty good on my fantasy team.
Does look pretty good on the fantasy team. And those of you who have maybe genetics on your fantasy team, we can talk to him and kind of talk a little bit about the greatness that he had here in at least this last game. Before we get to the last game, genetics, talk to me a little bit about that first game there, a bit of a stumble up against the Solar Scares. I mean, what was kind of the mental and talk about, to try and bounce back in game 2?
Oh, honestly, I can't remember the first game that well. I think we just decided to just reset because it didn't really feel like a game for us. There's just some games in Smite where you don't really feel like you got to play the game, and they kind of just decided everything. We were like, well, let's try and play the game a little bit and see if we can get our own style in there rather than just running around following them everywhere, and then we just changed it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of going back into Season 8, one thing that was talked a lot about was, your expansive God pool. I mean, there were some games where there was 5-6 bans even dedicated to you, and so far consistently this season, this Khepri seems to be the one that teams really don't want you to get back on. I mean, how does it feel having, it's such a successful God that nobody wants you to play it?
Well, I'm just the best Khepri. I don't know, we just went on Khepri a lot. I've got the best carries in the league by far. I've got a very good jungler who knows spacing, and I've got the best soul inner, so Khepri just cements our team in really well.
Yeah, worked well for you here in game number 3. Works well for you all so far in the past. Congratulations on your win. I'll let you get back with the team to celebrate.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Genetics.
A lot of confidence there, too.
He gave me the horns, or whatever this is called.
Yeah.
The Hang 10.
Hang 10, man.
Yeah, very chill.
I like the confidence coming out of him. Best Khepri in the league, also some of the best carries in the league. A jungler who really knows how to control his spacing, and that's something that we always talk about with these kind of teams that like to play these more control-oriented when we get to these map presences. And it's also something we talk about with similar teams like the Titans, where Paul and Cyclone really don't ever have to worry about too much. Shinto, Zapman, same conversation on the side of Leviathans. The Camelot Kings coming out here and with their support having that to say about them shows a lot for this team.
Yeah, and I'm now concerned. Like, if he's got the best front line and the best back line, I mean, if we're to trust him, the rest of the league, it might just be curtains for him.
Yeah, everybody's going to have to keep watch here on the Camelot Kings. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what we still have for the rest of our week here over in the SPL. With our first game done, the Camelot Kings finding their victory. That will now lead us into our second set of the day. That'll be the Jade Dragons up against the Oni Warriors. Both these teams sitting at a 1-1 record. Jade Dragons got a 2-0 over the Scarabs last week and then got 2-0'd by the Titans. Oni Warriors went the full distance in both of theirs, and the one win that they did get was over that Atlantis Leviathan team, the first team out here in the SPL to make the Leviathans bleed since their Worlds run.
Yeah, this set might be my personal favorite for the week because I think it's going to be a great heat check for the Oni Warriors, whether or not they're going to be able to maintain that consistent level of play that we saw them bring up against the Leviathans. Get to check in with the Jade Dragons, a fan favorite, see whether or not they're able to put a stopper to this hot streak, one set hot streak for the Oni Warriors. Either way, I think at the end of the day, all the fans are going to get a win.
Yeah, taking a look at the standings here, Camelot Kings are their win. They'll, for now, sit at the top of the bracket here. Right behind them be the Tartarus Titans in 2. And now we can start to see that 1-5 second place tie now starting to slowly change itself up here as only a couple of teams are tied on their way. Solo Scarabs down into the 7th place spot now with only a 1-2 record for themselves. But going back and talking about this next setup here, I mean, the Oni Warriors and the Jade Dragons, it's one that we're going to be talking a lot about as the game is going through, and it's one that's going to have a lot of discussion as that game is playing through, especially through that jungle, I imagine. You know, Sanford Soccer versus Cuvo Fred is going to be a very big hit between these teams.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what version of Sanford Soccer we get, whether or not he's going to bring that contrarian jungler who just plays whatever everyone else isn't playing, whether or not Cuvo Fred has expanded his god pool to fit some more of these more meta selections, or whether or not he's decided to go the generalized Oni Warriors path with his more eclectic picks. Very curious to see how this one pans out. I think a lot of it might also just come down to that duo lane. Seems like both squads really do like to play through that duo, namely Neoma and PBM. I don't know. That sounds pretty fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a very nice matchup here for our second set of the day. But before we get to that set, we are going to take it to a quick break. So make sure that you go ahead and use the restroom, get your snacks and whatnot. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our second set of the day.
song, his music. Not too many porn tabs open. Well, I think I'm going to pause for a little bit. Okay. Be back then, because nobody's here. Okay, I'm here. Don't mind me, I was just masturbating. Okay.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Smite Pro League. Our first of the day is all wrapped up with the Camelot Kings getting their victory, and now we move in to our second set, which is going to be between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. It's going to be another great matchup. The Oni Warriors coming off of a win last week with the Atlantis Leviathans are looking to continue that streak out here. Meanwhile, the Jade Dragons, with their loss against the Tartarus Titans, they want to try and reprise that and bring themselves back up to a winning record. My name is J-Mac. With me is going to be Trelly here for our second set of the day between these two teams. We got a lot to talk about with these guys here, Trelly. Before we get into that, we'll talk a little bit about the schedule and everything like that, and really how impactful this is. But should be a good matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, I would say so. Both of these teams have a lot to prove, obviously. The Warriors, as you mentioned, taking down the Leviathans, not an easy thing to do, so they're probably riding that high still a little bit, wanting to continue. And the Jade Dragons are probably not too happy with how they've been playing. Decent performance, but they know they can do better. We all know that they can do better, so seeing which team is going to play up to their potential here.
Yeah, really up until the latter half of Phase 3, nobody was able to take down the Leviathans. Oni Warriors are the first team to do so here now in Season 9. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, and see what we have in store for us for the remainder of our week and the rest of what you may have already missed us out, which, as I said earlier, was the Camelot Kings finding a 2-1 over the Solar Scarabs, and now we move on to the Oni Warriors and the Jade Dragons. Tomorrow, though, coming on back, 1 p.m., we'll have the Atlantis Leviathans and the Tartarus Titans, and then after that, the Valkyries and the Warriors will face off. We'll get a second look now at the Valhalla Valkyries team. Same with the Tartarus Titans. Both those teams only had one set last week, and because of that, with the only set that the Valkyries had being a loss, that does put them at the bottom end of the standings here in 8th. Tartarus Titans up until the win with the Camelot Kings, just by nature of 2 versus 1 on the win column. Camelot Kings will now sit at the top with the Tartarus Titans right below them. But the Oni Warriors and the Jade Dragons, even though it's that 3rd and that 5th seed, it's 1-1 for both of them. The reason Jade Dragons sit a little bit lower is because their loss and their win were both 2-0s in that instance here, whereas the Oni Warriors went the full distance in both of their sets, up against the Bolts and up against the Leviathans, taking it all the way to 3, and arguably winning probably the first time I think I've ever seen a set where you only need to win 2. They basically won 3, but by technicality, they did end up losing one of those games.
Yeah, the Oni Warriors seem to like playing for this very, very late portion of the game. Not just late portion of the game, the very, very late portion of the game where they want these games to go 40 minutes plus, and once they get that online, their team fight just looks pretty spectacular, I would say.
Yeah, the late game is really where the Oni Warriors have taken many of their matchups. First against the Olympus Bolts. I mean, they had games that went all the way till 35, 40 minutes in. Same against the Leviathans. The Oni Warriors were dragging these games all the way through and dragging their opponents through the mud the whole way down. A lot of action to start out into the dual lane. The solo lane, where we see Nika really start to shine and pop off here, has been a real shining hope for the Warriors. But Cubo Fred was kind of the original topic of conversation last week. When Cubo Fred really shows up and pops off, the rest of his team is able to follow suit. And up in their last set against the Leviathans, Cubo and Nika were both able to step up and really make it work.
Yeah, I would say, as you mentioned, we touched on this a bit on the desk, but whenever Cubo is able to find success, the whole team looks solid. But Nika always has this carry presence available where he has so much damage late game. He's able to get to the back line pretty freely and is always, I would say, even or ahead in lane, at least in these past 2 matches. So Nika's definitely been a strong presence for this Oni Warriors draft, as well as whenever Cubo is hot, the whole team looks solid as well.
I mean, even just talking about Nika, I mean, this man has gotten more multi-kills in just this first week than so many other players in the league get over the course of their history. I mean, I think he picked up like 3 triple kills just last weekend alone between Camazotz and Kleina. Nika is really able to put up some big numbers for his team here. Over into this mid lane, Dardes with another one of those eclectic kind of mid-god pools out here. He'll play What's the Meta. He'll also play some of the Stranger Things, and he'll even bring back some of what we were seeing in Season 8. This AMC seems to have kind of risen itself back up here for these mid laners.
Yeah, we have definitely seen a fair bit of the AMC mid, just crazy amounts of pressure, as well as that late game shred potential as we've seen time and time again. But also, Dar's looking very solid on the Morgan. Usually, we like to harp on these Morgan players having 1 or 2 just, you know, kind of crutch transformations that whenever you see that pick, you're like, oh, maybe I could turn into the Morgan here. But Darda is making use of the entirety of the map, sometimes going into the Camazotz for some safety, but also using the Horus ult to engage and disengage with his team. So you can never know what you expect from that man.
Yeah, and that on-the-fly decision-making has really been able to elevate Dardes here in this mid lane. But talking about the mid lane and who's going up against, on the side of the Jade Dragons now, talking about this team here, Pagon, the newest member of this Jade Dragons roster, now the 3rd mid laner in 3 years that these guys have been through. They had Captain Twig a couple years back, then they had Hurrywin, and now moving on towards Pagon, who probably has one of the wider god pools amongst the carries that they've been able to pick up towards that role. Pagon has been showing off a masterclass of how many different gods he's willing to play out. I think during the promotional tournament that we had a couple of weeks ago, he had like 7 or 8 different gods in just as many games here. On the opposite side, we've seen very little out of Panda Cat. He really has just been going towards this Ullr every time he can.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you see any sort of highlight from Panda Cat, it's probably going to be on this Ullr pick. I mean, he just either, because during the very first tournament of the year, we talked to him in the interview, and he said, you know, I just like Ullr, I don't want to reveal the strats. Well, guess what? The SPL is upon us. It's time to reveal the strats, and Panda Cat still is just playing Ullr. So I think it's more so he just likes playing Ullr right now. He likes getting pressure in lane. He's the type of ADC who wants to take these 1v1 fights, and he's going to continue to do so.
Yeah, so far he has pretty much only shown off this Ullr, maybe 1 or 2 other small little picks as season win. I think he had an Artemis at the end of the promotional tournament there, so we haven't seen a whole lot of different gods out of Panda Cat. And maybe that also just comes down to not many teams want to expend a ban on Ullr. It's not like we're seeing, you know, what was it, like season 4 or so Ullr, whenever he was like the top god to pick no matter what. And then you definitely want to ban it. We're kind of in that era right now where you can kind of just let almost any hunter go through. I mean, we talk about how often Medusa is at the top of the standings for these hunters, how many times she's picked. But nobody seems to want to ban her away. Before we go a little bit further in, we do have a small little interview and a nice little video put together to talk about a couple of the players on these teams.
We're very proud, I think, of like how our week 1 went. Obviously, we dropped the set to bolts, but even like looking back at it, we felt like we should have just 2-0'd that if we cleaned it up. And I'm just glad that we, you know, came into Levi's and it felt like we won all 3 games. You know, obviously the backdoor was just like one slip up the whole set, but I think it's like a relief that the hard work we've put in already is like showing off.
I think the weekend was fine. I don't think any of us were happy with the second set. I think we just got outdrafted the first game against the Titans, and then the second game was kind of back and forth a bit, and we just had one really awful fight, which you can just lose a game off one bad fight. So game 2, not as upset about. Game 1 is really bad draft though.
We know we still have a lot to work on. It's just one win. It doesn't matter who it's against. Obviously, it feels better because it's against like the best team in the league still. But we know that we need to stay consistent with our communication, our map play, and our drafting as well.
I think going into week 2 versus the Warriors, we're mainly just going to look to continue cleaning up the way we want to play. I think the Titans were a little bit more cohesive in their strategies than we were, so I think probably just continuing to adapt to Pagon and figure out our god pools and our pick priorities and what type of comps we want to build. That's really the main thing.
I don't think the Dragons are going to be too different to what we've already seen. I think Pagon is a switch up to like the style of mid laner they've had already. But ultimately, I think they'll be a very similar team. And I feel like we won't be too surprised at what they have to show us.
I think normally Nika is the best performing player on the Warriors, at least the most consistent for sure. It's kind of odd because we haven't really played them in a setting where they're not on bad ping. They only got here at the end of last year and we didn't play them. So it's almost like playing a new team, honestly. I think Dardes has historically been their best player, but like I said, I haven't played against him on ping in like 2 years now, so.
I think the key player on the Dragons is usually whichever side laner they decide to play through. Sometimes it's Fine, sometimes it's Panda. So overall, I'd say just like keep an eye on either one of those, just based on how the Dragons draft. I'm super confident that we can take them convincingly. No worries.
I think we should 2-0 the Warriors fairly easily if we play well, but who knows? They're definitely a good team, and they're also a very scrappy team in the late game, so who knows?
A lot of confidence in both of them, thinking that they can grab 2 O's against the opposition, but there was the caveat there. It's if we play our game, if we can play well here. And so far, we've seen a little bit of that back and forth between both these teams. The Dragons struggled up against the Tartarus Titans. The Warriors struggled throughout the majority of their weekend, especially that very first set they played up against the Bolts. But we've seen that improvement now, the Warriors. And I think a comment that Mike made in that interview specifically, Charlie, is one I kind of do want to hit on. It's one that we talked a lot about with this team and the Kings specifically, has been this is one of the first time that these teams are facing off against each other where every player is now here, where nobody is going to be playing on ping. And I think Mike makes a great point here, saying that it's basically a completely night and day difference of teams when you're on ping versus not.
Yeah, I would say so. Mike pretty much just said, hey, 2-0, 2-1 if I'm trolling. But either way, he's historically went down to say that. But anyways, yeah, I'd say right now, as you mentioned, Pagon, this team is going to have to adapt to his play style. They mentioned that in the interview as well. I think Nika said it was right to point out that it's a similar style, but they have to sort of adapt to what Pagon brings to the table, because with these new picks comes a new play style. Obviously, Pagon has a wide god pool, and they have to say, hey, we know what you're going to play, but how do we adapt to that? And that's going to be the question. How quickly are they able to do that?
Yeah, we'll see how quickly both these teams adapt to each other's drafts and each other's play styles. Picks and bans for game number 1 between the Oni Warriors and the Jade Dragons, our second set here of the day on this lovely Friday out here in Alpharetta, Georgia. First ban is going to be that RDO. Maybe surprising that it's in the first ban column here, though, out of the Oni Warriors. I mean, this is a god that has seen a lot of success over in that soul lane over the last few months of competitive play. Usually, though, reserved for kind of more of that second ban spot to make sure to take that god away, though.
Yeah, it just seems like right now RDO's bringing too much pressure into that lane, and if Nika doesn't want to first pick it, they just say, hey, let's get rid of it at this moment. So that is going to be the first ban. Obviously, Kamazot's Kalina, nothing out of the ordinary there, I will say. Pretty solid solo picks. And as we mentioned, the Oni Warriors, you got to watch out for Nika in that lane, and both of these characters are going to be very solid. Daji, though, a ban that we've been seeing from pretty much everyone. Usually, as we mentioned a few times, a solid pick into these non-CC immune carries, things like that. But right now, Daji just looks so much pressure that you don't even want to gamble with letting it through at this moment.
No, not at this point. I mean, it's something that Mifflin and I talked about a little bit earlier, where he said it's basically kind of a safer Ares pick by way of that Pal Lao. So it seems a lot of teams are putting a lot of value on that god as of now. But it's mostly just going to be some shots over here at the Oni Warriors solo laner, like you said, with this Kamazotz and Kalina, both gods that Nika has been performing on well. The Kabrakan, while maybe not necessarily to Nika, a god that Cuvo Fred has really been finding success on here for this Oni Warriors draft. But that does leave open the Zeus on this side, and the Oni Warriors are going to make sure that the mid laner Pagon doesn't get that. How do you feel about a first pick Zeus, Trelly?
I'm liking how much pressure, not only pressure, but how much stock people are putting into this Zeus pick right now. I was questioning, will Zeus be able to survive in these high-pressure games where you're drafting things like the Gilgamesh, like the Erlong, obviously getting away this time, but the Gilgamesh, really a character that can get on top of your mid laner pretty easily. It's hard to peel that, but honestly, Zeus has been able to self-peel himself with the hybrid build or the full damage build. As long as you're not letting your Zeus die consistently, and a Kepri will do just that, you're sitting pretty in that lane. So I would say I like the Zeus first pick, but the answer back from the Jade Dragons, Medusa, very highly contested pick right now. I believe played 14 times was the statistic there, and the Gilgamesh, a ban that is usually taken away. So pretty strong answer back for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, it's no surprise on Medusa. We've been seeing heavy priority on that god for the entirety of the SPL, even into the SPL kickoff, and even further back when we start getting to the qualifier stages for these ones. But she still seems to make her way here into this top spot. Pair that with the Gilgamesh and a Thoth for the Jade Dragon, so Pagon will get a more traditional mage this time around to take that lane. But Bologna Kepri on the side of the Warriors, when we saw last set how up against the Camelot Kings, no team, or at least in this instance, the Scarabs did not want Genetics to have that Kepri. But how do you feel about the Kepri here as a third pick on the side of the Warriors?
Yeah, like I said, I think if you're able to keep this Zeus alive, it's just going to bring so much magical damage. The Kepri, one of the best peel tools in the game with Scarab's Blessing, obviously. If your Zeus is just going to be immobile, if he's just going to die, if he's in the Winds of Smosh, getting sniped by a Final Judgment, something like that, just say, hey, I'm going to revive you off this big burst damage. So as long as you're able to keep Darius alive, as long as he's able to position himself well, I think the Kepri's going to, just be very nice for this comp.
Well, it should be a good one here. First ban, or second round of bans, I should say, coming out here. Nemesis and Fenrir for the Jade Dragons. Meanwhile, a Emoji ban on the side of the Oni Warriors. Now with that Kepri locked in, they're free. That being the Warriors, able to ban against PBM specifically. But then an Odin into the mix here. That kind of throws a little bit of a curveball here, Charlie, because Odin has not been seeing a whole lot of play by just about anybody on any of these teams here. Why the sudden Odin ban here out of the Warriors?
I will say when I was doing the tier list with SOT, I don't want to give too much of that away. He put a lot of stock into the Odin pick. He said right now, with the characters that are in the meta, the cage still shuts them down pretty hard. Looking at a Zeus, for example, even the Khepri, getting trapped in that cage makes you adhere to that playstyle. Even though Phantom Shell is a thing, and even though you can break the cage, you still don't want to try to play around it. So just not wanting to deal with that amount of pressure, not wanting to deal with the, hey, I'm forced into Phantom Shell because of my draft. Odin just brings a little bit too much for these immobile mages in the mid lane.
As the picks come back through, King Arthur is another pick that we have not been seeing a whole lot out of here. And with the rise to the Bluestone, it only makes sense that this god would eventually find his way here into the meta. But King Arthur up in that solo lane matchup versus Bellona, so we're seeing the very tried and true ability style warrior in King Arthur versus this more hybrid or so more auto attack focused Bellona on the opposite side here for the Warriors. How do you feel about that matchup, Trelly?
Yeah, I think there's a reason that King Arthur is not getting picked right now, and it's because of it's just very easy to cripple out his dashes with things like the RDO that are in favor right now, stuff like that. Obviously, you don't want to trade auto attacks with the Death's Toll Bellonas of the world with Berserker's Shield, but Final K loves him some King Arthur. I mean, if you can find pressure, if you can get to that late game stage where you constantly have your full power ult charged up, you can find lots of success, especially on the picks like Zeus. So this is very much a can I survive in lane until late game sort of draft from the Jade Dragons. You do have some early pressure, obviously, with the Gilgamesh. Medusa's going to win lane pretty freely, that sort of thing. But is King Arthur going to get camped? That is the question.
That is the question at the end of the day here. Jade Dragons with their final pick are looking at Bacchus at the moment, a god who has been seeing a lot more priority now that the SPL has finally kicked off here. Players like Neilma really love to go towards this pick, but we'll see him on the Khepri this time around. Hunbats and Cernanos. Cernanos, we've talked a lot about him, about how he's kind of that in that second tier, or maybe even that first tier, right up there with Medusa, between Cernanos, Medusa, and then like Heimdall. We kind of have that three of the hunters at the top end here. But Hunbats is one that we don't really get to see a whole lot of here. And with all the nerfs that have come to that ultimate, we've been seeing players favor him maybe a little bit less and less just for how long that cooldown is. But on the opposite end of the board here, Jade Dragons, they go away from the Bacchus entirely. Ares as a final pick here, Charlie. Tell me a little bit about this Ares pickup.
I mean, to me, they banned the Daji. They said, hey, we're going to draft a lot of characters with no CC immunity. We have Zeus, we have Khepri, we have Hunbats, and we have Cern. All of these characters do not want to get chained. All of them do not want to get ulted by the Ares. I mean, the Daji is what I was going to say, but now they have the Ares. You have Daji, which is a safer Ares, but Ares still a solid pick in its own right. Gonna get some easy pressure with that Medusa against the Khepri and the Cernanos. I would say if you're hitting your chains consistently, which we know Polar Bear Mike can do, you're going to have pretty much unlimited pressure in that duo lane. Unless, of course, you get like abducted or something before your chain comes up. But either way, I think right now the Jade Dragons are going for that early damage, trying to get online early in that duo lane.
And this is something about the Jade Dragons, though, that we've seen in the last couple of sets they played up against the Titans and the Scarabs. They always seem to draft this very early execution style of draft here. You know, they pick up things like Kleena over for Sam in a couple of those ones. They get Uller, who's really a heavy bully when it comes to that laning phase. But the Jade Dragons haven't really capitalized on the early game. They play the first 15 minutes out as this just farm mode, and it's not like they're power farming either. They're not pulling these 3,000-5,000 gold leads up at any point here. So, Charlie, I got to ask you, where do the Jade Dragons make their mark to maybe try and start this early game going?
It's got to be the mid lane. You have Thoth outranging the heck out of Zeus in that mid lane. You have Gilgamesh, who can easily gank the Zeus. I would say try to get Pagon ahead on this Thoth pick and try to say, hey, you're going to outrange the heck out of Dardes. Let's put as much damage with the Hieroglyphic Assault. Let's look for these big final judgments that we can before the Khepri rotates over. I think your early pressure is going to be pretty much unlimited unless you fumble early game.
And then the Oni Warriors over here, a team that's been going more towards the late game. So they're fine giving up the early game. And maybe here against the Jade Dragons, they're fine if the Dragons want to wait 15 to 20 minutes before these team fights come through. But as much as we talk about, being able to gank the Zeus here out of the side of the Jade Dragons, what's the answer back then for the Oni Warriors? Where do they find their success in the matchup?
I mean, I think late game they're going to be just fine. Of course, Hunbat's one of the best team fight ultimates in the game. If you are playing around it, which we know Kivo can hit them very consistently, you're going to have a solid team fight no matter what. On the other hand, you still have this Zeus that you want to try to keep alive as much as possible. So as long as Neilma has his hand on that Scarab's Blessing and is ready to hit the reses on clutch targets, I think they're going to be just fine, even if they want to say, hey, we're going to give up a little bit of early pressure in that mid lane, but besides that, our team fight's going to remain solid.
Well, it's going to be the Oni Warriors up against the Jade Dragons here in our second set of the day. Both these teams currently 1-1 in the standings, and both of them trying to make their mark to get that second win Which team's going to find their second win? Well, we always got to start somewhere slow, and our first stepping stone is going to be game number 1. That's going to be with David Mifflin.
Game number 1 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. Also, technically, my game number 1 of Season 9 here in the SPL. And what a way for me to start off my year, Miff. Oni Warriors up against the Jade Dragons.
Make it about you, man.
Everything's about me, Miff. It was my birthday last. Wish me a happy birthday. You didn't do it.
I
You didn't do
literally
it in person.
texted you.
Yeah, not in person. Wish me a happy birthday.
Happy birthday. You took the week off. How was I
Wish me a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Oni Warriors versus the Jade Dragons, Miff. I think last year, you look at this matchup, and this is one where you heavily favor the Jade Dragons. And I still think you might favor the Jade Dragons in this.
Are you saying you like me or you royal
you? The general you.
I got it.
I think would favor the Jade Dragons over the Oni Warriors last year. I still think you might a little bit, but the Oni Warriors in week 1 showed us there's still some growing to be done for this team, all together on LAN, all living together, or in the same state at least, getting to play together in studio. And so I think that this matchup nowadays is a lot closer than it has been in seasons past.
Yeah, I'm really excited, man. Specifically, I brought it up earlier on the death segment with J-Mac. I feel like the duo lane, one you really want to keep your eyes on, especially now that PBM's playing a pick like Ares, right? This aggressive space control pick that's got early.
It's in week 1, the general one where you heavily favor the Jade Dragons. And I still think you might favor the Jade Dragons in this.
Are you saying you like me or you royal
you? The general you.
I got it.
On this side.
I
Not on
think
the other
would
side.
favor the Jade Dragons over the Oni Warriors last year. I still think you might a little bit, but the Oni Warriors in week 1 showed us there's still some growing to be done for this team, all together on LAN, all living together, or in the same state at least, getting to play together in studio. And so I think that this matchup nowadays is a lot closer than it has been in seasons past.
Yeah, I'm really excited, man. Specifically, I brought it up earlier on the death segment with J-Mac. I feel like the duo lane, one you really want to keep your eyes on, especially now that PBM's playing a pick like Ares, right? This aggressive space control pick that's got great CC against a composition that has very minimal CC immunity. This could be a lane between Ares and Medusa if they pull a lead. Where how do you fight back into that? What do you do? These are both high kill pressure gods with a ton of damage.
There you cry, I guess, if they get out ahead. Mike already on point with the chains, throwing those out. And how about Vote's pick here in the Cernanos? I'll hold that thought. Sam for soccer sends a gank Nika's way. Down to half HP is Nika. Sam and Fino both taking a little bit of damage of their own as well. Body blocks are good for Mike here. Panicat just needs a couple more auto attacks. Shell gets used. Might not have been needed, but good insurance policy there for Neilma. You call it, Myth. There's aggression early on here from Panicat and PBM.
So we lose the bees on Vote. You lost the Shell, and you might lose Dardez's life here.
Sam is active everywhere. One more auto is in, and Sam for soccer grabs first blood. The desk calls it perfectly. You can get the beads off of Dardez. The range advantage is there for Pagon. And Sam for soccer will snag first blood over the Zeus.
That was a super late beads from Dardez, though. Like he allows Sam to get 1, maybe 2 auto attacks before that CC immunity really starts to get him out of there. I mean, dropping it that late because as an aggressive pick as Gilgamesh. A little bit slow on the uptake. The Oni Warriors mid lane, and the Jade Dragons will strike first, and Sam for soccer on an aggressive early game pick with now an entire level lead does not bode well for the Oni Warriors. What was it that Trelly said on the desk? Infinite pressure for the Jade Dragons?
And that's a hefty statement to make.
That's like more than you can quantify.
Well, Pagon has the range advantage, as Trelly pointed out as well.
Wow, Trelly's good.
Dardez just wants his red buff here. Won't be able to get it. Not while Pagon is around the corner watching. Pagon has not only the 1 level, but the 1 assist lead over Dardez, who is going to have to hope that Pagon isn't lurking behind the red buff wall, but he's not. Pagon's headed back towards his own red buff. Nika receives some help from Kivo Fred on the right side of the map. On the Oni Warriors blue buff. Final K over on the right side of the map, Myth, going up against Bologna, who's been a very popular, oppressive pick at times. On the King Arthur, though, not a pick I expected to see here today. It has been out of the favor of a lot of solo laners here as of late, though in capable hands can take over team fights.
Yeah, Doug, can we get a look at the level priority on Nika just to see where he is putting his points?
Or
Likely
Fino.
gonna be Scourge. I'm
Okay,
thinking that he's
Nika.
maxing out first, and it is, because you're not allowed to use Bludgeon in this matchup. That consistent knock-up from Fino K always going to cancel out the second portion of that ability. You've also got the ultimate to do the exact same thing. 2 versions of the ultimate at that. I think a very interesting lane to be sure.
Fred is here, and Fred has Fear No Evil. Panda Cat has beads, and Mike has Blink. Dash away from Panda. Root in onto Mike. Lots of CC connecting. Should be a kill
No way.
here.
Okay.
And Vote hits the final auto, and the Oni Warriors on the board. And it's Vote with the assistance of Kivo, Fred, and Neoma. No chance for Mike there with no ultimate, and I'm not sure the ultimate would have made a difference anyway. Sam considering a regank. Panda Cat a little bit behind here. Doesn't have ultimate. That's a clean kill for the Warriors.
It is. The Oni Warriors needed some pressure somewhere on the map, and finding in the duo lane, definitely worth it. That was a heavy commitment. I'd argue you probably don't even necessarily need Fear No Evil, at least at that portion. If you use Abduct on top of Fear No Evil, the fear just does not apply. Abduct overrides that CC.
Man, I'm already scared of being abducted. I don't care about the evil. Right?
Okay, all right, man. What? I don't even get that. I don't even get that one.
Well, yeah, the fear's not going to apply from Fear No Evil because I'm already being abducted. I'm terrified of that.
All right, I am with you now, and now I can say qualified that was a bad joke.
Now that I understand it, I can tell you it sucked. Fair enough, Miff. I know. It was garbage. At any rate, a heavy commitment of ultimates from Kivo Fred, but gets the kill nonetheless. And while it comes back off of cooldown, is really the loss of potential of using that ultimate elsewhere on the map. But both junglers have been active early. And how about this selection from Fino K-Miff? Maybe worried not only about Nika, but Kivo Fred sending some pressure his way. That's an early first item sovereignty for Fino.
It is. Fino K going to get a fair deal of defense from it. Doesn't really want to take the 1v1 up against Nika too often because of all that sustain. Nika's got built in already. Death Toll plus Scourge means that the majority of trades probably going to favor Nika at this portion of the game. Also has got the Chalice of Healing. So even potions favoring Nika for the most part. Fino K instead says, hey, I'll just simply double dip on defense. Not only is it going to make him more survivable in his lane opponent, but also Kivo Fred playing a physical jungler going to have a much harder time ganking.
Fino K can still do a little damage over towards Nika. Full rotation will chunk down that health bar to about halfway. So now we've seen Vote exert a little bit of pressure on this Cernanos. I wonder how this starts to transition later on in the game. I feel like we have plenty of data on Medusa and how mid to late game starts to look on this pick. I mean, Cern's a hunter. You get enough items online. You're going to do a lot of damage. But in these team fights, positioning is going to be so important here for Vote. Do you have high expectations, high hope for the Oni Warriors duo win?
I do. I feel like Cern has just got a really good matchup into Medusa. That Bramble Blast now having the cripple on it makes it so much harder for that god to work.
Polar Bear Mike blinks in. Ultimate. Kivo Fred uses the beads, but Neoma unable to avoid it. Gets pulled in and then sent back once more. That's a big burst of damage from Pagon. Fear No Evil drops down.
Nice.
And it's big from Kivo Fred.
Nice
Whoa.
save.
Then sudden 2-kill swing, and the Jade Dragons have none of them. Oni Warriors turn this one around. In the Fear No Evil,
it got harder for that god to work.
Polar Bear Mike blinks in. Ultimate. Kivo Fred uses the beads, but Neoma unable to avoid it. Gets pulled in and then sent back once more. That's a big burst of damage from Pagon. Fear No Evil drops down, and it's big from Kivo Fred.
Whoa.
Then sudden 2-kill swing, and the Jade Dragons have none of them. Oni Warriors turn this one around. And the Fear No Evil is ridiculous. Kivo Fred helps the Warriors turn 2 kills.
So I said earlier that I think that Khepri's going to fit into literally every single draft. That's why. It was a heavy commitment from the Jade Dragons to shut down just about anyone. They could have chose anybody. Didn't even necessarily need to be who it was. And Neoma's just going to revive him regardless. And then you've just got this space control from Dardes behind him. You just got the re-engage potential from Kivo Fred. You've just got more CC from Vote. Large AoE circles are the name of the game for the Oni Warriors. And it's working out heavily for them so far. That said, 3-1. Golden Experience, a little bit deceptive.
Yep, yeah, we're dead even here, 7 minutes in, despite the kills being there for the Oni Warriors. Now, the experience has started to trickle up just a little bit, 1.3k for the Oni Warriors. That translates roughly to a level here or there, depending on what parts of the map you're looking at. Support and jungle currently have those leads. Nika ganked now by Sanford Soccer. Ultimate already used by Fino K. Nika has the Eagles rally if necessary. Wasn't necessary, as Bologna continues to be obnoxious. So we haven't seen these soul laners rotate out just yet, Mifflin, but I think both of these soul laners in their own right, especially on these styles of picks, are going to be a lot of fun to watch. Yeah, it's typical of Panda Cat, isn't it? Going to be a lot of fun to watch in how they control these team fights. I mean, Nika's been so important to this Oni Warriors roster over the last couple of years. Fine, okay. so important to this Jade Dragons roster over the last couple of years. And these two styles of picks, I feel like, just synergize with their play styles very well.
And they're both going to be going for the exact same style of play once the team fight starts to roll around. Final K is going to try his best to close gap on a Dardes and continually find pressure on him. Does have an interesting interaction that we might see from the Jade Dragons in that Final K can remove one player from the playfield for about 2.5 seconds with that fully charged ultimate. Could be that he tries to just kill somebody with it. It's very hard to apply Revive in those situations. Or he could use it essentially as a banish to make sure that Neilma can't use Scarab's Blessing himself. Similarly, Nika going to be diving the backline for the most part for his team, but it's going to be a lot easier for him in that he's diving a Thoth, whereas opposed to Final K diving a Zeus. Zeus can just turn around those fights very easily on his own. The difficulty of diving Thoth is just getting to the Thoth.
Yeah. Maybe this is expected, and I'm glad you bring up Thoth for Pagon. 2 levels ahead of Dardes right now. Though Dardes has the extra kill, that one death maybe making a difference. And the ranged advantage not only benefits the early game poke and maybe some fighting that the Jade Dragons made happen around the mid lane, but has also helped Pagon farm up safely, grab a couple extra mid camps, put pressure on Dardes in moments like this. He's just back and trying to grab up that red buff, but that's something to keep your eyes on if the Jade Dragons can continue to play around that mid lane.
Oh my god.
And really, it's the left side of the
That
map right
hurts.
now where the Oni Warriors have a little bit more pressure. 3 assists on 3 kills for the Oni Warriors and for Neilma. Chains are out onto Vote, who has beads. And that's always the question. Is one set of beads worth the ultimate? Seems to be. Had a range advantage. Pagon doesn't have ult. Doesn't have a lot of health. Must have just taken a big old chunk of damage out of Dardes, who does not have Aegis ready to go just yet. Jade Dragons mid laner widens that gap.
Sam for Soccer was nearby, but I'm looking at the
Has
assist
Blink
column, and he does not have one.
Yeah.
So that must have just been Pagon doing it to Dardes all on his own. Dardes still has ultimate, just does not use it. This is an early tier 1 tower.
Won't
Or
go
not.
down now, as Cubo Fred is close. We'll go down here eventually, Mifflin. Have to imagine, and we'll not have to imagine much longer, as a replay of Pagon's solo kill. Maybe just around the corner, what we're assuming is a solo kill. I've called it a solo kill, so now it has to be, right? Sam is close.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah way. You just hit everything and then a final, and a
Oh
final
my
judgment.
god.
I don't know if he had Spear of Deso completed at the time or not.
He did.
But double flat pen early into a Zeus without Aegis. I mean, if you hit everything, Miff, and Pagon hit everything, that's the potential it brings.
Yeah, those are the most awkward moments to try and break down analytically because he hit everything
Right,
is
he
the
hit
full
everything,
extent of it. Just shouldn't have been standing there, I suppose, for Dardes, or maybe even potentially.
Trelly is looking smarter by the moment.
Yeah, dude.
Talking about the range advantage and how Pagon's going to have unlimited pressure.
All right, well, here's the thing, man. Dardes could have beads. Like, he could have just beads the route and walked
Yeah,
away.
you're right.
He did not.
You're right.
So, Trelly's, he's all right.
He's all right.
He's okay.
So Dardes could have done more, but
Yeah.
Pagon literally couldn't have done more. Hit everything.
What was the root?
And
Looking most but yeah, kill. Maybe just around the corner. What we're assuming is a solo kill. I've called it a solo kill, so now it has to be, right? Sam is close.
Is it because he dashed?
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah. He
Yeah
dashed.
way. You just hit everything and then a final, and a final judgment.
That's crazy.
I don't know if he had Spear of Deso completed at the time or not.
He did.
But double flat pen early into a Zeus without Aegis. I mean, if you hit everything, Miff, and Pagon hit everything, that's the potential it brings.
Yeah, those are the most awkward moments to try and break down analytically because he hit everything
Right,
is
he
the
hit
full
everything,
extent of it. Just shouldn't have been standing there, I suppose, for Dardes, or maybe even potentially.
Trelly is looking smarter by the moment.
Yeah, dude.
Talking about the range advantage and how Pagon's going to have unlimited pressure.
All right, well, here's the thing, man. Dardes could have beads. Like, he could have just beads the route and walked
Yeah,
away.
you're right.
He did not.
You're right.
So, Trelly's, he's all right.
He's all right.
He's all right.
He's okay.
So Dardes could have done more, but
Yeah.
Pagon literally couldn't have done more. Hit everything. The potential that Trelly set up came to be is the point I'm trying to get at here. And so Dardes falls a little bit further behind. Luckily, just about a level and a half. Make it 2 levels. Now as Pagon looks like Myth is going to go into the Soul Reaver, and we learned earlier on today that Soul Reaver on Thoth is a fine item to have in back-to-back games. Vote drop kicked against the wall here. Sam for Soccer up downs the ultimate. And just some pressure put out. Looks like Vote was able to drop his own purple buff at least. Though Sam made life uncomfortable for a moment.
And that's Sam's job, essentially, on this pick, especially going for a slightly more bruiser style of build. Berserker Shield in that third slot. Seems to have picked up a Kusari from his quest item, so a little bit of free magical defense and never hurt anybody. Certainly will help out up against a Zeus, as the Tier 1 mid tower will fall down. The Jade Dragons have got pressure across the board, and it's reflected in the economy of this game so far, but no neutral objective attempts from either team, which is surprising 12.5 minutes in. Would think that both squads have got pretty decent ability to look towards these objectives. I would say the Oni Warriors probably favored on fighting on the right side of the map, whereas the Jade Dragons should be favored taking engagements on the left-hand side just because of having that superior secure and range advantage from Pagon, the burn potential of Panda Cat or Sanford Soccer, two auto attackers. Got to think Gold Fury on the minds of the Jade Dragons.
Wow.
Soon, at least.
It's 3 levels now, Pagon over Dardez.
It's a lot.
It'll be 2 here eventually. I imagine Dardez is pretty close to level 13. But there's also a decent little gap in the jungle. Cubo Fred ahead of Sanford Soccer. When you're making 3-man Fear No Evils happen, you're bound to build yourself a bit of a lead. That is that's the most lackluster end to a 3-man Fear No Evil that I've ever seen. It was just an attempt on the red buff, but how about this? A 1v1 over on the left side of the map will pick up the pace a little bit. Vote doesn't end up dying, but there's a Scarab's Blessing there just in case. And unreal. How unsatisfying for us. We get a 3-man Fear No Evil and no kills. Nearly a solo kill that's turned around. These teams are looking for blood, but no blood has been spilled.
Beads and Aegis lost for Vote, and the Scarab's Blessing go down for Neil. So that could be time for the Jade Dragons to strike yet again, especially considering you got 2 minutes to play with until Vote gets those defensive relics back. And, well, no CC immunity in the kit means that Polar Bear Mike is likely staring him down. If Mike can just connect his own ultimate onto Vote, Vote will just die. Worth noting, I would argue Panda Cat essentially just 1v1s him there. You got to get credit over with that TKO.
Yeah, absolutely. And that means, Smith, you're correct. There's an advantage around the Gold Fury. Oni Warriors take the Pyro, and this is often the trade. Realizing that a fight on this side of the map would not bode well for the Oni Warriors. The Warriors grab what they can, and it's the Pyromancer. Though the concerning trend is, Miff, although the kills have been in favor of the Oni Warriors and still are, it was dead even a few minutes ago. This has been a very quiet buildup of over a 2,000 gold lead, approaching 2,500 gold in favor of the Jade Dragons. Experience trending in that direction as well. Sure, the Gold Fury makes up about half of that. But just the way that the game has been going recently through farming and pressure, the Jade Dragons have started to regain a bit of control.
Yeah, the majority of the lead for the Jade Dragons coming from the mid lane, which you should expect. 2-level lead still maintained for Pagon and has already started to finish off that Soul Reaver. So burst potential, the name of the game here. Dardez going to have to play very cautiously towards the center of the map. I'm still concerned for Vote's safety, just because PBM still has that ultimate available, but has not gestured to even move over towards that left side of the map. Instead, I suppose, trusting Panda Cat, he had taken the 1v1 earlier. At a deficit, by the way. Panda Cat only has the beads, has not gone back to base until just now. Finishes up an entire Wind Demon and an Aegis. Whereas Vote had gone back to base, had the Tier 1 Shuriken, and both relics available.
Hello, says Cubo Fred to Sanford Soccer, who jumps away. Looks like Titan's Bane for Cubo Fred, excuse me, in the middle of this build. This Hunbats is going to be swinging for some damage.
He will. Interesting pickup. I feel like Titan's Bane is severely undervalued. It gives you a lot of burst potential, especially on like a Sacred Monkey Toss, but that's about it.
Whoa, Nika engaged on by Fine OK. Polar Bear Mike looking for a pull and grabs one onto Neil. Pagon's already found the opening kill. Nika finished off by the Thoth. Now Cubo Fred forced into the beads. Fear No Evil drops down right on top of Fine OK, who's abducted against the wall, but King Arthur doesn't go down. Finally, Detonate plus Neoma equals death. A 1-for-1 trade, and both solo laners back in base.
That chain CC on the Fine OK has got to be the most tilting thing. He wasn't allowed to play for like 5 or 6 seconds. He could have taken his hands off the keyboard, and it would have been the exact same outcome. The abduct into the lightning storm, Fear No Evil into the wall, all the while taking all that Zeus damage. Fine OK does his job. He facilitates the initial kill, and he actually eats a lot of cooldown, so buys a lot of space for the rest of his team. 15 seconds on the grayscale to sing his own praises, as the rest of the Jade Dragons are able to take back a little bit more on the map. Tier 1 tower on right will go their way, and despite losing out on Fine OK, well, the lead will continue going their way as well.
Yeah, Fine OK for Nika effectively mitigates those kills, so again, it's the rest of the map pressure for the Jade Dragons that seems to be working out. And it's not this high-octane, in-your-face, run-it-down play style from the Jade Dragons that's
not a
built up
Dragons
this
game.
lead. Right, this is we're gonna draw things out. We're gonna play the map effectively, and so often we talk about this, but it seems like they keep getting better at it. Not that the Jade Dragons have been without fault in their last couple of sets. But this is the team that really over the last year has focused on diversifying their win conditions in the sense that no longer, and I don't think it's been the case for a while, Panda Cat dashes in towards Vote, dashes away. This was a 1v1. Polar Bear Mike makes it a 2v1. Aegis well timed by Vote. Neilma around the corner. And wouldn't you guess it, a Scarab's Blessing saves the life of Vote. Panda Cat has to watch another one get away, but 2 ultimates forced out. 1 used by Panda Cat. Aegis down for both of the Hunters as pressure looks like it's mounting around this left side tower. I think the Dragons really have, and this isn't a recent change, but the Dragons have, over the last year, become a team that can win in many different phases of the game.
Yeah, no longer is it, hey, we didn't win in the first 10 minutes, so we simply lost. The Jade Dragons, very capable of playing these slower paces and continue to do so here. Yep. Tier 2 tower, seems like the Jade Dragons are willing to take this fight. FinoK has made his rotation over to the left-hand side, dedicates the TP. Oni Fury not spawning for a little under a minute, but the Jade Dragons will allow this one to fizzle. Quick response from the Oni Warriors. They bring a lot of members over just to keep the Jade Dragons out of that tower.
Pagon is far and away ahead of everyone in this game
that's
now.
huge.
Level 19. Pull in for Mike. That's on Neilma, who does not have Scarab's Blessing, but won't end up being a commitment from the rest of the Jade Dragons. Level 19 for Pagon is 2 levels ahead of every single player on the Oni Warriors, 5 levels ahead of Neilma, and 3 levels ahead of Vote. Panda Cat just 1 level behind at level 18. So Pagon far and away ahead of everyone in this game. Top net worth by about 1,000 gold of everyone in this game. Over, like around 2K over Dardes. How wide do you think, the damage gap is right now? Look at the way Pagon's been able to build. Divine Ruin, Spear of Deso, Soul Reaver, Tier 2 of Obshard, compared to Divine Ruin into Void Stone, into a little more of a bruisery style item, into what could be some flat pen, percent pen a little bit later on. How wide do you think that damage gap is?
If I had to guess, probably around 2,300. Just spitballing here. Pagon's able to apply that damage from a range,
Yeah, thanks, Smith. That's exactly what I was asking. The Oni Fury bails you out as the Warriors have started it up, and the Warriors will finish it off, but Pagon deletes Neilma. There's a Fear No Evil sent towards the back line, but the Jade Dragons sidestep it. Forces Nika to go up and over. Great peel from Vote, but FinoK surprises the Oni Warriors from around the right side of the wall. Still plenty of damage finding its way into the frontliner. A root on a Dardes could have spelled disaster. But instead, the Oni Warriors, they'll trade out Neilma for the Fury.
And that is a phenomenal trade for the Oni Warriors, just being able to slow down some of these plays from the Jade Dragons. But that said, 10 seconds left on Neilma's respawn. Takes 10 seconds to walk towards the center of the map. If the Jade Dragons can find a pick, and they might be able to, Cubo Fred, no beads available, stripped away by FinoK. Could look towards the Fire Giant, even in just forcing out that leap. Pyromancer still looking mighty appetizing.
Mike does still have ultimate, and we'll have Blink in 3 seconds. Never mind. Blink is up right now, and the pull is there on the Cubo Fred, who did not have beads. Pagon, this 4th of the game, a jump out from Nika as Eagles rally is back up. Final Judgment won't be sent, and the Jade Dragons continue to play around their mid laner, continue to play around Polar Bear Mike. And another kill drops, and for the first time this game, the Jade Dragons have the kill lead.
Man, I feel like I'm in like an OG COD lobby. The Jade Dragons are corner camping right now, just sitting around waiting for the Oni Warriors to take 1 step too far forward, and it's the right way to play because the Oni Warriors have to face check that Pyromancer. They need to make sure that it wasn't the Fire Giant pulled out. They are able to drop a standard ward in the Fire Giant pit proper, so should know if the Jade Dragons do start the largest neutral objective, but had to dedicate some bodies to get up there. Nika steps up. Nika was not the target. It was an immediate blink pass from PBM to shut down Cubo Fred again, who had lost his beads earlier after retreating from the Gold Fury. FinoK strips those away with a phenomenal flank, and it sets up for that play itself. The Jade Dragons, even in losing the objective, the Gold Fury that is, still massively ahead.
Miff, you were definitely the corner camper, not the campy for sure.
No, I was running like AK-74U, man.
This is definitely the point in the game right now where I'm like finding somebody's name on the enemy team's scoreboard and like sending them messages, trying to get in their head and stuff. Oh, yeah, if they're spawn camping me, they're corner camping me the way the J Dragons are, I'm letting it fly, man.
You think Kubo Fred's sending some inflammatory messages over
Yeah, and it's a
San
lot
Francisco's
easier to
way?
do for these guys. They just whisper the name of one of the guys on the enemy team. You don't have to open it up and type out a full paragraph with, like, your Xbox controller, your PlayStation controller.
Oh, that was awful.
Yeah, it was the worst. Much harder back in the day.
These
now,
guys got keyboards.
No, so easy to send mean messages to guys on the other team. J Dragons maybe deserve it a little bit with the way they've been treating the Warriors over the last few minutes. Fire Giant, the next objective to be looked at, and with how far ahead the J Dragons are. Not a team to shy away from that style of fight. Pagon obviously has reached level 20 as well as the rest of the J Dragons outside of the support. That is ridiculous. 2 levels behind in solo, jungle, and mid, and then a level behind over in ADC. I think the world is the J Dragons' oyster right now, Miff. And they can do as they please.
The answer for the Oni Warriors has got to be close gap on the Pagan. So far, the Oni Warriors have not dug in their heels and taken an actual fight. It's been small skirmishes or trying to find a pick or contesting an objective. Maybe now they can.
There you go. Fine, okay, gets abducted in, but immediately sends the ultimate right on back. This is a split engage. Fear No Evil's fantastic at separating out this fight, but the damage just way too far on the back line because Sanford Soccer has dove the Oni Warriors and Pagan obliterating the health bar of Kubo Fred. Nika desperately trying to cling back to a kill, but Pagan says no chance, dashes in forward, already has a double kill, and Sanford Soccer goes up and over the wall. Sanford Soccer adds another kill. Pagan dashes forward, a triple kill for the newcomer, and the J Dragons come up big.
No shot. Pagan's allowed to dash aggressively twice in a team fight. Ended at 95% HP and is only forced to use 1 relic. Look, 10 seconds left, and it's Neoma or trying to find a pick or contesting an objective. Maybe now they can.
There you go. Fine, okay, gets abducted in, but immediately sends the ultimate right on back. This is a split engage. Fear No Evil's fantastic at separating out this fight, but the damage just way too far on the back line because Sanford Soccer has dove the Oni Warriors and Pagan obliterating the health bar of Kubo Fred. Nika desperately trying to cling back to a kill, but Pagan says no chance, dashes in forward, already has a double kill, and Sanford Soccer goes up and over the wall. Sanford Soccer adds another kill. Pagan dashes forward, a triple kill for the newcomer, and the J Dragons come up big.
No shot. Pagan's allowed to dash aggressively twice in a team fight. Ended at 95% HP and is only forced to use 1 relic. Look, 10 seconds left, and it's Neoma. Yeah, I think the Dragons got it.
I think the Dragons can end game 1 seemingly out of nowhere. They built up this massive lead. Surely you have to follow the script, go Fire Giant, go Phoenixes, things like that, but the J Dragons grab a deicide, and Neoma will watch his Titan fall. The J Dragons came to play, and the J Dragons and Pagan at 7-0-3 will take game 1.
You know, I've seen a lot of discourse, if you would, some conversation, some pondering and positing from the community saying, look, you can't just keep replacing your mid laner. It can't just pay off. You can't just continually look towards him and say, it's gotta be this guy who needs to improve. If you are worried about the selection of Pagan to move up to the SPL and join the J Dragons, let your concerns be alleviated. That was wild.
And this is something we talked a lot to different teams about on their way in studio, during the team check-ins, things like that. Such minimal roster changes across the league, which teams could potentially look very different. J Dragons has been a team name that's been brought up. You know, Hurrywind's fantastic at his style of play, but Pagan has a totally different style of play. And that's a ridiculous performance from the SPL newcomer here. Pagan 7-0-3 in game number 1. J Dragons off to a great start. Time for the Warriors to bounce back in game 2. Coming up next.
Wow. So, what do you guys want to do? You want to keep watching this and finish up this set? We might only do one more game. We probably should. Rather than stopping in the middle. But it could be 2 more games, so. I don't know. I kind of want to play something different. What should I play? Besides with myself. Maybe like something like Starbound. It's been a minute since I played Starbound. Or maybe Skyrim. Or I don't know. GTA. What's today? Tuesday? Monday? It's Monday. Could do GTA, I guess. I'm just talking to myself, though. Fuck. This cool music. I'm rocking out. I'll probably set my camera back up. Need to do that. DJ Joe Bro. Pretty good. Alright. Hi, Coffee. Welcome back. I was kind of just talking to myself for a while. I am jamming out to this music, though. It's pretty amazing. Did you have any interesting conversations? No, not really. I was trying to decide what I wanted to do. If I wanted to continue watching this, or play something else, or I was trying to decide what game I'd play if I played a game. And then I started rocking out to the music, and I got distracted. Yep, that was it. This music is pretty dope, yeah. I like it. Good DJ. If you want to play some Smite, I'm down. Or if you want to play some Skyrim or something, that'd be cool too. Really? Would it be cool? I was thinking about playing Starbound. I haven't played that in a long time. That's loud. You're loud.
Here in game number 1, the Jade Dragons come out on top and put an early lead here up against the Oni Warriors. I'm still recovering from something that's stupid that Charlie said me that's just in our game with the new Yorman Goose skin that we have out there. But ignoring that, at least now for the moment here, good performance out of the Jade Dragons and getting active early. Something that we talked about, Charlie.
Starbound sounds good
team
too.
is
It
the
looks
Jade
pretty
Dragons draft
interesting.
these earlier comps and they don't really seem to do a whole
Have you
lot
not
with
seen it before?
Much different story here though in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean,
the reason I
made a new
highlighted that
character
sort
and
of
I was
range
playing it for
matchup in
blue.
the mid lane is because
Oh, ad break.
Thoth just really should never die to Zeus in that lane,
Never
and we
mind.
saw Pagon abusing that fact pretty heavily. Anytime he really found range on Dardes here, a solo kill could have came out. Myth highlighted that Dardes didn't beats, but you really have so much range. If you're able to hit everything, the beats really won't even save you there. Just great play by Pagon, single-handedly carrying my fantasy team this week.
Yeah, coming out with what was like a 7-0 end here in game number 1 for the mid laner
Damn.
of the Jade Dragons. The rest of the team a little bit less behind. So as far as getting some of those kills and numbers up there, but Pagon putting on a show here with this Thoth in game number 1. A reason why we have been seeing this God band away so many times. I mean, look how far Pagon is, and I think Dave and Myth were right to highlight during the cast. He got to aggressively dash at the Dragons twice in one team fight. I think this was the very first one that he goes in. Up to dive towards this tier 1 or tier 2 tower. And then look at him. He's standing there menacingly staring at 2 people and still not dying.
And he gets the triple kill, and unfortunate Sam steals the quadra, but still, yeah, Pagon was able to pretty much dash it ineffectively. It just seemed like they really couldn't get to him. I was mentioning how, you know, the Hoonbats, they have decent die, but you have to get online, and if you're not able to push into this Thoth pick, if you're not able to withstand the full brunt of the damage, it's going to be a very rough time to try to deal with this pick, and obviously 18,000 damage in a pretty short time period, I would say. So Pagon really getting the value out of this Thoth mid.
Yeah, really finding some good damage out here in this shorter game here is Pagon on this Thoth. The only one on this team who also did not die, had 100%
So you see me played a bit, so I don't need to make a new character.
And look,
Or should I make a
even
new
at the player
character and
damage
start
taken,
over
this
for
is
you?
something that we talk about with carries more often than not. I mean, your frontliners, your junglers, they're going to be sitting there soaking up damage after damage. You always want to look at the state of the game, and you can kind of pull those things apart based off damage taken. How much threat were these gods under? Pagon had like 5,000 damage taken. The next lowest was like 11 or 12,000 out of the other carry. I mean, nobody was able to get to this back line.
But would you rather see it
Not
from
so
the
much as
beginning
not
so you have
trying to, It was
context?
just they really couldn't. I mean,
Because
no
I
one
don't
wants
care
to
if I
let
start
Thoth
over.
recast onto their backline, but if
Doesn't
you're trying to
matter.
get that deep because of Thoth's range,
So do
you're
you
just putting
want to
yourself
see it
so
from the
far out of
beginning?
position, and you have
Or
to
do
be
you
able
not
to
care?
do it effectively and not trade out your life in that instance. So again,
So
great
there's
positioning,
Kivo Fred
and
right there.
If it wasn't for Mike
Like,
and Final K
compare that to
making
what he looked like in
range
season
for
2 or
Thoth
whatever.
to be able to do that, I think that
He
has
looked
to
like
be
he was like 12.
highlighted as well. I mean, the Ares pick and the King Arthur were being very
So much
disruptive, and
different.
that's why Thoth can do these things.
100% here. I mean, Final K on this King Arthur. While he wasn't having the most fun at points, I mean, there was one moment
That
where
guy's
he
cool.
was like Hoonbats ulted, then he was rooted by a Kepri, and then
No,
pulled
I'd
by a
rather see
Kepri,
you
and
play
then just died immediately after that.
once
So there were moments
you're
where it
already
didn't look so
into
hot
the
for some
game
of
a
these
bit.
frontliners. We'll
All
see
right.
if the Dragons can keep with this hot streak. Game number 2,
Aight.
picks and bans. Ready to go up here. Oni Warriors still going to be in that first pick slot, choosing to take that side, even after
Maybe
a
I'll
loss
do
here.
that.
And now the question is,
maybe I won't.
Rachel,
know.
oftentimes with gods like Medusa or these really off-meta
I know
kind of,
nothing.
or on the I should say on the opposite side, these off-meta style of gods where a player pops off and you're like, I don't really know if I want to waste a ban on that. Because of how meta Thoth is, do you think that it's worth for the Oni Warriors to maybe try and draft around that one?
I would say if you're the Oni Warriors right now, you're trying to get Nika on something that could get to a Thoth. I would imagine that is the playstyle right now. Of course, you want Cuvo to deal with it
I think you
first in
should
the
ban the
jungle
Thoth.
before the solo laner has to rotate, but I feel like this team, they just benefit so much from having Nika
He's
be able to
clearly
get
on
to
a
the
hot
back
streak,
line as
so-
Cuvo. Well, they both want to be able to dive here, but the Bologna just wasn't able to really disrupt as much as they would want here, so they have to switch something up. If they find out that the Thoth was just too much to deal with, which I can't imagine they would, I think more so they just want to get themselves on more comfortable picks, but they still have that option. They have one more ban here. Erlong and Ardio, pretty run-of-the-mill, as we've mentioned already.
As we can see, Erlong and Zeus are the top bans right now in the SPL, and for a good reason. When we saw just what a Zeus could do in that last game, we've seen what Erlong can do in the hands of players like Scream earlier on in our day. But as the bans continue to go through, Erlong, Ardio, Daji, and then Kamazot's Kalina and Kabrakis. So same bans here on the side of the Dragons, but a switch up now. This time the Oni Warriors will pick up Gilgamesh for themselves, where last time around Jade Dragons were to pick that up for them.
Yeah, they have the Gilgamesh
Yes.
now. That is definitely going to be more pressure than the early game. I mean, more early game pressure than the Hoonbats, of course. You're really just, as we
Far
mentioned,
too OP.
time and time again, Hoonbats is just really there for that ultimate, whereas Gilgamesh, the drop kick, is going to bring a lot of pressure, as is you don't really need the Winds of Samash to find these ganks and find the damage. So a good switch up there for the Oni Warriors. Again, this could be a flex pick. We've seen it in the solo lane a few times, but I'm still thinking more so this is a Cuvo pick.
Yeah, we've been seeing more often than not the Gilgamesh make its way into the jungle. A couple times with, I think, players like Ducky were taking Gilgamesh over into the solo lane over on the former Valhalla Valkyries team. But here in Season 9. Gilgamesh has pretty much only seen himself there in that jungle role. Jade
Poor
Dragons now
Ducky.
with a couple of picks of their own. Now that
Ducky's in the
Gilgamesh is
SPL.
gone, typical response out of a lot of the SPL teams has been to pick up the Medusa. That will hold true here in that second pick. But the Jade Dragons
what?
now kind of flexing back over towards this Hobwall. We've seen it a couple of times out of them and a couple of times throughout the league. 100% win rate so far in the few games that he's been picked up here. How do you like that second pick, though, Trelly?
I like it because of the flex potential, as we've mentioned. We know that Sam for Soccer likes playing the Hebo jungle, but also, I mean, at this point, there's probably not a
playing
character that I would
Pagon.
look at and say, yeah, Pagon probably can't play that mid. So I wouldn't say that it's ruled out at the moment. But Hebo or Hubwa, there's lots of late game presence when you get Blink online. If you do, you have so much kill potential at about level
Put out the
5.
Morgan.
The Morgan though is going to be the answer back, and I will say the Hebo into the Morgan is a difficult matchup because Morgan is able to sort of just go in invisible and assassinate the Hebo, but if you just wait for that transformation, knock her up with Water Spout, she can't beads in the middle of it, and you can pretty much just one-shot if she doesn't turn into a tank before the the animation finishes. So it's a difficult matchup here, but there also is a lot of different transformations you can use. Of course, double wins of Samash, that's going to be a fun time as well.
Yeah. Tightrope to walk here up against a pick like the Morgan. The Jade Dragons are now currently hovering this E set. With a Hobwat locked in, this E set could still go over to mid towards Pagon if they wish to. More often than not, we have been seeing the E set go over into the support. Though, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the fact that we just saw an E set jungle a few games ago here. So, still some flexibility here on the side of the Jade Dragon should this pick get locked in, and it will. So far we've seen 2 mages and a hunter on the side of the Jade Dragons, but with no real confirmation onto where any of these go. I mean, we even saw Medusa mid at a big man Tings in the previous set.
Yeah, to me, the E-set is going to be the answer for the Bacchus and duo lane, so I really do think this is Polar Bear Mike on the E-set support saying, hey, if you try to belly flop, I'm going to wing Gus. If you try to burp, I'm going to silence you or spirit ball you out. So just shutting down all of that duo lane presence while also having a pretty solid objective confirm with that circle of protection. Not only to mention you have a Petrify and a Crushing Wave in the back just in case. So to me, I'm thinking this is Hebo jungle and E-set support, but as you mentioned, if you're the only Warriors, you really can't bet on that just yet. You have to really see how this draft goes because the Jade Dragons could be holding on to that element of surprise, saying, hey, waste your bans, thinking that, and then we're going to whip out something else.
Well, so far, the Dragons will use one of their bans towards Cthulhu. So another one of the top solo Guardians now taken off the table. A lot of teams have been kind of eyeing this god for a little while here in these last couple of weeks of play. But with the Oni Warriors now in this predicament of where is this Hobwa going? Where is this ESAC going? They're taking a little bit longer to decide what they want to throw their bans towards because they can't even fully throw it, towards any of these roles specifically. They don't know if they can use the jungle ban if that Hebo is going there. They don't know necessarily if this Medusa is going over into the hunter role. But for now, they will take away at least one more hunter, a Muzen Cobb. Going to be taken over. We've been seeing a lot of pickups from him recently, and now finally seeing a nice little ban here in Game 2.
Yeah, so the Oni Warriors seem to be thinking, hey, that is an E-set support, and that is a Hebo jungle, and that's a Medusa ADC, but AMC mid could be the issue, so that does seem to be the thought process, but also saying they still don't have a solo laner, so we can pretty safely ban away Bologna, taking a little bit of that pressure away as well. Again, the Jade Dragons holding on to some of that interest, and most people might think the Susanoo is going to the jungle, but as we've seen, if we have Sanford Soccer on that Hebo, Pagon can go the Susanoo mid and bring a lot of pressure onto the Morgan.
I mean, during the kickoff tournament that we had a couple of weeks ago, Pagon, in fact, played the Susanoo mid, and to great success. I mean, he was even diving Tier 1 towers at like 7 minutes, standing between both T1 and T2. So, for those of you at home just now tuning in, don't be fooled by this Susanoo Hobwa and E-set combination here. This Susanoo could very well make his way into mid in the hands of Pagon. But now, the Oni Warriors looking at a couple of their, or at least one of their other frontliners in the way of Achilles to be locked in. But it will not be Achilles. Instead, it's another god that starts with an A. Amaterasu will be the final frontline now for the Oni Warriors.
Yeah, Hoyi hover as well, just trying to have a little bit of 1v1 potential in that fight. That's really what Hoyi brings to the table, is a solid fight with the Ricochet always being a good option, but the clear, not so well early game. You have the Bacchus to try and balance that out, but it looks like FineOK maybe hovering Chiva here. I'm very interested to see if this goes through, because we were just talking about it a little bit ago. We don't know how this pick is going to perform. This will be the first time we actually get to see it in the hands of a pro, and it's going to be immediately just looking away back to that King Arthur.
It really is just one of those, we're going to take a look at Shiva here, and it's gone. Just like that. No Shiva. No discussion on him any further here. Instead, like you said, FineOK back on the King Arthur. Had a decent game 1 on it. Wasn't able to find a whole lot of kills, but was able to rack up some pretty solid damage here for the Jade Dragons. And now looking at this comp holistically, if we are going to take the assumptions of some of the other gods and roles that these guys have been playing. So the Habwa to the jungle, Iset over in support, and Susano mid is what we kind of are banking on here. That matchup of Susano into Morgan, how does that one kind of play out here, Trelly?
I think Pagon's idea is to try to get that transformation down as early as possible and then say, I'm going to try to kill this Morgan, right? She doesn't have that much safety. If you can get that jet stream, get the third ability on Susanoo onto her, even if she's invis, it's going to wake her up. You're going to easily be able to get that kill. So I think Pagon's going to try to get very aggressive in this lane as well. Same sort of style. Thoth into Zeus, you're getting aggressive early. Susanoo into the Morgan, you're probably trying to get aggressive early, get a heavy lead. And as we mentioned, though, the Hebo and the Susanoo could very easily just switch roles in the jungle and the mid. So it doesn't really matter. Whichever one you're dealing with here, you're looking to get very aggressive and try to find kills at level 5.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the topic of game number 1 was, are the Jade Dragons going to get aggressive with this early comp? Are they going to be able to abuse the range that they had in the advantage over the Oni Warriors? And they did. Now is kind of that same question here. Do the Dragons get aggressive here in game number 2? Can they close out the set with a nice and clean 2-0 for themselves? Are the Oni Warriors going to take us to game 3? Let's jump right in to see.
Jade Dragons roll over the Oni Warriors in game number 1. Can they do the same with Pagon on Susanoo mid? That's the question. All right, I do have to peel back the curtain a little bit. Am I allowed to talk about this, Myth? I don't know if this is like an important thing to you or...
Dude, my bracelet broke.
Yeah, Mifflin has one of those bracelets that has like the string that goes through it. And there's a whole bunch of circular beads on it, and he was just kind of playing with it while the death segment was going on. I kid you not, it just exploded. There's beads all over the place. Oh, that's unbelievable. Poor guy. All right, well, what a way to start off.
And they broke my broom is the thing. Like,
yeah,
I can't even fix
we can't even sweep it up. Unlucky for you, Myth. Jade Dragons might be able to sweep the Oni Warriors here in a quick couple of games.
Nice.
If they're able. Now Mike's got to clean up your bracelet.
Well, I'm casting the game.
No, you're right.
You know, Mike, just leave it there. I'll get to it.
No, yeah, you're right, Myth.
Oh, Mike just hit me.
I'll give you, Myth, I will give you an out here. We can talk about Pagon on the Susanoo mid.
Oh, Pagon's playing Susanoo. Very cool. I was distraught about my bracelet being broken. It has good potential to find a lot of bullying, but whether or not it's able to clear is yet to be seen. I think that up against the Morgan, a god that has relatively low potential clear, you're probably not too pressed about it. Should be able to outpressure that. If you're ever taking a fight up against the Morgan, levels 1 through any of them, Susanoo going to be favored in that regard. But it's more so about that late game scaling and the ability to rotate. You've already got your dedicated jungler, Habwa. I mean, generally not a high mobility god, but one that can rotate just by nature of being in the jungle. Susanoo, incredibly high mobility, not jungling, still can rotate.
I wonder, Myth, how, as Pagon maybe had a chance for a kill there, instead uses the jet stream. That's a bit of clear. I wonder how obnoxious this E-set will be into Nilma on this Bacchus. You know, with the channeled stun being so much of Bacchus's initiation, pressure over here in the duo lane. Do you think Mike's at a spot? So he doesn't end up letting it fly this time. Looks like Spirit Ball and Wind Gust is what Mike has right now. Do you think there's potential for counterplay here when Nilma might end up having a hard time finding stuns on a consistent basis over on left?
Oh, for sure. Dispel Magic, unless you're using it to initiate, will likely be relegated to just stopping the channeled abilities. On the Oni Warriors isn't just going to be Nilma either. Dardes, to a certain extent, with that triple aspect, I believe is the name of the ability. The stun, you can silence that one out while you're channeling it. Generally out of stealth, though. Going to be a little bit harder to find that.
Hey, a level 3 gank from Susanoo. Surely it's San Francisco, right? No, it's Pagon out of the mid lane. Over to the left side of the map. Teleports back in. Pulls Nilma back. And Spirit Ball might have gotten it done. But just shy of execute-worthy damage are the Jade Dragons. And Nilma will
Pagon's still hanging around.
Didn't have Shell, had Blink. Now Pagon puts out some pressure onto this purple buff. Be careful. Pagon can turn around a lot of this damage quickly, but sensing maybe some impending danger, Pagon heads back towards mid.
Pagon played that legitimately perfectly. Those were the perfect ability cancels, great auto attack cancels, puts out the maximum amount of damage, doesn't miss anything, and still goes unrewarded. One more auto attack would have gone a long way there, but wasn't quite able to find it, and the rest of the follow-up not right behind him. And that is the double-edged sword of making these early rotations. He spends a lot of time hovering the jungle. He spends a lot of time trying to secure that kill. Unsuccessful in both, falls behind.
Final K being ganked by Cubo Fred. Dazzling offensive will add the stun. And there's first blood over to the Oni Warriors. Executed perfectly. Not much that Fine OK can do there. Didn't have ultimate. Nika hit level 5 first. I mean, the timing was perfect there for the Oni Warriors. Rotate over right as level 5 drops, and Fine OK will fall for first blood.
Fortunately for Fine OK, has teleport as that first relic selection, so should be able to make his way back to lane and not miss out on too much. That said, a whole level down, just now ticking over to 5, whereas Nika had killed him at level 5. It's going to be pretty tough. What are you laughing about? What are you laughing about?
The comedic timing of your bracelet exploding just like replayed in my head. And
Oh, okay, cool. Cool. You're literally preying on my downfall live on air.
I'm preying on it. I can't believe how perfect it was. Right as I'm catching the throw, your bracelet explodes.
Yeah, well, you're going to get me a new one, so it's fine.
What?
Yeah, you blow it up.
Blowing up your spot? Maybe I'm not blowing up your bracelet. I don't know about that. Fine, okay. Now's going to have to fight back into this lane, but as you mentioned, Miff, with that teleport, a little bit of an easier time. Pagon, luckily, like this low in level, is able to catch up somewhat quickly, but because of that failed gank, failed in the sense that it didn't pick up any kills, there will be a kind of perpetual deficit until Dardes does the same thing. If Dardes does the same thing somewhere else on the map, then Pagon will be able to close up that gap. But we're still in a spot now, Miff. Completed Jotun's Wrath. Dardes is effectively going to be fighting against, not effectively, will be fighting against an assassin here in mid.
With red buff.
With red buff. So Pagon has these opportunities, despite a level deficit, to put pressure, maybe even grab a kill on a Dardes.
Dardes will benefit from the fact that he could transform into an Amaterasu or even potentially a Bacchus, Gilgamesh, another great transformation, all of which going to give you a good deal of survivability. And
whoa, yeah, maybe we're looking at the opposite though. Pagon sends Typhoon out towards Cubo Fred. Polar Bear Mike stuns up Cubo with this.
How'd they not kill him?
Dardes will benefit from the fact that he could transform into an Amaterasu or even potentially a Bacchus, Gilgamesh, another great transformation, all of which going to give you a good deal of survivability. And
whoa, yeah, maybe we're looking at the opposite though. Pagon sends Typhoon out towards Cubo Fred. Polar Bear Mike stuns up Cubo with the Spirit Ball. Does Mike Trey out his own life though? Circle of Protection is down. Burst heal on the other side. One after another. The Oni Warriors funnel into the mid lane. Pagon will get
come on. What?
Stunned
Are you
by
serious?
Neilma. And somehow Pagon lives. Polar Bear Mike
What the
with
hell?
perfect peel there for Pagon out of the mid lane. And Pagon plays that perfectly again. But there was just no chance for Mike at some point there, right? Once Nika shows up, we're sending everyone but Vote over to the mid lane. There's got to be a kill there. And this time it's on to PBM. And the Oni Warriors' aggressive play style grabs a 2-kill and 1,000 gold lead start.
Love that play from Pagon, though. Transitions the ultimate allocation over towards Cubo Fred. Says, hey, please stay away from me. Immediately dashes into the jungle. Baton pass with PBM, trading places. PBM drops off the shell for his efforts as well. So costs PBM his relic and his ultimate and his life to save Pagon. And barely at that, Pagon nearly falls down to a rotation from Neilma, chasing him throughout the jungle. Meanwhile, we haven't seen anything from Sanford Soccer as of yet. Not Sanford Soccer's job, though. He's playing Habois. He's just scaling. That's all he's here for. Levels 1 through 10, he might as well be a non-factor on the map. If we look at damage, I wouldn't be surprised if he's hovering around like 100. No, it's 200. And it's going to stay there.
Twice what you thought.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, this playstyle is probably good for the Jade Dragons in the long term. Sad for me and my fantasy team where Sanford Soccer is my jungler. Here's his chance to get involved, though, as Cubo Fred knocked up into Final K's ultimate. Sanford Soccer crushing wave. Give me a couple points in fantasy this week. His Circle of Protection is down, and I'll immediately lose points as Nika grabs the kill, and he's in there for the killing spree. Final K, though, it will also add 1. Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade for the Jade Dragons. They were lined up perfectly for Sam there, but still enough return damage, and Nika is so strong at this point in the game. Things are kept interesting. Blue buff gets dropped by Nika, who will end up disengaging. 2-for-1 trade for the Jade Dragons on right.
Meanwhile, red buff invade goes their way as well, and Pagon able to close up a bit of that gap that was established earlier on. This game completely even. Just a first blood bounty separating these two teams. Take a peek at the builds, though, Dave. Seems like Fine OK just really likes this sovereignty start onto King Arthur. It's a good infusion of HP. It's going to help you out in these team fights. Generally, PBM going to be playing pretty far back in the fight, so Fine OK going to act as that frontliner. You're spreading out that passive, that aura defense from sovereignty, and, well, it's going to help you out against the jungler. Cubo Fred playing a physical, you're laning against a physical, you're double dipping on that defense, going to make it pretty hard to want to rotate over and shut down this King Arthur. Luckily for the Oni Warriors, they already put Nika ahead before that defense had come online, so fine, okay, sitting one level behind.
Wow, Nika is going to be difficult to deal with in these fights, huh?
He's on my fantasy team.
He's got, is Nika your fantasy solo laner?
That's right.
God, good thing. To be clear, we're playing, we do points, reverse points based on where you finish in points on any given week. So we have 6 players, you get 6 points for first, all the way down to 1 point. You have the lowest amount of points. Thank God I'm not playing against you. You and I casting with one another while like our players are playing against.
Dude, it would go wild.
It would be horrible. Nika is off to a great start for the Warriors and you here, Miff. Berserker Shield plus Frostbound and a killing spree for Nika on this Amaterasu.
Yeah, keep saying
it. The stick potential at an all-time high and a blue buff invade at that. Like the mirror, though, Kivo, Fred, and Neil over to this side of the map just in case. And Nika continues to pull away some farm from Fine OK.
He does. Sanford Soccer, similarly, just hovering in the jungle, farming up. Looks like he's moving in towards a breastplate in the second slot. Very curious. Not something I'm used to seeing on Hubwa out of the jungle. It's going to give you some survivability. Maybe that's the concern for Sanford Soccer. But generally on Hubwa, survivability not the name of the game. It's water spout, crushing wave. God, I hope I live long enough to water cannon afterward. If yes, awesome. If no, doesn't matter. I hit crushing wave.
Yeah, I mean, the water hands are on such low cooldown anyway, but Breastplate of Valor, I mean, I guess if you live through that rotation, you'll be able to spam another 1 or 2 per team fight. Dardes is close by in stealth. Polar Bear Mike drops the silence. What happens to Dardes? Sanford Soccer. Be able to spam another 1 or 2 per team fight. Dardes is close by in stealth. Polar Bear Mike drops the silence. What happens to Dardes? Sanford Soccer on Habwa happens. Vote will go up and over, and he'll get out. Pagon, though, sends a Typhoon his way. And Pagon is tower diving, will grab the kill, but silent stun, no chance. Nika, all 4 kills for the Oni Warriors now. Sanford Soccer with a chance at a second, and Sanford Soccer doesn't miss his chance.
Dispel Magic plus Shell gives Sanford Soccer essentially a Nike ultimate in that. Nika uses his own and does not get rewarded for it. That's exactly what I was talking about, by the way, for the Hubwa style of play. It's, hey, I found my ultimate, I lined it up, and I did a whole lot of damage immediately afterward.
Look at how much damage he's got now.
Yeah, he's top of the damage
Last
charts.
to first.
That's exactly the styling that Hubwa brings. But going Breastplate for Valor is going to slow down that potential a fair bit. I mean, sure, Doom Orb is already a massive power infusion at this point in the game, but you don't have any penetration, and it's going to be a while until you get it built up. That said, a 3-level lead might just make up for that lacking in the build.
Yeah, Nika, still the threat on the other side. Picks up Heavenly Wings, Myth. So if Berserkers plus Frostbound wasn't going to be annoying enough to run away from, now you've got a sprinted up Nika who's going to be chasing you down twice as heavily, and the rest of the Oni Warriors. Feels mostly even everywhere outside of jungle and solo lane right now. A pretty wide margin in the experience department is built up for Sam, but Final K at least has only fallen 1 level behind, but 4 kills behind, or 3 kills rather, behind Nika, who is 4-0 up to this point. Gold Fury stands strong on the left side of the map. Neither the J Dragons nor the Oni Warriors with a crazy margin over in dual lane just yet, just the 1 level between support and ADC. So maybe not hefty enough of a gap, Myth, to feel comfortable pulling the Gold Fury. But when you've got Circle of Protection, as far as secure goes, maybe not team fight, but as far as secure goes, at this point in the game, the Dragons should still favor themselves.
I think so. If I'm on the Jade Dragons right now, I'm doing exactly this. Creating pressure, playing around this dual lane, trying to find a pick. If you do find a pick, start to use that superior secure ability on these Gold Furies to do exactly that. And it's not just Circle Protection, by the way. It's Circle Protection giving you damage mitigation, plus burst damage, plus healing, which means that the team fight likely will at least go net neutral if you're forced to reset the Gold Fury. Or you could just use Crushing Wave as an even further point of confirmation.
Wow.
Pulled out now, going to trade aggro back and forth, no one taking damage.
Panicat and Sanford Soccer just juggling the Fury back and forth amongst one another. Kivo Fred moves his way over, and he should not be here. Pagon follows him through the jump out, and Pagon, the second kill of the game. Sanford Soccer nearly taken down by the Fury, but the Fury ends up dropping to the Jade Dragons. 1-for-1 trade, making a 2-for-1 on the other side as Kivo Fred and Neil have both died as well. Pagon trades his life for the Jade Dragons, pick up the Fury, and pick up Cuvo plus Neil.
It's the first time Final K has out-rotated Nika in this game, and goes up huge for the Jade Dragons. Surprised that the Dragons hold on to aggro the Gold Fury with PBM nowhere nearby. Notice that the Circle Protection, the only ability, the only ultimate rather, not used by the Jade Dragons. That was a coin toss through and through. A weighted coin toss because Crushing Wave just slams at this point in the game. But a coin toss nonetheless. Feel like had PBM been a little bit closer, Sam may have been able to get involved in that team fight. But we're splitting hairs. The Jade Dragons come up by and large ahead. The Oni Warriors essentially walking in one by one to defend that objective.
It did feel that way. Wonder where some of Dardez's transformations start to look towards as this game goes on. Habwa, a popular transformation target anyway, but Sam at 3-1 and 3 has some good itemization to transform into as well, though Dardez pretty strong in his own right with Doom Orb and Spear of Desolation already completed. But, you know, if the concern is objective secure, there's transformation options for Dardez that can rival some of the secure that the Jade Dragons have.
Well, match it, really.
Match it.
Because you turn into them.
Right. Yeah, but then there's also a Circle of Protection plus a Crushing Wave, so you can rival it.
Either one of them.
Which was supposed to be a pun for, the Jade Dragons and a few of the guys on their roster, but...
oh, I see now.
Yeah, thank you. So the Oni Warriors have opportunities to fight into some of those objectives. And Nika now picks up Shogun's Kusari, plus also Shogun's Kusari for Cuvo Fred. Vote is going to be facilitated so heavily as this game goes on with those two, and Nika will as well. Really fighting around these auto attackers seems to be the name of the game for the Warriors.
It does. Those passives do not stack up on top of each other, so it's only going to apply once, even if it is Nika and Cuvo standing right next to each other in all of these team fights. But I think that is likely unlikely. It's generally going to be Nika diving as far as he can into the fight, trying to close gap onto Sam for Soccer, particularly. Generally, it would be the mid laner, but this time the mid laner is playing Susano, and that's a very slippery god and one that will be diving in their own right. So, if Cuvo Fred can utilize that Shoguns to close gap and stick to Sam, could limit the Jade Dragons.
Pyromancer low, and it's the Oni Warriors who have started it. It will be the Oni Warriors who finish it. Typhoon is out for Pagon, and it somehow finds two. Max value from that, and Pagon, I think, was only aiming for one, just lined up perfectly, and Cuvo Fred has had a forgettable game number 2, 0 and 4, with the 4 assists, of course, on the Gilgamesh. The Pyromancer ends up getting taken down by the Jade Dragons. Panda Cat sending damage. Dardez's way. He's transformed into the Amaterasu. Neilma is here as well, but Circle of Protection. I want to fight right there, says Panda Cat. Neilma taken down. Bad to worse all over the map. Oni Warriors lose 2 and the Pyro.
Jade Dragons dominant now. No neutral objectives alive for them to look towards except for the Fire Giant. And 15 minutes in, with no Circle Protection available, gotta think Fire Giant not on the menu just yet. So instead, spend some time scaling, and that is exactly what their draft does between this Habwa and Susano. The Jade Dragons picked a composition that is going to look very good in the late game and dominated the early game with it. Now, 3-level lead for Sam for Soccer out of the jungle. Will head back to base, likely finish off, considering he's already gone for CDR, I'll just go ahead and say Spear of Desolation in that third slot. Bump you up to 30%, give you a little bit more penetration, a large infusion of power. Spear of Desolation, one of the best CDR items on Habwa particularly because it is a flat reduction on kill, and you've already got very low cooldowns on Water Cannon. I like it so far. The Jade Dragons essentially can do no wrong.
Well, they can't. And the Jade Dragons, the type of team who like to push their lead very effectively, especially with this aggressive style of composition. Swing and a miss here for you, Myth. Obshard for Sam for Soccer.
It's never been easy, man. It's never been easy.
Ends up being his third item. Some style of penetration, though, for Sam, and I think that
that's what that item turns into. Thank you for giving me an out, though.
Yeah, you're right. We'll see if Sam can translate some of that percent pen into effective damage with how tanky Nika and Cuvo Fred are maybe starting to feel with their Shoguns and Gauntlet of Thebes there for Neilma. Sam eyeing that item, maybe seeing some more value in it than Spear of Desolation. I mean, what a call
what
that
a
would
fool.
have been, right? Cuvo Fred trying to jump away from Pagon here. As you get this sense of an impending threat from the Jade Dragons grouping up over here by the red buff. Looks like it might be respawning here shortly. No, it got taken down just now by the Jade Dragons themselves. The Primal Fury did respawn. I think the Oni Warriors miffed too far behind to invest too much into this Fury.
Yeah, here's the thing about how Neilma is 4 levels down and doesn't have second relic. he is 4 levels down and does not have his second relic or item available at this rate. I mean, tier 2 in that second slot, whereas PBM has gone for Lono's Mask in his second item and has already fully upgraded his relics. So PBM makes the dedicated decision to get some more team fight presence, some more active cooldowns, sacrifices some survivability in the build, but picks up a ton of it just by going for that Lono's Mask. Now percentage more damage, or percentage less damage taken and dealt for this E set through support. And, well, PBM doesn't really need to be dealing a whole lot of damage because he's got it flanked around him in all lanes. All of them, every single one, have got a lead. 3 levels in the jungle. You've got 4 in support. You've got 1 in ADC. So the Jade Dragons, I think now, in a position where they can just start moving over towards this Fire Giant, speed up that pace, and just play around some of these relic timers. I think 50 seconds left on that Belt of the Berserker for PBM.
Yep.
Yeah, when that's up, I think Fire Giant's getting pulled.
Well, Pagon, a little extra survivability here. That guy's cloak picked up. So you're going to have the CC immune bubble, and you also have beads. And he's got Jotuns and Hydras. So,
a lot of CDR.
So getting the Susano off of a target is going to be difficult. Is this a game where I should avoid saying beads, Myth, after your bracelet exploded before the game?
My God.
Are you sad hearing the word beads after the way that this game started? I can try to avoid it.
No, I always sacrifice myself for my work, so why not continue to do so?
We'll keep saying the word beads then as this game goes on. Won't bother Myth too bad. Pagon effectively has 2 instances of it. One he can't control, one that the Oni Warriors will have to burst on their own. Fire Giant, rather, hovered around by the Jade Dragons. But the Oni Warriors, again, you know, it's that interesting spot where you're 5,000-6,000 gold down. You don't want it to get too much worse if you lose a massive fight around the Fire Giant, but if the Fire Giant gets secured by the Dragons, they can effectively run down the map. I mean, it's a game of chess that the Oni Warriors are going to be forced into playing here at some point.
Vote on the left side of the map shows himself on wave. Panic Cat already around the Fire Giant. Going to be able to pull that one out.
And he cancels his back.
Pretty easily. I mean, there's no way they could stop it. It just has to be a steal from Nika, and, well, Amaterasu doesn't have the greatest steal potential.
Or is Darda's going to try to transform into the Habwa.
Oh, reset.
Instead, your Dardes, though, transforms into the Amaterasu here, dazzling offensive in. Finds 3 on the stun, but there is too much damage from the Jade Dragons. The rest of the Oni Warriors disengaging over the left side wall. Dardes trying to get out and away, won't be able to do so. Vote still on the left side of the map, chunking down the towers. Will get likely a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower over on the left as the Jade Dragons pick up the FG after getting a kill onto Dardes.
Yeah, Pagon just acting as goaltender here. Nika cannot walk past him. Well, should be able to get his own blue buff unless Pagon really wants to add some insult to injury. Will allow the Oni Warriors Soul Laner to get that for himself, but Fire Giant goes to 5 members of the Jade Dragons, as does the gold lead and the experience lead. In a very good position now to finish off these tier 2s. 3 tier 2s still standing.
Man,
that's plenty of gold on the map to collect.
I can't figure out this. I think the Oni Warrior. I don't want to read too
Peaks
much.
and valleys.
Right. I don't want to read too much into how all of season 9 is going to go. Right. I mean, this is the first year where this team is going to be able to play together all year long on land. So who knows what their peak is? Apparently beating the defending world champions last
the 3-time.
Yeah, the 3-time. Right. Only a few 2-times on that roster.
Goodness.
But such a hard team to figure out sometimes. You get the Oni Warriors of last week who take down the Leviathans and go 3 games against the Bolt, and you get the Oni Warriors up against the Jade Dragons here where this game has just slipped away from very early on. It's a difficult team to read at times, Myth. And so I think, while this game not over, we're in the 99% category for the Jade Dragons here. I'm sure the Oni Warriors will tell you what we need to work on is just playing a consistent brand of Smite, because we have seen awesome Smite already from this team in Season 9, rolled through the qualifier tournament to get back into the SPL, and beat the Leviathans last week, and then you get a set like this where nothing seems to be going their way.
Well, fortunately for the Oni Warriors, maximum power spikes have been hit for the Jade Dragons. In saying that, I mean, a bunch of them have ticked over to level 20. Not going to make it easy to defend these Phoenixes, but if you're successful in doing so, you're going to see some of these gaps start to close up. Namely in the jungle. Cubo Fred level 16 as opposed to Sam for Soccer's 20. Means that Cubo Fred, not exactly tanky right now, doesn't exactly deal a whole lot of damage either. The Jade Dragons will not go for the panic end, air quotes, and instead work their way all the way across the entirety of the map, make sure that every single one of these tier 2 towers will fall down first. Wonder if we see them back up, spend that gold, fine, okay. seems to be doing so, but has teleport, could rejoin his team if they so decide, but they do not. Golden Pocket makes not for a lead, and 3 tier 2s is worth a whole lot. The Jade Dragons going to go ahead, finish up some of these items. Charged Bow for Panda Cat, Rod of Tahuti now for Sanford Soccer, fully upgraded to the Calamitous Rod. That's a whole lot of damage, essentially just another ability for you to cast, spawning up that meteor whenever you proc damage onto an enemy god. They can regroup yet again and still have a minute and a half to play with this Fire Giant.
Have we seen someone get a kill finished off by the Calamitous Rod of Tahuti yet?
I'm sure, but I couldn't say.
Yeah, it's probably difficult to see unless it's like Sam up against one person. Like in a big team fight, there's no chance. I noticed the meteor dropping down, but
it's hard to see it in general.
Right. Sanford Soccer, I think, in a 1v1 solo moment, might be able to read that out. Is right. This Pagon nearly caught by a few members of the Oni Warriors who were rotating through the mid lane. But that's on my checklist for this year. That's on one of my bingo squares is seeing a Calamitous Rod of Tahuti and also the SpongeBob Blink, both 2 separate squares, grabbing a kill at some point throughout the year. I bet we'll see it at least once. We'll notice it at least once, rather. Vote uses the beads through the silence. Could this be the final fight of the game? And final fight of the set, Nilma desperately clinging to life as he belly flops away. Final K, though, has something else in mind. Chases down Vote on the back line.
Double.
And this King Arthur is unrelenting. A double kill already for Final K. A third just around the corner. But Cuba Fred makes it into the fountain. The Jade Dragons make it into the Titan room. And there is simply way too much damage. The Jade Dragons have done it all. And they're going to pad their stats, pad our fantasy teams up a little bit. Sanford Soccer, yeah, he had to kill at the end here. Give me another. The Jade Dragons take it 2-0.
A convincing victory for the Jade Dragons in this one. The Oni Warriors just did not seem to wake up on the right side of the bed today. That was not the exact same team that we saw last week. And the Jade Dragons are a squad that were allowed to play their brand of Smite. In Game 1, it was a slower, methodical pace. In Game 2, I would argue pretty fast.
Yeah, that's a great example, actually, of what we were talking about in Game 1, about how over the course of the last year, the Dragons have diversified how they can win games. 2 totally different styles of games from the Jade Dragons, but the result is the same here, a 2-0 win over the Oni Warriors. And this is a very threatening look at a Jade Dragons team where throughout... You covering your wrist?
I'm just feeling a little exposed.
Are you? Unlucky. Hey, we avoided saying beads down the stretch.
Didn't come up.
I did say Vote had to use his beads in that final team fight. I don't know. The Oni Warriors explode similar to Mifflin's bracelet just prior to game number 2. Jade Dragons take this one 2-0. We'll take a quick break, and the desk will take us home right after. The Oni here one.
The convincing victory for the Jade Dragons in this one. The Oni Warriors just did not seem to wake up on the right side of the bed today. That was not the exact same team that we saw last week. And the Jade Dragons are a squad that were allowed to play their brand of Smite. In Game 1, it was a slower, methodical pace. In Game 2, I would argue pretty fast.
Yeah, that's a great example, actually, of what we were talking about in Game 1, about how over the course of the last year, the Dragons have diversified how they can win games. 2 totally different styles of games from the Jade Dragons, but the result is the same here, a 2-0 win over the Oni Warriors. And this is a very threatening look at a Jade Dragons team where throughout... You covering your wrist?
I'm just feeling a little exposed.
Are you? Unlucky. Hey, we avoided saying beads down the stretch.
Didn't come up.
I did say Vote had to use his beads in that final team fight. I don't know. The Oni Warriors explode similar to Mifflin's bracelet just prior to game number 2. Jade Dragons take this one 2-0. We'll take a quick break, and the desk will take us home right after.
games this time for the Jade Dragons to find a win here over the Oni Warriors. The first set that the Warriors haven't been able to take to all three, but still continuing the trend here for the Jade Dragons of only having these 2-game sets, whether it be a win or a loss. They're able to find it here in 2. Jade Dragons, a dominant performance in game number 1, and very similar here in game number 2. Charlie, I mean, from minute 1 yet again. Well, we asked at the very beginning of the set, are the Jade Dragons going to get active on the map early? They're going to draft these comps that can do so here, and they're able to do it in 2 games straight.
Yep, the doubters are in shambles, and this is the reason I put my stock into Pagon in that mid lane and for my fantasy team. The man can carry, and he can get ahead in that mid lane. He did it game 1 on the Thoth into a Zeus, and he did it again on the Susanoo into a Morgan.
Yeah, able to find some very nice picks in the midst of these fights. Early on, trading out his life, getting these 1-for-1 trade outs, you know, the very typical assassin style of play that we always talk about. You know, as long as you can get 1-for-1 here, you're doing your job as the assassin. Though in this case, Pagon's the mid laner. And as the late game started coming through, he was no longer making these 1-for-1 trades. Instead, at least getting more than just the one, or even just not dying.
Yeah, playing perfectly as you need to. Of course, the tanks of the team as well, making sure to be very disruptive. Fine, okay. Another one of my star pupils on my team.
God, we're really talking about both of yours, aren't we?
I'm just saying, yeah, they're both the highlight here, and there's a reason for it. My team's looking very solid this week. They didn't get off to a great start, obviously. They didn't score too much, but right now, looking good, and I just can't help but think, you know, I always saw it coming.
You know, you did need some help. You were bottom of the fantasy this week by a pretty considerable margin.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't get off to a great start, but I knew they would. I had the faith.
You got some faith here, at least in Pagon. The fans get a little bit more faith here in the Jade Dragons with a strong performance here up against the Oni Warriors. Even though the Oni Warriors were able to find some strong wins in their performance last week up against teams like the Bolts and the Olympus Leviathans. Good lord, the Olympus Bolts and Atlantis Leviathans. It has been a day. Charlie has been throwing me for a loop before we've ever gotten to any of these tests.
My goodness.
Every single time, it's been a chaotic moment with the two of us here, though. The Jade Dragons do find a win here, continuing once again that 2-0 trend on their victories. A nice little pick-me-up after their loss last week against the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, most of these sets, like you said, have been going to 3 games. So being able to win very convincingly in this fashion, got to make the Jade Dragons feel pretty good.
Yeah, Jade Dragons are feeling good, and maybe even their mid laner who had a nice performance out here. Pagon will be our post-game interview here for the Jade Dragon. Talking a little bit about it. So when I talked to Mike last week for the interview, you know, coming into this matchup, felt that Nika was going to be one of the big threats out for the team, but also said that maybe in those first couple of matchups didn't have the performance y'all were expecting. Did you kind of live up to maybe some of the changing expectations this week?
Yeah, I think so. We definitely have been having a lot of good scrims, and I think we showed that today. So these games are good performances, I think.
Yeah, and your next match is going to be up against the Camelot Kings. Do you have any kind of expectations going up against that team?
I think we'll win. You know, I think we'll do pretty good too.
Yeah, pretty much so out there. I mean, you guys look good here today in your 2-0 matchup, and obviously against the Kings. It's still going to be a tough performance. They've been taking all of their opponents to 3 out there. And kind of talking about the mid lane specifically, you kind of came in from the SCC, which is always known for these kind of wackier picks. You know, you never know what you're going to expect, especially out of the SCC mid laners. I mean, how does that kind of change coming up here into the SPL?
You definitely can't play as much things, I think. You got to stick to the good things, but you know, my team's open to let me pick weird things, and we're just rolling with it so far.
Yeah, rolling with some solid punches. Now, this is a question specifically before I let you go. This one's coming from Jithens, our guy behind production, and he wants to know, would you eat cereal with the Starbucks cold Frappuccino drink instead of milk?
Sure.
All right, well, there we go. There's your answer. I hope Jithens is satisfied. Pagon, congrats on your win. Thanks for coming by for the post-game interview.
Thank you.
All right, so Jithens got his answer. I had to throw Jithens under the bus because normally I wouldn't ask a question that silly out here, but we got that one. But Pagon feeling good and talking about, you know, when you're in the SCC, we saw it a lot. We see it all the time with the SCC. You get all these really, really wacky picks out there, but it usually just ends up working out. And in the SPL, can't do it quite as much, but Pagon's able to make it work so far. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule for the remainder of our week to see what you missed out on today if you're just now tuning in. I'm sorry you missed all the action. It was a 2-0 for the Jade Dragons, a nice win here over the Oni Warriors, and you also may have missed the Camelot Kings getting their 2-1 over the Solar Scarabs to start our day. But have no fear, that's only day 1 of the SPL. We got day 2 coming up tomorrow. That'll be the Titans up against the Leviathans, and then the Valkyries and the Warriors to close out our second day of the SPL. And it's going to be our match of the week tomorrow, Charlie, on that very first set. The Titans and the Leviathans, a rematch of our World Championships.
Yeah, that one's going to be, we're all going to have to be watching that matchup for sure, because you never really know right now. I say right when the matchup started, I was like, man, the Leviathans are looking so good, looking unstoppable just like last year. And then as you mentioned, The Oni Warriors prove that they can bleed. The Tartarus Titans, though, they have yet to take a fall. Obviously, only one game in right now. It's going to be an interesting one. Have to see if the Leviathans are able to make those adjustments, or if the Tartarus Titans are just looking unstoppable this year.
Yeah, I mean, the Titans got the 2-0 last week up against the Dragons, and now we had the Leviathans who have their 1-1 split. That one loss being over to the side of the Oni Warriors. But as I said, that's all that we have here on the SPL for today. Make sure that you're tuning back in tomorrow, 1 p.m. if you want to catch the SPL. Otherwise, we'll be starting the SCC same time as usual, 11 a.m. over here on twitch.tv/SmiteGame. On behalf of myself, Charlie, the rest of the cast of production, everyone behind the scenes, thank you for watching. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Well, I hope you're feeling better. Thanks, Blue. Hope you're feeling better too. Okay, on that note, know what I mean? Okay. Good. Well, that was fun. Dance time. Alright, so I'm gonna switch to a different game. Or to a game. Not playing game. I'm gonna switch to Starbound because I haven't played Starbound in a while and it's kind of fun. I think. I'm gonna switch to Starbound. So Bloop, I'll probably use your character now that you're here. Instead of using one of my characters. Ugh. I don't feel that great, actually. You know what I mean? Okay, that is nice music. I'm gonna pause it. Okay. Instagram, please. Okay. Hey, it's me. Wasn't it supposed to be this one? I think it was that one. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Superb. Thanks, man. Superb. Anything I can send over to help? I don't know. Probably not. Oh my god. Know what I mean? That's how I feel right now. That about sums it up. The fuck is this? Oh. Music Maker Jam? I didn't know I had a Music Maker on here. Candy Crush? I could play Candy Crush in here? Wow. Cool. Cool. Discord incorporated. Oh. I have Excel. I have Final Fantasy X. Meow. 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 Snuggles up to Willow and wraps my arms around her. Aw, thanks. Dad, you can't actually do that. That'd be really nice. Instead, I just have to suffer in silence and pain. Yep. That's it. That's all I've got. And that's all she wrote, folks. That's all she wrote. Sad face. The hell does this mean? It'd be cool if I could get that to work. Are there any racing games on Steam that are free? Maybe. Let's look. There's a dating simulator game? Wow. Okay. Oh, look, there's adult-only stuff. Should I play adult-only? Wait, am I allowed to play adult-only games on here? Maybe not, huh? Racing. Well, I don't want to do that kind of racing. Recommended because it's on sale. You guys got like free ones? Smash Cars Tournament. It's on sale for 59 cents. 59 cents. Wow. Forklift operator. Whoa, dude. This is crazy. Okay, this is the kind of thing I want. Like that kind of racing game. This costs $4. I don't have $4. Do you have $4? Fuck. City car driving? No, not that one. What's this one? Forza Horizon 5. Whoa, that costs $51. It does look really cool, but that's expensive. Forza Horizon 4 is on sale for $20. There's a lot of Forza games, huh? No idea, except for Stream Racers. Adult only. We can save those for Discord, maybe. Okay. Cool. What is this one? Assetto Corsa? Is that popular? Oh, this one doesn't look that. What is this? Horizon Chase Turbo. It looks kind of cheesy. Wait, let's look at the $4 game. Is there like a website? Hold on. Wow. It is pretty cheap right now. Looks cool. Very positive reviews. Oh, really? Grand Theft Auto 5. Wow, 1.2 million reviews. Holy shit. That's crazy. Okay, how do I get this game? VR supported. Ooh. There's no way to open this in like a website or something? Alright, because I'm trying to show it to you guys, but I guess I can't do that. What was it? Steam powered? Now you can see it. Ad break. Welcome back from the stupid ad break. This one looks cool, but it's expensive. It's $60. It's an F1 official video game or something. That'd be pretty fun. Looks kind of cheesy. Is this called In Search of a New Home? I don't know. Synthwave Burnout. Wow. It's very cheap. Round Mars. And it's 49 cents. Okay. Race condition. Wreckfest. Oh, look at that. My car actually got wrecked. That's kind of cool. Oh, it's $30. Nightfall. Snowrunner. Oh gosh, that looks hard. Zombie Killer Drift? Wow. Wait, how much is that? 49 cents. Yeah, this looks really cool, but it's on sale. It's $51. Assetto Corsa Competizione GT World Challenge game. That one I saw was an Assetto something or other. It was down here somewhere. This one, Assetto Corsa. Man, it's like $4. You can watch the video with me. New fancy car. Maserati. I know, right, Blue? This is loud music. Hold on. It's exciting music, but you can't hear me. But yes. So those games do look hilarious. Buonasera. So you have to like buy like the pack for the cars? Kind of looks like it, huh? Go back. A bunch of packs too. I don't know what these are. I don't know what any of this stuff is. Like the different cars, I guess. They're all like $1, $1.39. It's like I don't know what the like. Can you just like get the game and just play the game without the buying all the extra cars? MX5. No, Toyota GT86. Shelby Cobra. Production. Okay, so maybe you get like the production cars. I don't know. Oh my gosh, what? Wow. It'd be cool if they had Long Beach on here. I'd be like, hey, I was there. I miss when buying the game actually bought the whole game. Me too, Bloop. I think it's pretty stupid that they do it the way they do it now. Kind of pisses me off, actually. Are y'all? Are these just gonna be all like car advertisements? Okay. Okay. So it has like cool details and stuff. Like it looked nice, which is what I noticed. I don't know what all this is gonna be. Okay. Okay. Well, that's great, guys. That's great. You have like a thing for the actual like gameplay, or what is all just gonna be advertisements? So they're all car advertisements. You don't actually have like gameplay involved. Just advertisements for the cars. Super cool. Some cool cars. GTR. Audi R8. Whoop. Hope the ads match up to the game quality. Me too. But, I'm a little confused about the price of it. Like, so you buy the game for like $4? Because these are all just car packs. But this one has the game and then also has packs? Or is it just it's Porsche Pack 2, and Porsche Pack 3? And this one has the game and then pack, whole bunch of packs for $8. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, oh, it's my wish list. Okay, maybe we'll keep it in mind. I don't know. Enjoy to look for just free games. Grand Theft Auto, you don't say. So if you buy the game, you get super basic cars. I guess, I don't know. I don't really care. That's one of the popular ones, apparently. Well, if it's one of the popular ones and it's only $4, maybe it's worth it. Cross out. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. I want a racing game. Need for Speed costs $70? What? Trackmania Nations Forever? This has like loops and stuff. Okay. Might be a little cheesy. Okay. Cool. Cool story. Intriguing. Looks a little cheesy. Maybe I should get this then. I don't know. It's only $4. It's pretty cheap. And it's popular enough. I don't know anything about it, but it's one like a racing game. And it's consistently at the top. And it's cheap. For now. What is it normally? This is 80%. So if $4 is to 20%, how much is 100%? Top sellers. You'd think like a free game would be like one of the top ones. I wonder why there's no price tag on Grand Theft Auto. Tetris? Well. All the free ones are like cheesy. Okay, well, yeah, but I don't own it via Steam.
Finally, open for business. Premium grade, utterly unique luxury, a wonderful place to relax and entertain.
This is Mr. Chang, our owner.
Tommy boy! Mr. Chang. Boom!
GTA is pretty cool. This is Forza Horizon 5. Welcome back from the ad break. It does look pretty cool. But a little crazy too.
And the future is now.
What's an Xbox? Are these gonna be like good ads or like? Alright.
Future. We are the future. And the future is now. We are the future. We are the future. We are the future.
That was dangerous. Nice details.
Te lo acepto, estoy loca. Tengo mis defectos. Perdida, corro de abajo arriba. Aún no sé explicar la medida. Lento, voy retrocediendo y cuento el tiempo que no vi siendo un ciego. Voy cayendo cada mañana. Lo siento desde la madrugada. En el campo esto es una batalla, pero no se me acaban las balas.
I got what you want, I promise. I'm not gonna front, I promise. Though, let's go. I got what they can't unlock, and I rock with you when I drop it. Though, let's go. I got something they can't knock it. I got something they can't top it. Though, let's go. We love it, but that's the folks. I'ma keep it 300. We extra. Though, let's go. Can't be stopped. Gotta get out the box. Can't be stopped. Better get out the way. Can't be stopped. Gotta get out the box. Can't be stopped. Better get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way.
They really love this whole dropping vehicles out of airplanes thing.
I promise. I'm not gonna front, I promise. Though, let's go.
Till November 9th. What? Xbox a checked box? Yeah, I suppose so, huh? What, Jasmine? Think it's gonna be like the same ad, but like more annoying? No? Alright. Let's watch it together, Jasmine. Very pretty. It's a Mercedes. Just because they avoided the hot dog stand. Is that an Evo? Might be an Evo. Looks pretty cool. I like the rain detail. Jasmine.
Tell me what you want right now. Ooh, let everybody talk right now. Tell me what you want right now. You could get it. Yeah, well, you can get it.
You see me driving into a sandstorm. In Abu Dhabi. I'm guessing. Whoa.
You can get it.
Xbox. Jasmine. That's pretty cool. Wow. 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 Look how expensive this gets. And then there's add-ons also? Holy shit, dude. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm guessing this has like a lot of gigabytes. 110. Whoa. You have to have internet to play this? Come on. Looks really cool. I don't know. I'm really debating this one. Did you just meow my face like a weirdo? Your breath. Why? Why, Jasmine? Why? Oh, God. Asphyxiation. That's what you just did to me. Oh, God. Alright. You gotta calm down. Bundle info about this bundle. Kitty breath. It was gross. Really gross. Almost died. Like literally almost died. Cool. Nice. Yeah, so I think you get all these cars to start. I'm not really sure because the packs aren't in the same exact. I don't know. I like that car very much. That one's cool too. And that one. What do you recommend? Tis pretty cheap. That one's 90% off. This is normally $80. This is what's in Dream Pack 3. There you go. This Dream Pack 3. It's available on December 15th. So I think the Ultimate Edition has all of the packs. That's what it looks like. There you go. It has these. And you also get different maps, different tracks. Oh, that would be something interesting. Like, what does Ferrari pack have? 1967. Oh. That looks gnarly. Pretty cool. It's a Japanese pack. Ooh. 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 Okay. It's got a bunch of really cool imports. Mm-hmm. That's one that I was oohing and awing at. And this one too. And that one. Okay, I like all of these cars. Every single one of these. Mm-hmm. Pretty cool. I would definitely drive this one a lot. That'd be fun. Well, this costs $4, and this costs $8, and this has like everything. I don't know. Because these are all like on sale for like $1 or $1.50 right now. Nobody's here, huh? Nobody's listening to me. Okay. Okay. Jasmine, what are you doing? Jasmine, 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 Jasmine. Yes, thank you.
Early access on the highway is fatal. Early access to cylinder head leaves pistons out. Early access to shiny paint job does not make the car run. Early access to diesel engine takes time. Early access to car parts is expensive. Early access to car inspection is a fine. Early access to windshield wipers does nothing. Early access to empty radiator ends like this. Early access to storage a crime. Early access to driving might cause major engine failure. Early access sauna is a cold place. Welcome everybody.
What the hell? What the hell did we just watch? Okay. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you trying to go? Why are you trying to leave? I thought you wanted attention. Didn't you want attention? Isn't that why you came here? To get attention? Isn't that what you wanted? Where are you going? Where are you going? Why are you doing these things? Got your feet. I got you. Okay. Bye, Jasmine. Goofball. Let's see if there's an IndyCar game. Hi, racing. I like Bloop's here. Hi, Bloop. That's pretty neat. Yeah, that's cool and all. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. Or maybe I have to do logins first. I don't know. Does it matter? Not really. Yep, exactly. Is it worth me spending $8? I don't know. It is a pretty good deal for a game that looks like it has decent quality to it. And it would fill my racing need. Because GTA is fun for racing, but it's kind of like, got GTA behind it, so it's not really like racing. It's got like GTA physics, This has like actual physics, which is kind of good. Maybe it's worth it. If you want, why not? Because I don't have $8. I try not to spend any money ever on anything. But maybe I should. Doesn't really fucking matter. So, maybe I should. I've made more than $8 in my advertising money, right? Revenue from streaming. So, maybe it's worth it. Give me another game to stream. And we could try it out. Or I could just wait and not do it. I don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Love, love, love. Cute kitty hearts. Bing. Have you been keeping hydrated? I've been trying to, Blue. I've been working on it. 42 gigabytes. Wow. 42 gigabytes of hydration. Giga hydration, giggity giggity. Mm-hmm. Precisely. I do get a lot of drop spots in the network. Very inconsistent network connection. That's interesting. No wonder I get such weird lag spikes. Sometimes it's high network, sometimes it's low network, sometimes there's no network, and then it comes back and it's high, and then it goes down, then it goes up, and it goes down and up, and then down, and then down, and then down, and then gone, and then gone, and then up, and then down, and then up, and then up, and then up. It's crazy. It's no wonder I have such problems. Amaze balls. Balls of amazement. Giggity. Wow. 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 Look at all this revenue. Not the last couple of days. The last couple of days I've made $0. That's not true. I made 80 cents on Saturday. Nice. 95 cents on Friday. $0 yesterday, it looks like. I don't think I streamed at all yesterday. I mean, I tried to from the track, but didn't really work out. So normally I make about $3 from ads, $3 to $4 or so. Well, this one's $1.38. Okay, so I don't know. 375, 339, 242, 348, 149, 103, 76 cents, 435, 215. Okay, let's just say like around $2 to $3 or so. The Brox. Great. That's just great. Great, guys. Great. Do I know what kind of network I'm on? Yes, I do. I'm on cable. What kind of network are you on? DSL. $56K. Mm-hmm. Boop, 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 boop. Yep, I'm on scummy DSL. Mm-hmm. Perfect for a scum bucket such as yourself. Like that? Scum bucket. Bucket o scum. My average viewership has been going down substantially lately. April 5th was 8.7, then I went to 5.6, and then 5, then 3.8, and then 3, and then 0.6. So, that's cool. Today is 2.2. Oh, man. Not good. No bueno. Excuse me. Big yawns. I've got these big yawns for you right here, you know. Well, looks like my network connection is shit. That's unfortunate. Scum bucket minus the S when it's a good night with you, Willow. So you're a cum bucket? Shouldn't I be the cum bucket, not you? I mean, if you want to be, you can be, I guess. That's fine, too. I'm surprised I took it with the bishop, actually. Oh, I know why I took it with the bishop. Okay. Interesting. Wonder why I did that. Why did he do that? He did that so he could Um, hmm. I don't know why he did that. Because I was expecting something like this. Do you think he like misclicked? Why did he do that move? Because now I'm going to get a free pawn, you know? Like, I can just, what's up? What's he going to do about it? Maybe misclick, you know what I mean? I don't know. Nice combo. Because this move makes more sense, right? To attack the bishop and keep it moving. Otherwise, I can get the pawn for free, which I'm probably going to do now. I don't know what this move sets up for. Does this move set up for anything? Because he wants to push a bishop here, but it wouldn't be under attack anyhow. And his knight's still in the way. So is he considering that when he does this... Okay, let's say I make some sort of move. I don't know what it is. I do this and that, and then he moves here. And then, what, I'll, like, move here or something, and then he'll be like, huzzah, your king's under attack, protected by a bishop or something, or by a pawn, and then... I have no idea. I don't know what that pawn move means. This doesn't mean anything to me. That's a very strange move. Okay. Maybe he just didn't see it. Because, I mean, the bishop was there. He moved the pawn, which was the only thing protecting it, so... Maybe he just didn't notice this. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Well, I'm gonna take the pawn, I guess. I don't see a negative. I'm not sure what he can do. Kinda weird. Okay. Yes, he did not take the pawn. Instead, he moved there, knowing that if I castled, he could have taken the knight for free. So he wasn't worried about me castling. So instead, I moved here, and he moved in pawn again. And I was going to move this pawn here to block his progression to the knight. He can't take this because it's covered, this is covered, that's covered by this. Everything's covering itself. This is not covered. He can take that anytime he wants. I'm just leaving it out there to dry. And he's just not taking it. So maybe now he'll be like, oh, might as well take it. And then I can finally castle. And he'll be like, huzzah. And I'll be like, I don't think so. Or whatever I do. Maybe something like that. So I think I'll stick with that plan. I don't know if you thought I was going to go after this pawn or something. Just want me to move here, here. But I mean, I wasn't going to. You might just do this. Dead. So I can make this knight useful. Protected, protected. Regardless, I need to get this rook out. So this is probably the best move. Block this connection to the knight. And I think I like that. Okay. Easy peasy. In this game, not so easy peasy. In this game, he's going to get a queen, and I'm not. So... so that's that. Not a lot of great options. Doesn't matter what I do. He's gonna be able to get a queen. I mean, unless he really does fuck around, like... And he's like, oh gosh, I better move over here. I don't know. He'd have to really just be stupid. It probably behooves me to go for the pawn first. We'll see what happens, I guess. Doesn't really matter, though. I can't get to this pawn if he moves it forward, which he will, because he's a good player. So. That was easy. Oh, yeah. He's like, oh, the fuck? Mm-hmm. I did that. That just happened. Yeah, networks disappear sometimes. Sometimes they go back up, and then it's great. Sometimes it has a high network connection, and sometimes it just disappears. And it's constant. Up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, constantly. That's actually really disconcerting. And now it's just totally gone. There's like absolutely no network. I mean, you probably can't even hear me right now. It's just totally gone. Oh, it's back. And it's gone. And it's back. And gone, and back. And gone, and back. Oh, very, very low. Very, very, very low. And it's gone. 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 And back very, very high. And it's back. And it's back. And it's very, very high. And it's very, very high. And it's gone completely. Wow. This is honestly, this is atrocious. I don't know how it's ever going to finish downloading this way. That's going to take forever. Like, forever. It should have taken 20 minutes. I think it's because I was streaming. Okay. It's garbage. Great. Hmm. Yep, I don't know where to go. Hey Siri, set a timer for 3 hours.
A timer is already run. Okay, the timer's now running for 3 hours.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks so much. Well, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. So thank you, Bloop, for hanging out with me. I'm going to let this download. And then I'll be back on stream. Because right now I think the stream is what's causing it to be shitty about downloading. And I think if I wasn't streaming, it'd probably download a lot faster. So I'm going to stop the stream. Let it download. I'm going to use the bathroom and stuff. And then I should be back shortly, okay? So, anybody else who could be lurking or listening, which doesn't look like there's anybody, I'll see you soon. Okay, bye-bye for now. Mwah.